Well, good morning and welcome to the glorious California sunshine once again, where we are live and direct from the WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca for day 2 of Velocity Invitational. I'm Kev Harris. I'm pleased to say once again I'm joined by Kiri Bloor, Adam Andretti and Johnny Green. And Kiri, we are set for a fantastic day here, aren't we?
Set for another fantastic day of action and a whole lot more. So make sure you stick with us for the full day, because we have got some incredible cars, all the ones that you saw yesterday and some more. Now, Adam, yesterday was just fantastic, from Formula 1 cars to Le Mans cars. What was your standout moment of the day?
Oh, I mean, the standout moments for me of the day were getting to see Mika Hakkinen back in his World Championship winning McLaren. That was pretty special, and it's also special to see that he really hasn't missed much of a beat. He's still very fit, and I feel just as fast as he ever has been, because he came clicking up through the straightaway here and going through the gearbox like it never happened. And then also to see the baggers out here too, you know, with the bikes, you know, Moto America, you wouldn't expect that at a vintage event. So those were a couple of my big highlights for yesterday. It was a lot of fun though. Looking forward to today.
Yeah, I bet you are indeed. Now, we just got a little word that they're taking the covers off behind, which shows that Laguna Seca is waking up.
Yeah, Laguna Seca is waking up. We've got a lot to look forward to today. So as we look ahead to today's schedule, Johnny, what are we thinking about the highlights for you?
Well, to be honest, after yesterday, everything is a highlight. I mean, for me, I'm looking again forward to the historic Trans Am, always my favourite, and the sound that they made as they roared down the straight past our commentary position was sensational, and the race they put on. If they do that again, loving it. But I also like this eagle behind us, and that's a great story too. But there's so much to look at and see and hear. It's great.
Yeah, historic Trans Ams are coming up, about 25 of them on the grid from 1966 to 1975-ish, something like that. They are phenomenal. They will bring the house down. But from the past to the future as well, Adam, I know just a moment or two ago you were racing over there to take a look at the Zinger, which is just a car of the future. That has to be seen. Tell us about that.
It's an incredible machine over there, the Zinger group. I just met the head electronics. He was warming it up, and he gave it a few quick wraps of the throttle for us. A 2.8-liter twin-turbo V8, you know, makes 950 horsepower.
From a car that has basically grown and evolved.
Exactly. It's really kind of unique to just listen to that story, and then you go from that, and then you know, maybe the future will be. I would like to see what would take that on the future. Like we have the Mustangs and Minis later.
Yes.
That David versus Goliath, because I believe that's got a Goliath of the future over there.
Mustangs versus Mini, Johnny. Looking forward to that.
Well, we saw it in the night. Now we're going to see it in the day. And by the way, the Minis held their own against the mighty muscle cars, and I think they'll do it again.
Yeah, I think they will do it again. Probably high time we send these guys off.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Johnny and Adam. We'll see you in the commentary booth. I know they're going to be out doing interviews, but thank you so much, guys. We'll be hearing them throughout the day, and actually they're going to be released from the commentary booth to be speaking to some of the legends that are around here, and there are plenty. Wayne Rainey hopefully will be here a bit later on, and we'll be getting interviews from some of the F1 legends like Stefan Johansson, and as I said, a whole lot more. So it is a fantastic day in store, and the gorgeous, as you said, California sunshine.
Yeah, it's
more of a perfect
It's
day.
beaming down on us. We are live, so you do still have time to get here if you want to. There are drive-up tickets available. It's a phenomenal family day out, so please do come down and see what they've laid on here. We're standing on the grass, we're standing on the lawn. It's like we're back in Henley-on-Thames or somewhere. White picket fences, lawn. It's a beautiful scene. The Sip and Savour Taylor Farms Pavilion is behind us, so lots to do. And lots of activities for the kids around here, Kiri.
Yeah, I saw you causing mischief around yesterday. Yeah. We will be in Velocity Lane, so as all of the cars are heading out on track, we'll be speaking to all the drivers and owners of the cars, so you'll be getting a full insight into what those cars are and how they came in the hands of many of the drivers and owners. It's a fascinating story. Lots of them so passionate, and you know, followed those cars for years, and have finally got their hands on them, and then able to show you at home and share their experiences. And I think that's what's really important, isn't it? That they're just enjoying sharing the experience.
Yeah, exactly. If you speak to anyone down here, they always say that they don't own the car, they're just a custodian of it. They're looking after it just to show it to the people, and that's what today is all about. And excitingly as well, some of the oldest cars that we'll see here, the pre-war Ragtime racers are here once again. Ed Archer and his team down there are just phenomenal, so please come down, please come and see them. But I think, fueled up on their coffee, Johnny and Adam.
I just saw Johnny running up those stairs, so we might give him one more second before, because he went that way. I think he might have got a bit lost on the way. You never know with Johnny, you never know indeed. All right, I think they might be settled and ready in their position, so we'll hand over to the commentary. Myself and Kev will see you out and about around Laguna Seca.
Yes, we've hot-footed it to the booth. And this is the view looking over Laguna Seca. In fact, you can see the Monterey Bay in the background. It's a beautiful morning, Adam.
It is a beautiful morning, and yes, you can see very clearly the bay. The fog is lifted here. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Cars are on track. None of the race cars right now, just luxury cars out there blowing off the track, so to speak. Maybe getting a little heat built into it so that when we are ready to pull the trigger with our first group of the day, that we are ready to go, which I believe our first group is what, Group 2 today?
Yes, it is, Group 2. Their feature race for 1948 to 1957 sports and sports car race cars. Here's a look at what we've got coming up, and as we said, luxury collection on track now. Our first group race will be Group 2. That'll be followed by McLaren Automotive, and that's a great display of McLaren-only cars. And, of course, that's a great addition because McLaren have a huge presence here with both their Formula One cars, having the CEO here with Zach Brown, having the mighty Mika Hakkinen, who you mentioned. Then the Ragtime races, if you don't know about that, that's a great exhibition. And then we go to Group 3 for 57-61 sports car races. And then Group 1, the pre-war. Looking forward to that. We were talking to one of the drivers earlier this morning about that. That's about 10:15. And then McLaren Racing. We'll get to see those Formula One cars. Pato O'Ward, the IndyCar driver who races for McLaren, and Mika Hakkinen. And we saw Zach Brown actually at the wheel of his own race car, if you will, yesterday. And he did a pretty handy job. And it impressed Pato O'Ward. And then Group 4A, 57-65 GT cars over 2.5 litres. And then the baggers and the Superbikes following that. But plenty more action as we turn to what we call our luxury collection. And this is a group based in California, selling exotic cars and here exhibiting them, and also a chance, I'm sure, for a passenger or two to get a thrill ride.
Absolutely. You're looking right there. This is a McLaren Senna. This is one of the hypercars of the world. This was obviously McLaren's version of the hypercar, paying homage to the great world champion Ayrton Senna, who drove to 3 fantastic world championships inside of a McLaren Formula One car. Pays great homage to him. It's been wonderful to watch it circulate around here under the watchful eye of some pro drivers, giving people rides and so on and so forth. Not sure exactly who the owner is of that vehicle, but I'm sure they love life in that ride. They're fun cars. I mean, you can see it's an active rear wing, so when he climbs onto the brakes, you'll see the rear wing throw forward like an anchor. And honestly, it looks like the same hydraulic system, Jonathan, that you would have on a 747 on the wing flaps. It's just got so much actuation to it.
Yeah, and in all seriousness, McLarens are rare, but this is a unicorn. A Senna McLaren is so rare. I've seen one only other. I think I saw it parked up at Barber Motorsports once. Yeah, and people were looking at it kind of like, is that? And I said, yes, it is.
Exactly, because you're going to see them at racetracks. This isn't something you see at the supermarket, folks.
Nah.
This is something that, when you're at a racetrack, that's when you stand a chance of finding one of these Sennas. And as Jonathan said, a true unicorn, and we are so fortunate. Place like here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Velocity Invitational, phenomenal event, attracts such beautiful, beautiful machinery.
So, and there's a pretty car. That's the Spider. Very nice.
I believe those are the 720s. Don't have that 100% confirmed, but I believe that's what they are. Coming down through the corkscrew here.
And McLaren have actually built up a really strong base. They had a base in New York. They've now just opened another base, and I say base, but another dealership stroke sales forecourt in Dallas. So they've got a big presence in Dallas. They use the Circuit of the Americas. I've seen them down there testing cars and putting on cars, doing commercials and so on. So McLaren are gaining a much bigger presence, and I think Zach Brown, because he's American with United Autosports, I think is wanting to proliferate the American market better than they've done before, because of course Porsche and Ferrari have dominated, so too Lamborghini, and McLaren bit by bit they know where there's some potential customers, and McLaren, because it's not a Ferrari, and that's no disrespect to that, but because it's slightly different, but it is beautifully made with the same love and care and design innovations that some of the finest Ferraris and Lamborghinis are. McLaren have pushed their way into a very tough market in the last 20 years and have done very well.
Oh, very much so. I echo those exact sentiments, because the group there at McLaren Automotive has done a phenomenal job of not only putting out the product, but infiltrating that U.S. market, which is not easy. And they've done it with just, like you said, just super products, stupendous products, stuff that they can definitely be very proud of. You mentioned Circuit of the Americas. I know for a fact that they're there this weekend. McLaren is doing their quote-unquote like race weekends, if you will. And so they do these events for the owners, and you can, for high-end customers, they come rent Senna GTRs, and they do laps, and they have professional instructors, drivers, sit down with the data and download with the data and talk about where they can pick up time, where they're losing time, and they get to lay the data over that pro driver's data. So I know that like you said, they're very heavily involved, and Texas is a big place. It's booming as far as its economy, and racing is going very, very strong over there as well. So it only makes sense. But had a strong presence here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, not only for an event like the Velocity Invitational, but they do also their track day events here, because this is a legendary circuit and just such a great place to get around. I mean, it really gets your attention when you're behind the wheel of one of these monsters.
Oh, no question about it. So this is our first display or exhibition to start the day off early here at Laguna Seca. Wherever you're tuning in around the world, we'll be with you all day. And we've got exhibitions, races, and plenty also going on off-track. We also, this is part of our sort of remit here, is to get as many people who are involved in both driving the cars and organising these cars to talk about them. So as you saw, we've got Kev and Kiri, and they'll be effectively beetling around the paddock, just talking to some interesting folk. Jeff O'Neill, who organises this event, has a very interesting Rolodex of friends who share his passion, as does California. And I would argue, and I'm going to be careful here from somebody who's deep in the heart of Indianapolis, but I would argue that California is one of the hotbeds for both historic racing and the love of racing here in America.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. I mean, it's just there's so many things that feed to that. First of all, a lot of the owners of these vehicles, this is the part of the country that they live in. You know, like a good friend of ours, Eric Joyner, for example. You know, this is where he has home, and we had Ross Merrill up here. This is home for him. So there's so many of these individuals involved, that are on this side, and then those that aren't. Let's just face it. I have. We know some people from Indianapolis and from the Northeast that are here, and excuse to get out of that climate right now is to get out here. So absolutely, and even in August, when we're out here for the other historic events, you're looking at, that's a good time to get out of the steamy weather of Indianapolis too, to get out here to this beautiful Northern California climate. But yeah, this is the hotbed for many, many reasons, and so much of it is the history that you mentioned so often, Jonathan. This is where the imports came in. This is where really the production-based, hardcore, nose-to-tail racing, really had its big birthplace and start was here.
Well, I would argue that when Enzo impolitely described us British as garagistas, I would argue that actually California was full of just that. Tinkering garagistas who took famous cars or pulled apart a Jaguar XK or whatever it might be, or took a Ferrari and built their own, Huffaker. Some of these great guys, obviously Gurney, Carroll Shelby, Dan Gurney, all of these guys, Jim Hall, they were tinkerers and garagistas, as they impolitely are termed, but those tiny garagistas also took on the might and started beating the Ferraris and started beating the mighty European cars that came over here and dominated in the early days.
I'd be interested to know from Stefan, Johansson, because he had such a great relationship with the great Enzo Ferrari. But I would love that, because I've heard some takes on Enzo, because he would say those things, right? Yeah. And I believe from what I heard from others was he would say those things because he wanted the challenges. He wanted to offend whole nations so that they would want to come attack him and his race cars. And I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I've heard it from more than one individual. Stefan, who knew the man so well, if there is any kind of validity behind that claim, but it just sounds to me like the ultimate competitor wanted you all to step up and bring something to the game.
Yeah, for Enzo, it was all about the car, the love of the car. The drivers were secondary. That's not a good look.
They're a piece of meat, right?
Well, That's a tough expression, but they were expendable in his mind.
Yes.
And unfortunately, back in those days, it happened that way.
Yeah.
He wanted to go fast, he wanted to win, and testing, and really the driver was secondary to whatever the car was doing. But that said, he also demanded to have the best drivers, John Surtees, many others back in those days, and so on and so forth.
Phil Hill.
Exactly. Through those days,
Right.
he wanted the best, and that's what made that Ford versus Ferrari so good, because Ford picked up on that and went, right, I will buy the best drivers known to man, including Uncle Mario, and I will go and race him basically I will take him on in his own game.
Right, and they did so successfully, and it makes great stories for us to be able to tell and observe, and obviously makes for great cinema. And look at the family.
She's up there. She's going to get to the corkscrew. Go, girl!
This is big family time here, and that was something.
Brother's coming.
Yeah, he is.
No, I'm not waiting for my sister.
That's what we heard from Jeff O'Neill yesterday, is how much they love family here, and it really shows. I mean, they have little mini soapbox derby races that they're in the paddock area, and obviously this is a playground.
Come on, little fella, you've got the makings of this. You can catch her.
This is a state park, so there's plenty to do here.
Yeah, and these are hallowed hills in many ways. The Monterey Hills, it really is the place to be. Looking over Pebble Beach, let's think about that for a second. You're looking over the Monterey Bay in California, one of the most sought-after places. You've got Carmel by the sea, Pebble Beach just across the way. It really is the paradise. This is the playground of California, isn't it?
Yeah, my dad would say when they were growing up in Italy, they would hear of this place in America, and it was a paradisa.
The paradisa.
The paradisa of California. And
now we look at Italy like that.
Right. But he told that to me once. Back in the year 2001, I moved out here to Northern California, not in the Bay Area. I was actually in Sacramento, just around Sacramento, Roseville, Lake Folsom, Folsom Lake area, and it was beautiful. I loved it. It was a great year, of my life. But I remember I was very nervous about making the jump. I was only, in my early 20s, and
she won. She made it to the flag first.
She did. And I remember him saying, he goes, we used to dream of a place in America called Paradisa, California. So
that's funny.
And that's what got me excited about being out here.
Beautiful day. Absolutely gorgeous. And I think it's actually going to be warmer. And I know a lot of you tuning in, probably in Great Britain, will be thinking, gosh, is that what it's like in November in California? Well, yes, it is.
It's not too different from what it's like in Austin, Texas right now either, where you live.
It's pretty similar right now.
Yeah,
it'll get a little colder in Austin. We had a freeze last year.
That's right, you did.
It went nuts. We didn't have water for like a month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Exposing the infrastructure.
It was, yes. They weren't so proud of their private grid back then. Let's head down to the paddock. Kiri is down there. What have you got, Kiri?
Let's head down to the paddock. Kiri is down there. What have you got?
Well, I think you can hear me down here. It's already very noisy. A good Sunday morning to you, wherever you are around the world. All right, well, we're in Velocity Lane for the first of our cars out on track in the actual racing category. So the 1948 to 1957 sports car category. Now, this is a Jaguar C-Type. It was actually a Works Le Mans car. Joining me is Nick Price. He's car number 21. Now, Nick, can you tell me a little bit of history about this car and how on earth you managed to get such a wonderful car in your hands?
Absolutely. I'm very fortunate to drive Tom Price's car, and I do want to give a shout out to our crew members, Sean Thomas and Chase, who rebuilt the clutch here a couple times this weekend, so first one to start with that. But amazing car to drive, handles like a beauty, likes to dance on you, and it's an absolute privilege to drive here this weekend.
Yeah, I bet. Now, we talked a little bit earlier on about this being a Le Mans car. Something like this is really steeped in racing history.
Absolutely. The C-Type has been just a gem in history, and we feel so lucky to have it here on track.
All right, well, talk to me about you heading out onto Laguna Seca in this car. It's very nerve-wracking.
I think this track is so fun. It has such an opportunity to grow on each corner, and it's an absolute amazing track. The corkscrew is a blast in the C-Type, and again, just so happy to be here. Thank you to Jeff O'Neill for throwing such a great event.
All right, listen, enjoy it out there. We'll see you out there in a bit. Let's just head up here and have a look. We are going to get you some more interviews. Okay, so this is car 101. This is Don. Actually, I don't know whether Don will be able to hear us because he's just about to start his engine up. I'm going to walk around this way, and I'm guessing Don isn't going to be able to hear us, but I'm going to step in and say good morning to Don. Can you tell us anything about this car if you can hear me?
We're going to give it all we got today.
Enjoy it out there, Don. All right, well, we're heading up. It's A14. This is Dennis Adair. Good morning, Dennis. Can you tell us about this car?
Doing okay. It's a 55 Elva, so it's probably old for the smallest bore out here. No, he's a little smaller bore, but I'm the next smallest car.
Fantastic. Now that just gives you an idea of how noisy it is down here. They cannot hear a single word. So I'm not going to jump into any more interviews. What you're looking at now is car 115. That's Wesley who's driving that. And that's a Chevrolet Minstrel. So Wesley, give us a wave. He's looking a little nervous actually heading out there. Now John Moat as well, sitting here. I don't know whether John can hear us. I'm going to say good morning, John. How are you feeling?
Great, thank you.
Looking forward to heading out onto the track?
I'm ready, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Had a couple of good runs so far and can't wait to get out there.
Now, John, can you tell us a little bit about this car, where it's been racing before, the history of it?
Well, its very first race was the very first race in California sports car at Santa Ana Blimp Hangar. And in that race, it competed against Phil Hill, who spun on the very first lap and then came back to pass the entire field to finish second, and this car finished fifth.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, enjoy it out there. All right, well, we're going to keep walking up the line. Car 33 there is James off. We're getting the tap on the watch. We need to move out the way, so I'm going to step out this way because I'm causing mischief. We'll leave Tony giving you those gorgeous shots, and I'll hand you up to the commentators.
Thank you, Kiri. Yes, she was about to introduce James Alder, but we know all about him because he came and joined us yesterday.
He won't be lost for words, I know that.
No, he won't.
But it
Great character.
It's a great character. We love having him around, and he's out there focused for sure. I know that he was very happy with his race yesterday. He was really excited to tell us about how well his race went yesterday. So hopefully this is the way they kick off today for himself.
Yeah, interestingly enough, why it's so important, this group from 48 to 57, is this is basically when racing began here in this area of Monterey. It didn't begin at Laguna Seca. It began down on what was called the Pebble Beach road races, effectively, and they were around, or the Pebble Beach road races that ran around both Del Monte Forest, which is just down the road. We went there for our coffee this morning, and this is very much the cars that started it all. And in fact, that James Alder bright white XK120 actually won the first ever Pebble Beach race back in 1951, and 1950, excuse me. And then for the first 5 years, they did do the Pebble Beach races, but of course it was around the forests and it was a little bit iffy, to say the least, as were so many. So that's why, obviously, Laguna Seca was then sanctioned and built, and so that they could carry on the tradition of racing these cars, but come up here to Laguna Seca, and then they moved it about. They moved the race about 10 miles up the hills and into the mountains, and obviously not many wealthy houses back then, so it was the perfect place to keep away from Monterey and not disturb anybody, but also be close enough to the town of both Monterey and Carmel by the sea, and that's when it all began.
Well, we're so fortunate for that, right? I mean, we're still reaping the benefits of that passion from so many years ago and generations ago, and it's been passed on, and as we heard from Ross Merrill yesterday, and the foundation, and it's continuing, and it's gonna continue for many generations on. I raced with his son Thomas. I could see Thomas taking a serious active interest into this once his racing career calms down and he wants to move on and other things in his life, and so I could totally see that this place being protected for many, many years to come, and only getting better. We heard of some of the improvements that they want to make, and possible world-class karting track coming to this facility, which would only attracts some of the best karting people in the world here, which is just the beginning again. This place seems to be all about the beginnings that you just spoke about, but if they bring that kind of facility here, those are the beginnings of the great talents that we get to enjoy for many years to come.
Yeah, and if I tell you, as you look at that XK120, that the first winner of the Pebble Beach races was a certain fella by the name of Phil Hill.
That's a guy that sounds familiar. I think there's a Hill here. I believe we have a
Derek Hill here this weekend, yeah.
So, yeah, I love the Hill family. They're a pillar of American motorsports for many reasons. And I got to know Phil Hill, in the last 20 years of his life, and through other various events that, Mercedes-Benz would put on and hire him to be the celebrity driver there. And what a wonderful character. And he would bring his slideshow with him. And his slideshow, if you were ever privileged enough to be around Phil Hill and his slideshow, it was something absolutely special because he had a passion for photography. And so throughout his career, he took his own pictures of everything.
Wow.
So just amazing chronicle of his career. Jonathan, they're coming through the chute from 11 to 12 to start our first race of the day, my friend.
Let's get ready. It's Group 2, 1948 to 1957 sports and sports racing cars. And away we go. Out of 12, the pace car comes off. It's a fine morning here in Monterey. We are underway for our Velocity Invitational Group 2. Here we go. Across the strip they come, led by the number 9. And a host of absolutely glorious cars.
James Alder there in like 5th place, got a good start, got a nice little block from another XK120 right there that came down on that, but that was a really good run. Looks like maybe that was Lars that came down to the inside there, but they're going to have a good race. He was speaking of that yesterday, that they had a nice race going yesterday, and I believe it's already starting here today between Lars Mapstead and James Alder and those two beautiful XK120s.
Yeah, in fact, that Parkinson Special that leads was one of the first, or the actual Parkinson Special as it's called, was originally a rare aluminium body 1949 Jaguar XK120 Roadster, and it was one of the first post-war Jaguar race cars on the West Coast.
There it is. I mean, you're looking at, these things too have, that particular car there has a top speed of 140 miles an hour and has 290 horsepower for 1949. Something like that going 140 miles an hour would be absolutely quite the ride, I would think.
Yeah, and you know what? Back in the day, obviously, these were road cars, and they would drive these cars to the race, prepare them, which there wasn't a lot to do, and then drive home. And in that tradition, we mentioned James Alder. That's exactly what he still does to this very day. He drove his XK120 from Reno, Nevada, across the mountains and down into California, and he goes to Seattle and many other historic events. But I love the fact that he's kept that tradition going.
He's truly one of the favorites of the paddock for many reasons. He's well liked for his personality and his knowledge, but also because he holds those traditions and he holds those close to his heart. He's a nice, clean driver out there as well, as we see them navigating through turn 12 to complete the first lap of our first morning's race here on Sunday morning here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, looking forward to a big day. We've got some big surprises. If you weren't with us yesterday, we've got a lot of the same groups obviously going out again. They all get two races, But it is John Budabaum in that Jaguar Parkinson Special from 1949, leading the way ahead of this man, Bob Manson, in the Curtis 500S Dodge. Look at that, a 77 of Don Pepperdine in the Baldwin Mercury Special from 1949. So, like we said, it's basically 48 to 57. Certainly one of my favorite eras for this kind of racing, because it's a bunch of European cars taking on America.
Shock. That's why it's your favorite, Jonathan. Folks, I do feel ganged up sometimes here in this, but between Kira and
we
Kev
know how competitive you Americans are.
I know, no. So it's me against them all, and I hold strong here. I'm holding strong for my American brothers and sisters here. But yeah, no. This is all joking aside. I'm passionate about all things motorsport, and I love what got pushed. I love how the Americans pushed the Europeans and vice versa, and I love the combination, how it's all grown together and kind of organically come together, and now we share so much of that technology on a global level with global GT3 cars and the global rules package going forward for sports car racing to keep the sports car genre alive that we're enjoying the vintage of this weekend. There's going to be 20, 30 years from now that we're going to enjoy the cars that the rules are being built for right now, the new LMDH. Le Mans Daytona hybrid prototype. So that's going to be another exciting era in sports car racing, but that is again just showing that globally we come together in this sport to just get the best out there for our fans.
Yeah, we said that there's not too many American cars, but there is. Wesley Abendroff in his 1955 Chevrolet Mistral, or Chevrolet Mist. Mistral defined as a strong wind blowing southeast of France towards the Mediterranean. The Mistral, his famous wind. And after 1955, the car designer name was Bob Plass from Surrey in England, who owned Microplass.
And the Baldwin Mercury Special, where were the Don Pepperdine is in, the car that we just saw, the number 77. I would wonder, because Mercury, I always automatically would think the United States, is one of the Detroit, and just like the Curtis Dodge of Rob Manson. But yeah, it looks like there's always in this group an eclectic group. You get definitely your mix of Jaguars in there and the SKs, but definitely a lot of variety. As this gap here has opened up a little bit. This is Lars Mapsteed. This was that battle between Lars, and look at him work that wheel.
Lovely.
Really great driving by Lars, and James just really hot in tow there. James, again, right down to period in that white XK in tow there, and he's got the open face helmet and all. See, great safety gear too from Lars. You can notice in that cockpit, he has actually arm restraints, something that we run a lot in open wheel competition and sprint cars, midgets, Silver Crown cars, because if you do, unfortunately, if the thing were to roll over, your arms tend to want to come out. Well, the arm restraints tie you down into the seatbelts, but don't restrain you from being able to work the wheel, obviously, as Lars is demonstrating. So my hat's off to him for taking those extra measures in there, because they are available. And if they're available, why not? As they make their way through turns 11, down the short chute into turn 12.
You mentioned that Baldwin. It was built. Yeah, it was built here in the States, and it disappeared, or at least it went missing for some 20 years. Appeared back and was restored. It was one of the originals that did the Pebble Beach races. As we look at James Older in his XK, looking very happy, enjoying it.
He's just you can see the smile through the scarf right there. I mean, it just got a huge, huge smile on his face, and
I'm sure he'll be up here to tell us all about it.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit of a wide entry there, dropped a little bit, dropped the right rear. Got it rotated nicely for the exit of the hairpin, getting a good acceleration down into turn 3. As he says, it's towards the end of the races in these cars, braking is more of a suggestion. So I think he's gotten to that point, but he uses up all the road quite nicely. He's from edge to edge there as he navigates through turn 4. Beautifully, beautifully done in that number 33 XK.
And he was telling us yesterday, this has been literally a life of doing this. He saw the Pebble Beach races as a kid and has never looked back, and has never changed mark or car. He's literally run Jaguars or a variation of whatever. He says he's had axle problems and diff problems, but he just absolutely adores it. Mechanics himself. And puts the luggage in the back. Ooh, that was a bit of a moment. Please don't scare me like that. I don't think he's aware of how close that was.
I think James is just not willing to give it up right there. He was definitely holding strong on the outside. That was a really, really strong pass. I believe that was Wesley, maybe?
Yeah, that's the 63. The Allard K2.
John Mote?
Yeah, John Mote.
Yeah.
From Sun Valley, California.
So well done, John Mote. That was a fancy pass on Mr. Alder.
Yes, 1950 Allard K2. This car actually was in the New York Auto Show back in 1950.
The Chevrolet Mist that you were just speaking of right here.
Yep,
and it's got a Chevrolet look to it, doesn't it? That Corvette look of that era. Somewhat, I would see that now that you pointed that out, but that's a beautiful, beautiful red car, and definitely gets the acceleration off the corner, a nice pop off the corner. Beautiful machine. That looks like a lot of fun to drive. Really low slung. Looks like good weight distribution towards the rear, trying to balance out.
A little different than the Chevrolets we've come to know.
Right. Yes. But it is a V8. It's a 4.9 liter. They're just shy of a 5 liter with 140 mile an hour top speed, but 300 horsepower out of that little machine there. I mean, that's American muscle again, right there at work.
Well, that was the ethos, wasn't it? The idea was to take the design and the lightweightness of the European style car and then put a bit of muscle in it.
Exactly.
Work out the rest later.
Yeah, right. We give Carroll Shelby, so much of that credit for obviously the AC Cobra and the Shelby Cobras that would later follow. But this right here, I mean, that might have been, for all we know, part of Carroll's inspiration was to see things like this out there. I mean, we know a lot where his inspiration came from, but yeah, this is again one of those beautiful builds that would have inspired a whole group of people to go out there and try something new.
Yeah, that Jaguar C-Type, that Nick Price was talking about, raced in Ireland and the UK. Bob Baker, Steve Earle, Tom Price all had a lot to do with that. And beautiful car. We saw that just at the pre-grid earlier.
Wesley Abendroth, is really giving it work too. I mean, he's got a really good race going on there, and they're right behind our buddy James, and this is a really good battle here towards as we get towards the latter part of this race.
Yes, getting down. They don't get too long out there, but Rob Manson continues to lead in the Curtis 500S Dodge, and John Budeman still second in that Jaguar Parkinson Special. And as we look at the 21 of Nick Price, the car I was just mentioning, the 1953 Jaguar C-Type.
Yeah, there's Nick Price. Kerry got to talk to him a little bit right before the grid, and that was really gracious of him to give that time in that C-Type that you mentioned there, Jonathan. What a beautiful car that is. You can tell.
Can't miss that Jaguar grill, can you?
No, you cannot, and he really feels so privileged. You can hear it in his voice to be able to drive that and thanking his crew. That's something close to my heart. Your biggest fans out there are your crew, and they work such feverish hours and work very, very hard and passionately about these machines. If you don't see any more busted knuckles than you will at a vintage weekend, because they work very, very hard and encourage a whole generation, hopefully, to take over here as these mechanics are, starting to want to get to the retirement part of their life. I don't think you ever do retire from racing, though, do you, Jonathan?
But that's who was it that told me that? You never retire. Oh, that was Josh Hayes, because he's retired. He retired ages ago. But he was always coming back to the odd race in either Supersport or the Daytona 200 to see if he could get the all-time Superbike record. He's about 4 away from the all-time number of wins in American racing at Superbike level. And I said, because he said he's doing Daytona next year, and I said, I thought you'd retired. He said, we never retire. We're racing drivers.
No, he's right. He's absolutely right. I mean, I look at my Uncle Mario. He's 81 years of age.
Still doing 200 miles.
He does the 2-seater and 200 miles an hour at the Speedway. And like I said, when he goes and does his physical every year, he does the same physical as IndyCar drivers do to be able to do that, to get licensed to do it. And he's in better shape than some of the active IndyCar drivers, which is just phenomenal to think of that, and the way he takes care of himself. And he focuses on his nutrition. And my cousin Barbie, his daughter, really helps out and really keeps an eye on him with his nutrition. And he's very active too. You never had to motivate my dad or my Uncle Mario to be active. They were some of the most active individuals you ever care to be around. So that's never a question. He's never wanting to sit for very long. So but yeah, it's really, really inspiring to see, because you're right, these racers will never retire. You just can't. I've seen people, like I said yesterday, try to walk away from the sport, but they always come back. I mean, we've seen it recently in the MotoGP paddock. It's been so long to see Casey Stoner, and all of a sudden he's back in the paddock, and they're talking about bringing him in as a riding coach for these certain teams and such. So it's quite interesting to see that people just can't leave this sport. We love that part.
There's the Elva Mark 1 Sport Racer from 1955, the 101, Don Badalci at the wheel. Just put his fastest lap in on lap 6. That's a pretty little thing.
It is. It's a funny little. It's a little 4-cylinder there, 90 horsepower. It's a modest, or 90 mile an hour top speed. Excuse me. The horsepower. Get this, is 50 horsepower in that little guy. So this is very much. He could do the David versus Goliath race later on. He could qualify for that.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what we're talking about, we've got Minis versus Mustangs later today. And we've already had one race in the dark, or in the evening anyway, with headlights blaring and flashing. And some had them, some didn't. It was quite a sight, but it was fun. It was really good fun, and we're going to do it again this afternoon, so looking forward to that.
I think it's going to be a night race again tonight, because if I look at the schedule, it's on at 4:45.
Yeah, it's pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah, so I believe we're going to be getting that nightfall again. So don't want to miss that, folks.
Well, headed towards our man Stu, up on the ledge there, looking over the Monterey Hills and putting a nice view of Rob Manson in his Curtis 500S Dodge as it goes up the Rahal Straight for the last time and into that famous corkscrew.
Rob's just done a great job handling this race. He's got himself a, just over a 2 1/4 second lead on John Buddenbaum in the 1949 Parkinson Special Jaguar. But a beautiful, beautiful race that Rob has put forth here.
And as he approaches the last corner, he's got a couple of cars just in his way, but there is the white flag, so one more lap to go then. Just passing that number 21 of Nick Price, or will be, as he comes into Andretti. I wish I was out there, could hear them with the marshals, hear the beautiful sounds of them. We get a little reprieve as they come past our commentary position, but we're high above the track. But
I tell you what, there's one class out here that you don't have to be out there to hear, and that's that classic Trans Am.
Yeah.
I swear, I feel it's like it's going to shake our triple tall building down off the ground. It's definitely a seismic effort as they go by. It's really, really fantastic, and I like to think that we bring that to with our modern Trans Am. So this is it gives me a little piece of what gets felt from the outside of the race car when we do what we do. But as they circulate here around the last with this Group 2, the first race of our morning here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the Velocity Invitational.
Yes, and coming up we have McLaren Automotive and the Ragtime races, and if you haven't seen the Ragtime races, you don't want to miss that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Got
ourselves a good race going on here. Some hand signals going on between a couple of drivers here. You got the number 3 of John Buddenbaum. And I believe there's that Don.
He's taken the spare out just so he got a little less weight. Did you notice that?
Right, exactly. Don Pepperdine behind him. That's good race going on there, right here at the end.
Very good, yeah. Yeah, they make the corkscrew look so smooth compared to some of the cars that take it on.
This is a great race for second place between John and Don. Joe.
Yep.
Coming down to turn number 11.
Buddenbaum and
Don
Pepperdine.
Down the inside.
Oh, nicely done. Beautifully done at 10.
Pass down in turn 11 there. Coming into turn 12. And it looks like he's going to hold on and come to the line to grab second place right at the end.
Meanwhile, Rob Manson will take victory in the 1953 Curtis 500. Nicely done. And second place then. Looks as though it is going to go to Don Pepperdine.
Yeah, John Buddenbaum rounds out the podium, and then you got Lars Mapsteed coming around.
James will be pleased with fifth.
Circle around. Yeah, James will be happy with his race, I believe. The car ran beautifully the whole time, and that's James's really his first goal is that thing run pristine the whole time. It looked like it did, at least from our cheap seats. Maybe from James' seat it was a little different, but I'm sure he'll come up here and we'll get a good little glimpse into what he had. Yeah, we'll get a nice little debrief just before lunch.
Well, that concludes our first group action from Group 2 of 1948 to 1957. And thumbs up from the winner, Rob Manson. Now here Dario Capitoni is down in the paddock area, and he is with Kev Harris. Let's head down there.
Lovely, thanks Johnny. I'm catching up indeed with a young man who I first met about 7 years ago, 2015. Dario Capitano was winning at the SCUSA Supernats in Las Vegas, the biggest go-kart race in the world, and he is now racing in a Lamborghini. Dario, great to see you again, my friend. Congratulations once again on that kart racing win. You've come a long way.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't expecting that, honestly, years ago. I mean, the Supernats was really the first race I did in US in my life, so I wasn't expecting to be racing for Lamborghini then, years after. So.
And going from kart racing now to racing in an absolute hypercar here, it's only suitable for the track. And Dario, you race it. Tell us what we're looking at the moment behind here.
This is one of the 40 pieces of the Lamborghini Essenza SC V12, which of course it's a V12, 830 horsepower, only for track days, of course. A car for collectors, not really a car you can drive to the market.
Yeah, and amazingly, you've just come to the end of your season racing this. 40 of these have been made, so that's it. The run is done. This one is now actually for sale. This won't go again out on the racetrack?
Correct.
Phenomenal. Just give us a heads up of what it's like to drive, because obviously I spoke to you just before. You started in karts at 8, then you've been racing cars, I think since you, what did you say, about the last 10 years or something, and now here you are. When you get behind the wheel of a hypercar like this and you look through the windshield, what goes through your mind? What are the emotions? What are you feeling?
You can really feel the power, but it's incredibly easy to drive. Much easier than any other supercars I ever drove in my life. Yeah, by far. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Maybe because it's longer, wider, and more planted with more aerodynamic, so it makes everything easier for a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming around the track here at Laguna Seca, you were out in it yesterday and you're going out here again today. What's it like taking around this iconic race circuit?
Laguna Seca, I love this circuit no matter where I drive, but with the Senza it's even more special, because when you go down to the corkscrew with this long vehicle right here, it's such a, an incredible feeling.
Because it feels quite long going down through that corkscrew.
Oh yeah, you can feel it. You can really feel it down here. But it's stable. I can hit the throttle, full throttle on the exit, even if I'm downhill. It's pretty easy.
The downforce that this must create just must be incredible.
It is indeed. It's this big rear wing does a pretty great job. In fact, if you really push it at the limit, you might feel a little bit more understeer than oversteer, because it's very planted on the back. Yeah,
we're looking at the back now. I'll tell you what, let's just walk this way because we've got the cars out. We'll come around this side to get another view at it, and we'll have a look in. You are properly sat in here looking at a cockpit, but this is the rear wing that you're talking about, and as you can see, very long car from the back to the rear wing, but very planted on the road, and you're just very aware of how much downforce and how much grip the whole aerodynamics creates.
Yeah, it's the main reason why this car is easy to drive, and also if you look at the rear diffuser back there, you can really see the floor. In fact, if you see the car running on track, you'll see a lot of sand coming out from the back, because the floor is working, it's pushing the air to the car to keep the car planted on the back.
Yeah, the back end of this, I hope you got it on our cameraman Matt's shot there, it's just incredible, the rear diffusion, the rear wing working together. It is a thing of beauty. But let's walk ourselves back this way. Huge rear tyres on it as well. And what you were telling me that was interesting, I think you said it's going up to about 8,000 RPM. But just talk to us about the feeling of speed and this feeling of acceleration going through the revs.
Yeah, it's incredible, how much changed the sound from the outside and the inside. And also in the car you have a screen with a map of the RPM. We show you where you're supposed to upshift in order to get the best RPM range for the horsepower to let them work, all of course. And because it's a V12, it's the real power is at the end of the curve. So in between 6,000 and 8,000 RPM, you can really feel push on your back, which is incredible.
And you just plant it back into your seat and you're off and away.
Yeah.
And interesting, just coming back to kart racing, I mean, you're an Italian and here you are now. As a young man when you were racing a kart, did you ever believe you'd be racing one of the most gorgeous Italian hypercars?
No, I wasn't expecting that. That's why, I feel so blessed. You never know what life, can bring to you. It's cool.
Dario, thanks ever so much for talking to us. You have what I think is probably the greatest job in town. Every Italian young man must be jealous of you. Folks, what do you think to that one? It's an absolute cracker. And from one hypercar to some supercars in the pit lane out there, because I understand we're going from Lamborghini to McLaren with Kiri.
Well, you find us in a slightly different location now as the McLaren cars are heading out onto track in a minute. Now they'll be taking guest rides with them. So the car that you're looking at the moment is the 720 Spider. It's a V8 twin turbo. Now I am hoping that we'll be able to grab Ryan Lewis actually to have a chat with us. So I might just walk in. I believe both of these cars are heading out onto track. And Ryan, are you able to stop and talk to us just yet?
Yeah, of course.
Now tell us, who's just got in the car? Because you were going to be driving, so who's just got in?
Yeah, everyone's got lucky. So Patrizio Award is going to be driving the car this morning with some of the McLaren racing guests. Lucky them, or maybe unlucky, I'm not too sure. We'll see how they feel when they get out.
Okay, well, you were going to be driving these cars, so can you tell us a bit like what it's like to take these out on Laguna Seca?
I mean, this is exactly what these cars were built for. Wonderful cars to drive on the road, but, you know, racing is such a huge part of McLaren's heritage and part of the brand's history that, you know, it's great to actually come to a historic circuit like this and drive the cars. Not as fast as they can go, of course, but pretty quick and offer people the experience of actually riding in the cars on a circuit.
Now, you know this circuit well. How difficult is it for these historic cars to be out on the track as well? Because they're a lot less technical than, say, the McLarens that have just headed out.
Well, I mean, the historic cars have been racing here forever. I think a lot of them are probably faster now than they ever were in period. And I think this is probably the fourth large historic race that has been here this year. Most of these guys have done thousands of laps around here, so it's always great. This is one of the best events that I've seen for seeing a lot of these cars out and having seen these guys having some fun.
All right, well, a racer in your own right. What are you doing here with McLaren this weekend?
So I work for McLaren as a professional driver and instructor. I've worked for McLaren for a few years now, so most of my time I spend sitting with customers on the McLaren Pure events and marketing activations, looking after customers and making sure they get the best out of their cars in a safe way. So most of my time I'm spent in the other seat and not in the driver's seat. So quite a nice one this week. I'm doing a lot of driving. Quite
nerve-wracking. How nervous are your customers when they get in the car with you?
They're usually pretty relaxed until we leave pit lane, and then you can see the grip starts to tighten on the bar and the door, and they tend to go a bit quiet. You tend to gauge by how quiet someone goes if they're that scared. I mean, it's pretty hard to beat for a level of performance. Something like we're driving this weekend, a McLaren 720S Spider. It's not really much out there that's much faster.
Okay, fantastic. Now, I know Ryan's going to join the boys in commentary a little later on. We'll find a time for him to head up there. But it's about that time that I hand back up to Johnny and Adam.
Thank you, Kiri. Yeah, beautiful car. And I was just looking through the offerings that McLaren Automotive make, and I hadn't realized just how many variations, not on a theme, but on different cars, from supercars to the Ultimate to the legacy cars, and of course the GT, as well as that Spider we were just looking at.
Looking forward to having Ryan up here as well. I've known Ryan for quite a few years. He's a great guy, phenomenal driver, and really, there's a lot of fast drivers out there that, just can't translate into instructing all that well, and I'd say Ryan is one of the best at doing so. He's a very, very fast driver, but he translates it into very good layman's terms, and he's very good at keeping people comfortable and calm, because as you can see, he doesn't get too excitable himself. He stays pretty level-headed and calm himself, but he resides, I believe, in Indianapolis still. It's one of those things where I don't believe we live far from each other, but I don't think we see each other but when we're 3,000 miles away from home.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a thrill for the passenger for sure, because one of the most talented drivers in America at the wheel, Patricio Award from Mexico, currently living in San Antonio, a current IndyCar winner, and for winning this year in Texas, he won a chance to test an actual 2021 Formula One McLaren at Abu Dhabi in a few weeks' time.
That was a smart bet on his part.
Yes, it
was.
was
A smart bet on his part, and good for him for being able to make it true and happen. It was kind of funny that I think as he was heading between turns 5 and 6, he kind of pulled over, was waiting to play around a little bit. I don't know who's driving the other 720S Spider out there, but I think Pato wants to play.
Oh, of course. Yeah, and Pato, interesting career. He's still very young, still in his early 20s, but he was on the road to Formula One. He'd done the natural ladder and had actually gone to Japan before he got the call to come back to Indy. And so he was, he then did a sort of part season in Indy, and then this year, 2021, he had a phenomenal season and was vying for the championship all the way to Mongo. So there's a lot of people think that this man is the real deal, and he could go and stay in Indy, or he could possibly end up in Formula One.
He's a very talented young man. I think the sky's the limit for him. It's wherever he wants to go, he stays level-headed. He keeps his head focused, like he seems doesn't have a problem doing, because he's already ridden some real high peaks and some deep valleys, and then back up to a peak again, as you said, with his 2021 season. But it is pretty well documented on the struggles. He had things working out really well for him, and it looked like he was going to be full-time IndyCar, and then things fell through, and he lost his opportunity. And then Zach Brown obviously was bringing the talent of Patricio Award, and was bringing McLaren back to IndyCar racing as we get the devil horns from the passenger in the 69 driving up the hill. But yeah, it was one of those deals where he's taken each opportunity and he's grabbed it with both hands. And I think that's why we're all looking forward to seeing his test in Abu Dhabi coming up, because he is the future. He is one of the favorites in the IndyCar paddock, because not only his performances in the car, but as we saw yesterday, his personality and his approachability outside the car is what really can make you a superstar in the sport.
And if you're interested in buying a McLaren, I think the starting price for that Spider you saw is about just over $300,000. But you've got your 765 SLT Spider, your 765 LT, the 720S Spider, which we saw, and the 720S, as well as the Altura. And then you've got, and that's just the supercars. There's obviously the GT. And then you get into what we saw earlier this morning, which is the McLaren Senna, there it is, and the McLaren Senna GTR. And then they've also got an exhibition, not on track today, but the Speedtails, several Speedtails here. And I found that really interesting to see the design of those. Haven't really decided which one I like, but I like the idea. I like the Speedtail effect.
I thought you ordered it already.
I've ordered it, yes.
Yeah,
I hope you don't mind. I used your car.
Yeah. So you won't get far. I know that much.
So I think I got a bit of carbon fiber out of it.
I don't even think they'll give you that. I think they may let you sit in it.
Yeah, that's about
it's
it.
like Jimmy John's. It smells free. But it's a beautiful cars over there. The Speedtail is a work of art. I mean, I first got to see one here for the Trans Am weekend in May, and Bruce Canepa actually brought his out, and it was a beautiful car, and that's when I first actually got to meet Bruce and develop a little bit of a rapport there. But he brought that out, was displaying that for us to see, and it was really, really neat of him to do so. And then now we get to see a display of, like, I think there's 4 or 5 of them down there. So if you're in the area, come on out. If not, looks like we're going to have, like Jonathan said, possible see him on the track later on today. But that's a car that is really, really special in design, and kind of pays homage to the original McLaren F1 that came out in the mid-90s. It's a 3-seater, that Speedtail is, where the driver sits centrally, and flanked on each side a little bit back would be their passengers. It's a fascinating car. It's really, really a work of art.
I also think for a company like McLaren, who are basically focused on racing, it gives their engineers, their designers, something to be a little bit more creative with, take some time with, use what they've learnt in Formula One, which is very much the Ferrari way, and put those better bits into the cars that they put on the road.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. They've got phenomenal road cars. The behavior of their car is, you see them actively on the track here, and each one of these, like those, I can tell you, the 720S Spider is getting around the racetrack with phenomenal ease and care and a lot of fun and adrenaline. However, if you needed to take that out to the store, or if you wanted to just go out for a Sunday drive, it's a very capable car for that as well. One of the best road manners that you'll find in a supercar out there offered from any manufacturer.
So a wonderful display by McLaren, and of course we are heavily swayed towards McLaren with the might of their Formula One cars here, including Zach Brown, who, by the way, has not just driven McLaren, he's also driving his own Alan Jones Williams Formula One car in the historic. He's also driving a sports car Lancia in our IMSA group. So he's had a busy weekend, Zach. I don't think he's thought about what's happening over in Brazil.
No, I don't know if he's had time to. You know, he's like you said, he's in his overalls, jumping from car to car, strapping a helmet on at every turn, and you know, getting to really enjoy, you know, spending time, I think, with Patricio Award too here, away from the pressures of an IndyCar weekend. Also being able to spend some time with the legend Mika Hakkinen, which I know that they've grown a close friendship between the two of them. And whoever's driving this white 720S Spider's having a ball out there, sliding around, doing things the way I would do. You know, it's a hot lap like he robbed a bank. You know, let's do this right. But I love the active rear wing too. When you see him get on the brakes, you know the second they go for the brake pedal, you can tell that it's the second of their brake point because you got the rear wing that pops up.
Yeah, and as I said yesterday, I always think it's a real show of both strength and confidence when you come into a market that is already 40 years plus old, and I'm talking Lamborghini, Ferrari. You know, these guys have been making supercars and very, very bespoke, customized cars for a long time. And for McLaren to come in, there's not too many companies, Aston Martin maybe another, and look at that for a sight. How much we got there? A few million for sure.
More than my rent, I can tell you that. But no, I think they're a couple $1 million a piece, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe when we get Ryan up here a little bit later, Ryan will be able to tell us all the details. He knows this McLaren product inside and out. He's very well versed in it. I mean, that's how I know. A lot of how I know Ryan is some of the McLaren projects that we've been able to do together, and so he knows this product very, very well, and so yeah, it'll be great to see him for numerous reasons, but he could definitely fill us in on exactly what's going on out here and some price points, as you know, that you can find in there, as Jonathan's been building his McLaren ever since we started this session. What color did you go with?
I've gone with a sort of royal blue.
Yeah, I kind of saw that with you.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's my Ipswich Town. That's my colours, you see.
Brings out that haze in your eyes.
Thank you.
There it is.
I didn't think you noticed.
Well, yeah, these Sennas, what a work of art that is, too. You see the wing will tilt back, you know, to lower the drag, like a, if you will, a DRS system, like you see in Formula One, which Mercedes seemed to have gotten ads for down at Interlagos, but
how apropos.
But you know, you don't have rules when you build your road car,
exactly.
So you can tilt that thing back as much. And what it looks like to me is like the DRS system in DTM cars.
Yeah.
The Deutsch Touring Masters, which is German cars, so they have a DRS system which lays the rear wing back, which I think is pretty special looking, and I believe that's what they've got going on here.
By the way, I just want to give a shout out. We were down as we did our opening link. We were right by the merchandise store, and I want to, if you're going to the Sip and Saver, save some time to get your coffee at Good Boy Bob's and have a wander, or get a glass of wine, have a look at the Zinger, but then head over to the merchandise store. Fantastic array there of hats, sweatshirts, Ralph Lauren, and it's beautiful stuff, all with the Velocity Invitational logo, and certainly worth, given that it's such a special year, 2 years after the first event, a little bit of history, take home a hat or take home a jacket, and definitely get down to the merchandise.
It's such a great area over there that they have set up, you know. You can, maybe if you say the right things, you can get them to go ahead and wrap the throttle a couple times on the Zinger over there.
So we've got a fantastic exhibition on track at the moment of McLaren Automotive coming up in a while. We'll have the Ragtime races. We'll explain what that is, but you won't want to miss that. It's a lot of fun. And then we'll get back into our group races, and it's good because we've put the Ragtime races, which are early pre-war cars, and then likewise we'll go into our Group 1, which is also pre-war sports race cars, but the real deal from 1924 to 1999. We'll be racing in our Group 1. So we met one of the drivers this morning and gave us a good idea on him. We'll tell you about that a little later as we watch the two Sennas go about their business on track.
Yeah, that's not a bad little sight to see here. We've been spoiled with it a few times out here, and they've put on a great exhibitions every time they go out. I know the customers that are here enjoying this portion of their day is a special time too, and I think some of these customers are even doing some of the vintage racing, if I understood Ryan correctly. And so there's people out there that are actually getting a lot of laps that have already a lot of laps here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Well, it's heating up to be a beautiful day here. No mist or fog this morning here in the Bay, but the sun came out early, and I think it's going to be a hot one.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to the paddock area that you were talking about, the merch area is just, like I said, our good friends, Eric Joyner's got his Good Boy Bob coffee, which is pretty special brew down there. I believe you could buy bags of coffee down there from them, and then they also have some delicious macaroni and cheese.
I was about to say, it's a bit tempting. You get your coffee and your mac and cheese, and if that's not for you, there's a pizza.
There's pizza right next door. There's some vino over there. So yeah, there's definitely, and then like you said, the merchandise, second to none. It's quality merchandise. Name brand Ralph Lauren, Polo. It's really nice stuff. New Era. So it's premium gear, and I know that we've scored some ourselves while we've been here, and we encourage you all to go do the same. You want to commemorate something, as what we've had this weekend.
You know what I like about that gray and orange is that at first, from this distance, you're not quite sure what it is. It's a supercar. Then you get close, and then you look at the grey, and you think, oh, what's that? And then you see the orange. And if you know you're McLaren, you'll say, it's a McLaren.
And that's a hypercar.
Yeah,
that's a hypercar. That's the same thing as we have with the Zinger that's down there in that same area we just talked about, the merch area. The Zinger is also in the hypercar classification. You're over 1,000 horsepower. You're in that classification. So as we see one of those Sennas pulling off right there into the back area of the paddock. I believe we're starting to draw closer to an end of this session.
Well, I would have thought that would be a great thrill for any of the passengers that were. I don't know who gets to do that, but I'm guessing it would either be potential buyers or perhaps even guys that have worked for Watertown.
I believe we got Pato right here going through the paces,
and
giving
pushing
hot
it. You can hear the tires crying.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that is Pato. That was very, very clean driving. No matter what, that is a pro behind the wheel there because you're seeing it happen. And these guys, they won't do, so it's a pro when they go out and in. They won't, for a hot lap, they won't keep going. Because
the brakes get too hot, right?
Well, it's not that. No, these cars can handle it. It is the fact that they need to get as many people in a passenger seat.
I see, yeah. I'll bet.
Award.
Yeah.
And so this is usually out and in laps, although it looks like he's going to actually complete a lap. We're going to get a full flyer here. Special VIP treatment. Beautiful drive. Beautiful four-wheel drift as it comes. It gets the checkered flag for the session.
Give it some beans. It's still chatting along the way.
Oh, I guarantee you chatted the whole way around. Yeah, I mean, that's what's so special about a hot lap with a true professional like Patricio Award or a Ryan Lewis down there, who we also know.
Oh, yes.
It's always going to be a chatterbox moment. They want to talk about what they're experiencing because that's a teaching moment as well. You're able when you're able to feel what those drivers' inputs are and they're telling you what those inputs are doing. It only builds your confidence to not necessarily try what they're doing because it takes a skill level to get there, but it certainly gives you the confidence that the car can handle more than what you've been giving it usually at the student level.
So wherever you're tuning in around the world, and we are live on YouTube for the Goodwood YouTube channel, Goodwood Facebook, and Motor Trend, motorvision.com, racer.com here in the USA, and Paul Fanner here. I'm hoping to get him up in the booth at some point, and Velocity Invitational's Facebook, as well as the Velocity Invitational YouTube.com site, so go wherever you want. There's also the Eurosport player. Go to www.eurosport.com.
On the cool down lap, going up the hill there to the corkscrew they are, and that beautiful 720S Spider.
Well, let's head down to the paddock. And Kev, what are you up to, Kev? What have you found?
Well, thanks, Johnny. I am down here with the products of the future. We're surrounded by historic sports racing cars, but Jake Hawksworth and John Miller of Hypercraft Racing have just been filling me in on what the future is all about. Standing in front of a huge trophy truck here, Jake, but it's what's going on, or what could be going on inside this truck, that you guys at Hypercraft Racing are all about.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a very advanced electric propulsion system that we're developing, and we're working with Geyser Brothers, who's kind of the #1 name in trophy truck building, to bring a brand new all-electric trophy truck to off-road racing.
It's incredible, and what we're talking about here then is bringing, electrification and accessibility to this kind of technology to lower-end teams and motorsport teams right across the board.
Yeah, that's right. The development of electric vehicle drive systems is incredibly expensive, but it has to be done in a very safe way, fully engineered way. So that's what Hypercraft does, and then we give access to, builders, motorsport, creatives, innovators that want access to build electric vehicles.
I'll come back to you, Jake, because I've got a question for you now, John, and I'm very interested in this because of my kind of connections in the UK with the car industry. When it comes to electrification of vehicles, which is what you're all about, people are still concerned about range anxiety, charging options being plentiful, and is perhaps going to an electric vehicle the way that they want to go. It seems to be where we're headed, but how are we overcoming these kind of thoughts from your average consumer?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of development that's happening in infrastructure across the board, and companies like Tesla are really, breaking the seal on perception of what kind of performance you can get out of an electric vehicle. What we're doing is putting it in the hands of the grassroots culture, so that they can tinker with it and build on their existing chassis and stuff like that. So we're essentially providing it to the one-offs who are really innovators in the sport.
It's really interesting, and obviously Friday night kicked off down here, Jake, with a panel discussion with yourself and Zach Brown and others, all about the future of motorsport, and we've probably just got about 30 seconds to wrap it up, but what were some of the takeaways of that kind of panel discussion about the future of motorsport?
I think the future of motorsport is a balanced future where we preserve the history of the past. We're not here to replace internal combustion. We're introducing a new technology. We want to gain access not only to the fans of motorsport, but also to the people that participate, access to the electric propulsion, and it's I think one of the most exciting times for the future of motorsport.
It really is, guys. Thanks ever so much for talking to us. From the cars and the technology of the future to the cars and the technology of pre-war, post-war, the 1900s, it's the Ragtime Racers with Kerry.
Yeah, well, we have stepped back a bit into time here with the Ragtime Racers. Now I'm joined with Brian. We haven't got long because they're heading out onto the track here at Laguna Seca. But Brian, tell me about this fabulous machine.
This is a Romano Sternavant. It was built 100 years ago from surplus World War I airplane engines and a 1916 Auburn chassis that had been wrecked.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic down here. You really have recreated a bit of history and so many magnificent machines. How did yourself become involved in this?
I had an old family friend that raced a national in 1912, and he was a chauffeur and won the race, and that got me started when I found an old trunk of his full of his racing memorabilia. And from that day on, I've been hooked.
Yeah, I bet you have. They are so fantastic. What other cars can we see here amongst yours? What else is here?
We've got some really exciting cars. We've got the oldest Packard race car in the world. number 16. We have a locomobile that is one of two that raced back in 1909. We've got 2 or 3 nationals, including the one that ran in the very first Indy 500 in 1911.
That's very cool. Now the engines are roaring. It's time for you to get out there and enjoy it.
Thank you. It's a lot of fun.
I bet it is. Thank you so much, Brian. All right, I'm going to hand back down to you, Kev, now.
Ragtime races. One of my favorite parts is to see these guys, and they travel around America. I've seen them in Indianapolis, I've seen them at Coda, I've seen them all around America, but to see them here in where they should be, which is at a vintage race and basically representing as a precursor to our Group 1, which is coming up straight after, which is pre-war 24 to 39 pre-war sports racing cars, is the perfect setup because these guys basically put on a show, and their whole essence is to educate people about these pre-war engines, cars, and really the beginnings of racing in America, and they do it well. You can see the setup here. But the cars are so well prepared. I've been a passenger in one of them at Sonoma at the first event, and absolutely enjoyed every moment of it. It's rather scary as a passenger because of course you can see for yourself there's not a lot of places. But that was the sort of thinking back then, was that you didn't want to be strapped in, because if you had a problem, you wanted to be as far away from this large aeroplane engine and racing car as possible, so they would have their spotter, as they were. There wasn't just a passenger, it was an actual spotter, and it wasn't until Ray Haroon invented the mirror in the Indy 500 and didn't have a passenger that effectively racing changed. But back then, no mirrors, you had your own spotter who he could look over his shoulder and also start the car for you and sort out any problems. I'm delighted to also welcome into the booth the man who's put this all together for us, and we're delighted to have Jeffrey O'Neill, who is a busy boy. So we've got him for about 5 minutes, but I just wanted to get your feedback mid-weekend, as it were. I'm sure you've got probably 3 or 4 rides. How's it going? We don't get out there in the paddock, but we will later in the day. But what's the feedback you're getting from the fans?
Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning.
So far, it's been fantastic. I mean, the drivers, the cars, the guests, you name it. Everybody that's been in the paddock has had a really, really great time. Now you have going out the ragtime races. These guys are awesome. They started these, years ago, and to have these early cars out, and I love the quote of Henry Ford. When did racing start? He said when the second car got built.
Yep.
And these cars are kind of back in that period. I mean, the early 1900s. It's extraordinary, and they come as a team and they run as a team, and they're just fantastic.
As an organizer, I would have thought the hardest part of this is trying to create a vision of equity. And what I mean by that is who's in each group, who races. There's a lot of vintage racers out there. Obviously, the majority are from the West Coast in this particular instance, and that is apropos. But how do you go about deciding how many in each group and what cars, or I've got to have one of those, I've got to have one of, I've got to represent this, and is that probably along of the organising is a long time ago before the event even starts? You're thinking, what groups are right?
We are planning that over a year in advance. We've got a team of 3 always working on cars, working on grids. We want them to be period correct. All the cars now, we are the only vintage racer in North America that insists on original racing history on every car. Authenticity, the right tires. So what that has done is it's brought out some amazing cars that ordinarily don't want to come out of these secret garages. But we're trying to create a forum where people can come and safely race their extraordinary and historic race cars. And the more originality, the better.
Well, I know that Adam's enjoying every minute of it. You weren't at Sonoma with us, but your eyes popped out when you saw the groups and what was available, and to be here at Laguna as well.
Yeah, it's special. I mean, you could tell that you were obviously inspired to do something different than what had been done in the vintage world before, and you just said it right there. You're the only ones, and you found a niche in there, and that niche brought, like you said, some fantastic vehicles out of the woodwork, and we've been so privileged to sit here in this commentary booth. I know you've got to get running, and you're anxious to get out there with your own session coming up here soon, and we appreciate every second that you give us here. But yeah, it's been a true pleasure to see not only what you've organized here, and you've been so gracious too. All credit you've given to your entire team. You felt like you had this vision, and you've had these people in place, and you've given such good credit to those people that have executed this, because it is far and away the best event I've attended aesthetically too. On top of all the things we get to see entry wise, but the aesthetics of this paddock, and as we get an overview of it right there, is just one of the most pleasing things I've seen. So congratulations.
Awesome. Well, thank you both for coming and helping make this a great event.
I've got two more things. I know you want to give a shout out, or I do, to Steve Earle, Tom Price, Mark Osborne, the likes of Zach Brown, obviously your team, Ryan Turi out there as well, and Brittany Kinch doing a fantastic job. Who else would you like to kind of give a shout out to, and what else would you like to see next year?
Well, I guess two things. The shout out is going to be to the wives or spouses of the teams that came and worked here, because we stole them
from about
6 months ago, and they haven't seen them in the last 2 weeks. So that's where the real shout out goes. Next year, we're scheduled for October 14th. We are hoping to just continually bring cars out of garages that people haven't seen, get them on the track. I mean, having the 300 SLR was terrific. Having 3 GTOs here, we wanted 2 short wheelbases. I mean, Jags, you name it, everything we've got. Porsches, 356s. We want to just keep bringing great people and better cars, and we will keep curating these grids so they look authentic and in period.
Good for you. And what will you be racing today?
I will be racing Tom Price's GTO in about at 12:20 and 9:45 a Maserati Birdcage.
Nice.
And then the Ford GT Le Mans car 2016. I think that goes out at 11:05.
Why do you like? I know you do that Birdcage a lot. I've seen you on many occasions on that car. What do you like about it so much?
Oh my God, the car is fabulous. It's light, it's fast, it handles well. It's like a full-size go-kart. It's the drive, totally balanced, just a blast.
Well, listen, we know you're a busy man. My thanks to you and Ryan putting it all on. We will carry on as we are. Feel free to send anybody up here that you feel needs to come and talk to us.
We will. We will. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey O'Neill, who is the organizer of the event and has been running this event now for 2 years. We had a year off during the COVID break, but we're here and running at Laguna Seca. Delighted he'll be in action later today. And you know what? It made me think while listening to Jeff there, there's an importance to this too. I mean, history is history. It doesn't matter whether you make sewing machines or you're talking about horse racing or you're talking about the court system. It doesn't matter. History is history. And how you preserve it and how you go about it is very interesting. Motorsport has chosen to show it and show what it does as we get ready for our ragtime races. But that, I think, is really important, is that the history is preserved. Yes, we're flying into the future with Elon Musk and electric cars, but these cars have a place, and people still want to learn about how the motor car came to be. It's the most important thing in our lives, and I think it will remain so for the next many, many years to come.
I've been saying it all along with the electric car, is that you want to get a whole generation super excited about internal combustion engines. Tell them they can't have one. and that's kind of where we're at, because you're seeing this whole generation that's being threatened to not have this thunder, to not have what we've known for 100 years, to be changed that dramatically. Yeah, I agree. It's never going to go away. And this history, as we see it in motion right here, this is what I love about it. This is history in motion. We're seeing these ragtime racers. These are all, turn-of-the-century vehicles. These are horse carriage basically with an engine. And it's amazing to watch them out there. And this is passion. This is true passion. You know, their suits are flapping in the wind. This is exciting stuff to see.
Well, you'll be pleased to know the car that you just saw, the number 20, was built in your backyard, and I say that. It was built in Indianapolis. It's a 1911 National Racer, 450 cubic inches, 4-cylinder, T-head with 100 horsepower and a 3-speed transition, non-synchro.
Nice, absolutely. No, I love to see
wooden wheels and mechanical brakes. Rear owner. How could you handle that?
Very carefully. Around the yard of bricks in Indianapolis, it would have been very carefully.
Well, in fact, that car that you're looking at, well, not this one, but the number 20 I mentioned, that actually raced at the first Indy 500. As we look at car number 5. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, these machines are just something else. I love the display. This is a full exhibition. This is the only time that we do not see any lap times up on timing and scoring. Nobody here. It's just all about getting these cars out on track and
enjoy it. Yeah.
And showing, hanging on from the outside there. No such thing as keeping your arms and legs inside at all times.
No.
This is, you got to hang on to whatever you can out there. It's basically a motorcycle with 4 wheels back then.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, as we looked at the number 4, that's the 1915 Ford Racer. But as we mentioned, the job of the spotter and mainly was the job. But look how the lean at the corkscrew. That was another important thing, was to actually balance the car through the corners. And so they would get the passenger to lean. And sometimes both of them would lean. And it's all part of being in unison. But you can imagine when you're really in the pursuit of a proper race that you guys would be, working in unison to lean and keep the weight of the car and all feel 4 wheels, on the ground, so to speak. But that number 4 Ford T Racer, a 4-cylinder, 177 cubic inches, Raho, overhead valve cylinder head, and Hartford shocks as well.
You're surprised to see that these things have shocks on them at all. I just saw leaf springs out there, but this is it takes you back in a time. I've only seen before I was first introduced to Ragtime Racers, which was earlier this year, to be honest. I have only seen these kind of cars represented in the museum. The great Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, for example. That's the only time I've ever seen these aesthetically. Other than that, you kind of close your eyes and imagine. And, the little video clips that you'll find of those early Indy 500s that are in their archives. But to see it come alive here and the way they put on this exhibition, the Ragtime Racers, is quite special, because it's not just what they do here on track, it's also what they do in the paddock. Their paddock presentation is second to none. They have a beautiful trailer set up with the beautiful time period pictures of racing in those eras and in that era, in that time period. Also have people in their time period clothing around that area, so they really buy into the whole aspect. Just like we saw up there with up here with the cycle carts yesterday, with our guests that we had in the tower yesterday from the cycle carts. In period dress, and it's just, you love to see them all get in of what's going on here. And I think one of the things we haven't pointed out either is for the team here, Velocity Invitational, it's been a great mix of not only this but the modern technology of having McLaren Automotive Group here and having the Ford GTLMs here, also having the motorcycles here and the Superbikes, Moto America. This is, I gotta say, very eclectic and very, very forward-thinking, and on them wanting to go ahead and do the mixture like they've done.
Yeah, and also what's important about this type of car and this type of period is that, I mentioned that Ford race, and obviously Ford is still going strong, and you can see the latest 2022 Ford GT down in the paddock, as well as the 1915 Ford Racer that's out there. But names like the National or Franklin Special, Hudson Super 6 Racers, they're no more. So to see them actually in motion and still working 100 years on, it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Oh, it is, without question. Without question. It is definitely a special sight. It's one of our true treats that we get here this weekend. And, I think that might be, I think Jeff kind of answered our question on why we didn't see the Mormon Wasp, but needed to have that history.
Yeah.
And that's a replica. That was a replica. So I got a great appreciation for what Jeff's vision is here and how they're following through with it. And, it's really, even these ragtime racers have got to show that history.
Yeah, and even the Formula One McLaren that you'll see out, the modern, the 98s and the 2011 cars, they are period to the point of computers too. So if it took a basic laptop from the 80s or 90s to run it, that's what's running it now. And that again is Jeff's. It has to be right.
Yeah,
and Zach Brown believes that too.
You could hear the blown diffuser on the two. So that was the era of the blown diffusers, and you could hear them off throttle, and the blown it's still blowing exhaust gas over the diffuser. And actually, that car, it didn't have a blown diffuser because the rules had changed, so they were taking advantage of where the exhaust exits had to be. So they were taking advantage of what was called the Coandra effect, where they were drawing the energy off of blowing the exhaust gas, drawing the energy along the body lines, and that would pull that exhaust gas down onto the tray, and that would create that extra downforce. But that was a really special era, and I think it was, that car was a great version, and I think it was without some reliability issues maybe early on in the season, that would have been a serious contender to Sebastian Vettel in that Red Bull for the World Championship that year.
Just saw a nice Hudson there, Hudson Motor Company from Detroit, Michigan.
Listen, a lot of American muscle here.
Yeah, exactly. Original American muscle.
Yes, sir.
Well, as you heard from the interview with Kiri, the crossover between the development of the motor car in the 1900s and the 1920s was basically cars and aeroplanes, because when the Wright brothers finally got it right, and we went flying, and then we went to war, and we flew in both World War I and World War II, the engines that were being developed in the day became used for airplanes as well. So then they took those airplane engines, because that was the power, and put them in cars like these. So it all was kind of a coming together of technology. And at the time, it was an amazing technology. Imagine if you were in a horse and car in your 20s, and then in your 40s, you're looking at these and going, oh, I can go 65 miles in a day?
I spoke of that yesterday, right? My grandmother, she spoke of horse and buggy, and then, by the time she had passed on, the internet had been created. So, to think about all those things that happened in between, like you said, the evolution, the car, the invention of the car, the evolution of the car, being in the airplane, airplanes, commercial air flight, air travel, and man on the moon. All these things that she got to experience in a lifetime. But the car, the automobile, the checkered flag falls on the ragtime racers, but the automobile just continues this incredible evolution, as we see with the McLaren Automotive group here, the active aerodynamics that they have. And when you see just where we've come 100 years in the car, from the ragtime racers to the modern cars of today, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think if I had a son or a daughter who knew my passion for racing, and then was able to come to a day like this and explain how the development came, no kid likes sitting in a classroom, but every kid is fascinated by something they can see, smell, breathe, get about it, get amongst it, maybe riding one or sitting one. Then suddenly the interest is piqued. Then suddenly any kid, a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, will learn something of a day from this, and also explaining how these were the forerunners to what Mum and Dad take them to the cinema with, or to the movies with, or to school with. This was the starting off. And I don't think any kid could not be amazed at what they're looking at here.
That's honestly, if you want to know the truth, that's how I learned numbers and stuff growing up, was with racing. If I wanted to learn fractions, I turned lap times into fractions. Learned a lot of fractions off of just wrenches, and things of that sort. So it was, one of those things where, racing, certainly the visceral part of it is what definitely, teaches you. And I couldn't agree more. We got a group of safety trucks at the top of the hill. Might have had a ragtime racer at a stall up at the top of the hill here.
what's going on there. I didn't see a car parked up. Here comes the 4. And those tiny little wooden wheels coming down the lagoon.
Making it happen.
Corkscrew. I tell you what, I would be very, very nervous in one of those cars trying to drive it around here. That's no mean feat.
No, I mean, I think, as brave as the men and women were of the day that yielded these vehicles, they're just equally as brave as, today as they peel off the track there between turns number 10 and 11.
Yes, a nice display of ragtime races, which sets us up nicely for our Group 1 coming up. And that will be 1924 to 1939 pre-war sports racing cars. And that will be a race. And if we got yesterday to go on, it should be a very good one too. And as we look high above the Laguna Seca circuit, the sun is brightly shining here in November. And as you can see right in the front of your picture there, we've got a fantastic pre-grid, as we're calling it, or velocity lane. And that's where Kiri has perched herself and is in and amongst it. Let's go down to Kiri.
Yeah, it is. So much, Johnny. Okay, well, I'm standing by the 99 car, which is the Lotus that you can see just there. Now, that Lotus, it wasn't that successful in terms of racing, and it's actually a smaller engine than some of the other cars here, but a gorgeous car in that fabulous racing green. So the 99 car is driven by, I'm just having a look down my list there, Steve McCartney. So we can just see eyes on that car there. Actually, we may as well just stick the mic in, actually, because they've got a lovely brolly here. So I'll just stick the mic in. Steve, you're looking forward to heading out onto the track? I didn't think Steve would be able to hear. Once you've got the helmet on, they can't hear much down here because it is so noisy, but we'll give a wave to Steve anyway. And that is Steve McCarthy that's driving there. All right, well, we did actually want to move down the grid here to car number 7. Well, this is the car that's just pulling in here. Now, this is a Maserati T61 birdcage. Now, actually, the birdcage was made out of all sort of different tubes, and it was one of the very few cars that were designed in that way. In fact, probably was one of the only cars designed in that way. So a fascinating history behind this Maserati. This one, a 1960 Maserati, driven by Jonathan Faber. We'll just have a look. Let you hear the roar of the engine, and then hopefully we might be able to get a word with him. Now, there is another Maserati in this category as well, so keep your eyes out for car 24 as well. I don't think with car number 57 revving in the background you'll be able to hear much. Now, that's William Taylor in a Cooper Monaco in the car 57. Let's just take you down the line so you can just have a look at these glorious cars, and maybe we might be able to get down, because we are hoping to be able to grab a word with Mark Osborne. So we'll walk down here and see if we can catch up with him. But the noise down here, as always, is just absolutely spectacular. All right, well, we are having a look at car number 5 at the moment, and he's not actually on our list, so he's a sneaky entry. So we'll find out more. I think the boys in the commentary booth will probably be able to give you a little bit more of an insight into that fantastic car. Now, 164 is Mark Sang. He's driving the Lotus 11 Le Mans car, and you can just see some of the names on the car of people, including Graham Hill, who have driven this car. All right, now eyes on car number 64, Bob Harrison. And yeah, a big thumbs up from Bob, definitely looking to head out and enjoy his time out there. Now, Now, Charles McCabe, I believe we spoke to Charles yesterday. Charles looking raring to go. I wonder if Charles will be able to hear me. Charles, looking forward to getting out there?
Yeah, it's going to be good fun.
Can you tell us a little bit about the car?
Another beautiful day for it, huh?
It is a beautiful day. Now, if you wonder why Charles answered slightly different to what I asked him, the reason is because the engines down here are so very, very loud, and it is almost impossible to hear anything I am saying. Now, next along the list is Greg Mayer. This is a Sadler MK4. This is from 1959. Greg looking very cool there in his sunglasses there, ready to go out. All right, well, we are working our way down the line. We did want to get to Mark Osborne, but we haven't managed to catch our eyes on that. Okay, now eyes on car number 65. This is Michael Silverman. Michael, I don't know whether you can hear me, but are you looking forward to getting out there?
Oh, yes, because it's kind of hot sitting here.
It is kind of
air conditioning going.
Now, can you tell me a little bit about this car?
It's one of 3 built in 1958 and 59. It's a home-built special on a 56 Chevy sedan chassis with a small block injected Corvette engine and drum brakes, which makes it terrifying.
I was just going to add that. Now, how did this car get into your hands?
It was up for sale, and I used to run with this group in my dad's Lister, and it was basically, it was a way to have the cheapest house in the most expensive zip code at Monterey.
Fantastic.
Now I'm back racing with all my old buddies.
Fantastic. Well, you enjoyed it.
On a budget.
Well, it's all on a rather fabulous budget. Now, I think we might head back up here, because once these engines roar, I'm not even sure you can hear my microphone too much, so it's probably about time that Johnny and Adam, you take over.
Great job, Kerry. Yeah, and wonderful shots from our cameraman Tony Garcia there. And they'll be up and down that Velocity lane throughout the day. And it's a great concept that to create your own pit lane, because obviously you can't have everybody that close to a live pit lane and racetrack, which is obviously how it normally is here. So they created their own pre-grid, effectively. Very similar to Trans Am in that respect, but a great way for the fans and guests here to really enjoy and get up close, and us as TV to get up close, because you know, we too want to see these cars up close and personal.
For sure, I agree. I think that's been one of the highlights for me to see here. I think this is something that you're going to see possibly mimicked at events moving forward, because it's really smart and kind of really sharply done. It's safe too. You know, it gives you, as I said earlier, I bet Haggerty loves it, because it's got it's got that area where the fans, you know, are separated, you know, from the cars, but they're right on top of them. You know, they still are up close and personal, but they're also in that safe boundary area, which is also really what makes that special. But really nice. Look at that. Look at the metal work. Amount of man hours on that Cooper Monaco. What a piece of rolling art. Love that. That is gorgeous. The rivet work, just the love and care into that machine alone. Just beautiful. Great shots by TG there.
Yep. By the way, that we had Jeffrey O'Neill. Well, he is out in that birdcage just across the way from, or just behind this car that you're looking at right now. And I just wanted to give you an understanding of it, because it's one of 5 birdcages run by the famous Camaraderie team. Finished 5th overall at the 1960 Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers and competed at the 1960 24 Hours of Le Mans. So it's a pretty special car, as Jeffrey was intonating. Immaculately prepared. And it's been running in vintage for quite some time. And Jeffrey, it's like I said, every vintage race I've gone to, Jeffrey's run that car pretty much. Here it is, coming up after the 57. There it is. The birdcage. Beautiful.
What wonderful shots here. Great job, Tony.
1960 Maserati.
Right around now is when I swerve at Tony.
Yeah, I know. You've had your moments. He does like to get as close as he possibly can, but you're on to him now.
He does a brilliant job. He truly does. But yeah, They're getting the pace car out, going to get set up.
Well, he's fed well. That's the thing with Tony. If you feed him well, you never look back.
Yeah. We double McGriddled him up this morning.
Oh,
he's ready to go.
He's flying now. So our Group 3 action is on its way, 1957 to 1961. This is the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy Race presented by Bonhams. And, of course, Sterling Moss, very much in our thoughts, sadly, passed away last year, and just a true gentleman and one of the greatest racing drivers of all time. And I don't think anybody would quibble with that.
No one, no walking soul ever would. And, yeah, they're an incredible, like you said, just an incredible race driver, but like you mentioned, human being off the racetrack was just a pure gentleman, obviously sorely missed, in our sport. But yeah, lived a great full life, was an amazing career. The man that created the four-wheel drift. He's credited with a lot of things, but that's probably the thing that I love the most is because the fact that he was sliding around those big Mercedes-Benz tanks of the era. And he's just a brilliant individual.
Well, ironically, he was an inventor in his own right. His house was filled with all sorts. He had his own elevator in his house, and suddenly it also caught him out because he fell down the shaft one time. But it did. It's a true story.
I believe that. No,
yeah.
Only you would know those things.
Exactly. It's well documented. But he had all sorts of things. He had a dining room table that would crank down to the floor from the ceiling.
Oh, right.
He had a dumbwaiter as well as the elevator. So he was a tinkerer of all trades.
That's
but fascinating. I would love to have spent an evening. I've spent a few lunches, but I would love to have spent an evening at Sterling Moss's house, just having him take me through all of his bits and gadgets.
Sure.
Because he loved it.
Yeah, I bet. I mean,
come here, boy. Look at this.
Yes, if that's your pride project, and those are your prides, then that's the idea.
Talking of characters and lovely men to be with to talk historics, a man who's just been out on track will join us for our Group 3. He, of course, is the man we were talking about in the Jaguar XK120. And that was a car that won the first Pebble Beach race with Phil Hill back in 1920. And James Alder, 1950, excuse me, why did I say 1920? 1950, the first Pebble Beach races. They ran them for 5 years before they started building Laguna Seca. And here we are today. But James, you had a run, and by the way, you had a couple of moments we saw as well.
Yeah, I did have a couple of moments, and I had a great run.
Please do explain.
And I will. But we've got to watch this start
here. Yes, we will.
Because this is
get underway.
Great group. I see Ernie Nakasamu, I may not pronounce his name correctly, in Old Yeller. He looks like he's kind of gridded in the back.
Ernest Nakamatsu.
Yes, and then Jeff O'Neill is in the Birch.
Yep, he's been up here already and had a chat.
Oh, that's great. Well, this is a fantastic group.
Here we go.
Of course, there's the Pooper, and that's the very first car that won the first race at the Laguna Seca, driven by Pete Lovely.
So the Pooper. It's a Cooper body and chassis with Porsche engine and drivetrain.
Hence
the Pooper.
Yes.
Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Super fast car, as you can see.
And it's pooping on the rest of the field at the moment.
Yep.
It's got 140 mile an hour top speed with just a mild 145 horsepower. So it shows you really kind of how light that car is and how agile that little machine is.
Yeah.
Well, as we get underway, and it'll get a bit more intense, but I do want to go back to your run. It was a superb one of the best I've seen you do.
Thank you.
Tell me about it.
Well, I was gridded fifth. And
finished fifth, I think.
Yeah, I finished fifth.
There you go.
I did lose a couple of positions to the Allard on 2 occasions. But one time when he went off, he ended up cutting a tire. And so the car got real squirrely. They went off again in 10 when the tire was giving out. And then of course I passed him and of course remained ahead of him because he didn't finish. But I was definitely trying to hold him back, and I was making my car a little wide on a couple of occasions when he was coming up on me. So I don't really call it blocking. I I refer to it as course management.
There you go. I was explaining how back in the early 50s when, in the day of the Jaguars coming over here and being imported, obviously you drove your car to the race. And I'd be interested to know both in period and what you do, because you carry on that tradition. You drive your race car from Reno, Nevada, and that's how you go racing. What do you have to do to effectively go from a road car to a race car? And I suppose not a great deal with an XK 120.
Well, you know, that 120 has stiffer torsion bars, stiffer anti-roll bar. I've got the engine in a very good fettle. It's a 3.8 liter. The original 120s were 3.4, but the Phil Hill winning car was bored to 3.8.
Okay.
So they do allow that. Now, I have single exhaust and dual carburetors. Now, the green 120 that unfortunately broke an axle yesterday, he has 3 carburetors on his. That's Bill Rookledge. But, you know, I keep my car very streetable because from my perspective, that's what this is about. You know, driving in the way and manner in which it was done back in the day. And when I first started driving the car to the track, I really didn't have a choice of a trailer and a tow vehicle. You know, the only way to get it there was to drive it there. Over the years, you know, my finances have improved and I could have a trailer. I could afford a trailer and a tow vehicle. But you know, honestly, I get so much positive attention and or notoriety, it's hard for me to give that up.
How long does it take you?
Well, from Reno, depending on conditions, weather conditions, and traffic, I've made it in as short a time as about 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's the record, but it's typically about 5.5 hours.
We're looking at Greg Mayer there in the Sadler Mark IV, but we also saw that 1959 beautifully prepared Lotus 17 in traditional colors, just coming out of 12 and onto the main straight now.
Proven to be a very good race here, too, between Cameron Healy and David Swig. David Swig in that 1961 L1, you know, Chaparral being another one of those marquee marks out there, obviously, that is, you know, got such great history around it, has got such great dominance at some points, a lot of points throughout its history, Chaparral being as a brand. And so the great Jim Hall with Chaparral, so... And then you got John Hill rounding out the podium right now in that Lola Mark I. And again, Lola, you know, this is an early onset version, and it's a 1960 Lola Mark I that John Hill's out there representing. So
Lola Mark I is a wonderful race car. But you had mentioned the Sadler, and I had met and raced with Bill Sadler on a couple of occasions up in the Pacific Northwest, in Portland and in Kent, Washington. And that car that Greg Meyer's driving is really, really just a fantastic car. Now, I think this is Jeff in the birdcage.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Is that Jeff?
Yep.
It's timing and scoring as Jonathan Fiber, so that's
well, we'll see.
I think there's more than one birdcage out there.
There's 2.
Now, look at the Monsterati. That special was built by Bill Zanowski, and that's David Swig's brother, Howard. Now, I raced for many years with their father, Martin. And when I saw those kids at the track when they were just little kids, you know, with toy cars in their hands. And here they are, David in the Chaparral and Howard in the Monsterati. And Bill Zanowski is here this weekend. I've talked to him on a couple of occasions. He built the 50s, then went on to get an engineering degree. Technology was changing so fast. He sold the car and went on with his life. And then in the early 80s, he discovered vintage racing, and it started to give him a whole new lease on life. And Bill found that original special that he built, dragged it out of the mud in Texas, restored the car, and then raced it for about another 2 decades.
Wow.
Before he sold it to David Swig.
I love that. Absolutely fantastic.
Of Mark Sainz here, that's in that Le Mans.
The
Lotus 11 Le Mans.
Yeah, Mark Sang is a great driver. I've driven with him many times.
He's holding a pretty wheel there. Gets to the hairpin quite nicely. That little car there, it looks like a little slot car out here on WeatherTech Raceway.
And I think 6. That's Jeff O'Neill.
Yeah,
and
sense.
Look at him work the wheel there. Look at that coming out of 10, I believe.
He interestingly described it. I said, what do you like about it so much? He said, well, it's just a giant go-kart, which I thought was a little bit insulting to Maserati, but I get what he says. He said it's so much fun to drive.
Well, I'd love to be able to, drive something light to actually turn and brake.
This is Jeffrey Heller.
Jeffrey Heller?
That's Jeffrey Heller.
Okay, well, I apologize. What car is Jeff O'Neill in?
Number 8. They have Jeffrey O'Neill in number 8.
A whole gaggle of bird cages
there
out
you
here.
go.
There is. There's 3 of them total. There's 3 of them in total.
Did you all discuss why they're called the bird cage?
Yes, but feel free to explain more.
In case somebody missed it the first time, if you look through the windscreen of the Tipo 61, the Maserati birdcage, you'll be able to see the framework, a very intricate framework of little, like, half-inch diameter tubes that make the structure, and it's so tight, in theory, it would keep a bird in there, thus the name.
Yeah, and what was the thinking behind that construction? Because it is very intricate. And would therefore
strength and lightweight.
Okay.
Yeah. It's, I believe, a 2.5-liter double overhead cam inline 4-cylinder in that vehicle that is canted at an angle to try to keep, a low aerodynamic. And it was an extremely successful vehicle. Bird cages were just fantastic.
Good little battle here between the 64 and the 39. Super T39 Bobtail.
Bob Hardison in that 1958 Echidna Special.
Oh, the Echidna.
Echidna. What is Echidna?
Sometimes called the enchilada.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 of those. And the Echidna Special, V8, not bad looking. 3. There's 3 in there. A gaggle of bird cages and I don't know what it would be called, a gross of echidnas.
And there's only
or a
3
full plate of enchiladas.
3 of those Echidna Specials ever built. So, yeah, that's special.
Yeah, it is.
That is truly special.
So a fantastic group, this, and one that I'm glad you came in for this one, James, because I know it's warm to your heart. Is there an Arnold Special or a Chaparral of these, which I know you're a Jaguar man, but which of these would you like to drive?
Well, I've only had the experience in the 120, and the owners of these cars offered me a drive. Maybe that day is coming. And there are some events where you can trade cars, and I wouldn't mind doing that.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
Well, like you say, there's a trust amongst the fraternity here that, we were laughing about having young racing drivers drive historic cars. It's not always a good idea because they're used to paddle shifts and not really having to do anything. To actually understand an old car needs a little bit of work and time, doesn't it?
Yeah, but if they could work up to it, it would give them just a whole new feel for mechanical engineering and knowledge, and you can really feel what the car is doing. It's I think a much more pleasurable driving experience.
Well, Adam, you can attest to this. A lot of young drivers these days are now starting to take, because of the price point and because of the opportunity to effectively help a gentleman driver, a lot of young buck drivers who don't get, past Formula 3, let's say, are now taking to historics and starting to drive hard in historics. We've got a lot of young guys. I noticed that at Monaco, 18, 19-year-old guys who literally have grown up, often with a family of people who've been in historics, but are becoming handy peddlers of historic cars and then able to go into normal motor racing, if you will. So it's a kind of a different transformation to get there.
Oh, absolutely. I think it says a lot to the fact of understanding your mechanics of a car, and that's what, when you're vintage racing or racing something that has a time period to it and a history, and you have to drive something with that level of respect, then it only adds to your skill set. And I think more and more, even more and more people are recognizing that also as a stepping stone, and recognizing the drivers, when they are running in the vintage cars. And most importantly, I think what you find too is some really good endurance drivers come from the vintage stuff, because they're just very good at getting the most out of the car without an abuse factor. When you're talking about endurance racing, because it's such a long-term package out there. You can't be banging wheels. You can't be knocking panels off the car. You have to be nice and smooth. This is a race for the lead right here.
Yeah, here are the leaders. Look at this.
The 166.
Yeah, the Pooper's been leading the whole way, but now they're in traffic, and with 3 minutes and 42 seconds to go, it looks almost inevitable that the Porsche...
What is the 166 car, Adam?
The 166 is a Chaparral 1.
Oh, is the Chaparral,
Yeah.
and that's David Sweet driving it
yeah.
then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the very first Chaparral.
Oh,
Look
it's a
at
matter
this.
of time, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure it's got more, it might have more acceleration going up the hill, but David is really working to get around it. And then that's the red Lola Mark 1, I believe, that's just going through a couple of back markers.
That's correct. Yeah, John Hill in that Lola Mark 1 doing a fancy job back there in third.
And that Lola is probably really fast going down the hill. You can see how the Pooper pulls away a little bit, but David Swig is a very, very good driver. And I'd much rather be in second position trying to get the guy ahead of me than being in first position looking at my mirrors.
I love the fenders on that Chaparral.
Oh, yeah.
That front
Yeah.
fender, very distinct.
Yeah, and that's part of the racetrack out there as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly.
That AstroTurf, that's definitely part of the track.
I never read anything about track limits here, so
No.
I think you're good to go.
Now you can see the Pooper is taking a very defensive line on the inside there. He's trying to prevent diving in on the inside. That's a slower line, but it's defensive. He's going to make that Pooper a little bit bigger than it really is.
Yeah, I think too with that little car you can afford that because it'll rotate. You know, the Chaparral, a much bigger car, would need to make that.
You know, that Chaparral is more like my Jag.
And the little Pooper, I wouldn't have worried about someone outbraking me.
Yeah.
That should be something you got in the bag there in spades with that little Cooper.
Well, we should get the white flag next time by for our Group 3. I hope you're enjoying this. This is absolutely sensational. We've got a good race at the front. We've got a great display of racing all through the field as we take a look at the number 11.
Well, and Mr. Hill there in the Lola Mark 1, I mean, he is working that steering wheel. He's sliding that car. It's a wonderfully balanced light car. He's making the most of it.
Yeah,
John
you
Hill,
feel very nice, low slung. You know, when you're sitting there with your in a car like that, it looks like your butt's almost dragging the pavement.
Well, that's definitely a go-kart with more body work.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, look
nice
at
approach.
that. Look at that.
Good
Now,
work.
I prefer to be a little bit more inside. Of course, I drive over the rumble strips. That's part of the racetrack for me. But I've got probably more suspension travel than these small light cars.
Agreed. Yeah.
So they should be getting the last lap of the
Right
white
here it
flag.
is. Yep.
Yep.
White flag is out.
Well, fantastic race. And this, of course, the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy race presented by Bonham's.
Now watch, here comes David.
Here he comes.
But it won't be in the brake zone. I
Okay,
assure you
this
that.
is going to be good. If you can go wide around here and then
slingshot.
Get a slingshot. Get on the inside to the left, maybe. Come on, David, push it.
I tell you what, the Pooper's doing
Push
well.
it.
He's doing well to hold him off.
Yeah, the Pooper rotates so nicely at the center of the corner.
Yeah.
Whoa! He is pushing out of 3 and into 4. I think it's going to be the Rahal Straight where he actually gets the chance, or maybe on the exit of 5 coming up. Through 4 now.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic race to the finish. I tell you, Jonathan, the last 2 days, the races to
it's
the
been
finish
awesome.
for the lead have been absolutely incredible.
Here we go. Starting to climb up here. Now the power of the Chaparral starting to show. Final lap. And he goes to the inside as the classic overtake for the corkscrew. Or
It's just
getting
can't
himself
quite do
ready
it.
as he goes
Can't
through
quite
6.
do it. Very hard to outbrake that little Pooper. It's going to be really hard. And it got really a nice drive up the hill there. So
Now
don't see it coming
might,
there.
It might almost be good if he backs off just a little bit to get a faster speed going down the hill. But that's where that Pooper's really going to excel with this lightweight. So it may
It's
be.
going to take a pretty big mistake, I believe, from Cameron, and he's holding a pretty wheel, but that's what it's going to take. But I believe Cameron's got this one in the bag as he heads from 10 to 11. He's got a couple more corners to navigate.
He's
here.
got this.
Yep. It looks like he's got it.
Well, David Swig put on a good effort there, but Cameron Healy is going to take that Cooper Porsche 1953, come out of turn 12 and hold off the mighty 166 of David Swig in the Chaparral from 1961 and take the checkered flag. Wonderful.
That is
beautiful job.
That is great driving.
John Hill will come across the line in 3rd place in the Lola Mark 1. There he is. And Greg Meyer in that Sadler Mark 4.
Yeah,
from
Greg is a tremendous driver. And David Swig, he normally drives the Monsterati that his brother Howard is driving. But I've seen Swig hang with the Meisterbrow car. Which car am I thinking of, Adam? The front engine. Augie Pabst had one. Donna Roscoe had the Scarab.
Oh, the Scarab,
I have seen David Swig hang with that Scarab, and David is in the Monsterati. I mean, talk about, David and Goliath, and then Bill Janowski, that was the designer of the Monsterati. There's a great picture. He had great races with David Love in the 250 Testarossa. And there's a beautiful painting that I believe is called David and Goliath, or David and the Monster.
Yeah.
And it's both of them coming out of the corkscrew.
Look at the camaraderie here as they drive by, waving at each other.
And boy, what a wonderful
great victory.
Sense of relief when you see that checkered, and then you can cool down, and you haven't broken your car. That's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, really good racing here, too, all the way down to the finish. As they still cross the line here, finishing up group number 3 feature race, 1957 and 1961 sports racing cars. This is the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy race, as Jonathan has mentioned, the great Sterling Moss. But beautiful, beautiful race.
Now, we said there'd be some surprises today, and there have been already, but there's more to come. I do believe we have royalty from Michigan coming down, flying down specially, and I'm talking Mr. Ford himself. Is going to come down and join us and race one of his own cars. But more importantly, we have a mystery driver that I've not heard of racing before now, Viscount Kevin Bertoloid Harris. Kev Harris, his name is, coming from England. First time entry into a cycle kart. Let's head down to hear what the buzz is in the pit lane as the Viscount himself is about to race for the first time in an historic race car.
I say, Johnny, Viscount Kevin Bertoloid III down here, stood alongside my pal Zach from Seattle, about to go racing in a cycle car. I am a late entry. Let's walk and talk, Zach. We were chatting yesterday, but just give us the heads up on these cycle karts again.
Well, you have to trust them a little bit because we make them ourselves, and they're about 6.5 horsepower, depending on what bolt-on mods we put on them, but we usually just keep it external, nothing crazy inside, so it's still easy for everybody to keep up and keep it very sporting between gentlemen.
And sporting racing is what this is all about, and Zach has very kindly said that I'm allowed to have a go. So I'm going to slide in, and this is, I can tell you, my first time in a cycle car. I got to find the pedals. Adam Andretti knows what this is all about. It's a bit tight down there. I've not got my race shoes on. There we go. I found the throttle. Let's go. So we're off and racing, 6.5 horsepower, a little bit heavy on the steering, motorcycle wheels, and apparently yesterday down the corkscrew they were getting up to 65 in these things. Coming up end of the circuit now. Oh, here we go then. To left. I think I've got Wayne in front of me.
And there he goes, Viscount Harris.
A full 6.5 horsepower round the corner then. Whoa! Whoa! And we're off. Now we're going.
Well, what an experience for our Viscount driver here. First time out in the Laguna Seca circuit.
I have done in a long, long time. Let me tell you, Johnny and Adam, Kevin Bertoloid III is now a cycle kart racer. Adam Andretti, I'm coming for you.
Kev, I'm
Challenge
ready.
accepted.
I'm ready, Kev. I'm ready for you.
I think so. I'm ready for about 6 horsepower. That'd do me. That was brilliant. Well done, son. Nice work, Kev. He did the ragtime last year, and now he's doing the. He's going to move up. He's going to go through the whole. So he'll be racing you soon. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. As we look across the Monterey Bay, my thanks to James Alder coming up here.
Thanks, James.
We'll let him get ready for his long trip. He's got to make his sandwiches, pack his bag, pack the car up, pack the garage up, pack the overalls up, and drive back to Reno. That's how it goes.
One more night tonight, Jonathan. Say, just have a casual
Just to enjoy it.
evening. Yeah, enjoy.
Well, you've got to regale everybody with your 5th place.
Well, we'll see how that goes. But I just want to take it easy, watch the racing. Sometimes when my car is broken, I don't get an opportunity really to spectate.
Yeah.
And in the wonderful section above turns 3 and 4, where they have the wine pavilion there,
yeah,
that's a great place to watch. I'm going to hang out there for a while. Pack up my stuff. I've got my accommodations for one more night, and I'll just have a leisurely drive home back to Reno tomorrow.
Go and get yourself a Good Boy Bob coffee.
Okay. Sounds good. Hey, thanks for letting me talk with you
Not
guys.
at all. Thank you so much for coming up. I'm
glad
glad you enjoyed your weekend, and it's always a joy and pleasure to have you up here. You're welcome anytime.
Thank you. Send me a text if you need me to come up later.
I certainly will.
Okay.
Thank you, James. All
right, Adam. Well, we've had some fun. Now, we'll have to come up with something now. Kev set the benchmark now. We're going to take a short break here from Laguna Seca, so relax for a couple of minutes as we'll be back. Don't go away, though. Stay with us. We'll have a little board up telling you that we'll be back soon, so stay with us here from Laguna Seca. My thanks to James Alder coming into the booth and Jeffrey O'Neill. But join us in a few minutes' time when we go back to our Velocity Invitational 2021. Well, welcome back to Velocity Invitational. And if you can hear the sound through my microphone here in the commentary booth, you will know that modern Formula One is out on track at Laguna Seca. And without further ado, let's head down to Kiri in the pit lane with the Formula One McLaren team. So, as you can see, Formula One roaring round the hills of Monterey, and that is a sight and sound that I cannot say is one I have missed, I should say, for a long, long time. Formula One does not sound that way. Liberty, if you're watching, let's get this sound back. These are the wonderful sights and sounds of McLaren Formula One in their heyday.
Yeah, very high revving, naturally aspirated engines. I mean, we're turning like 18,000 RPM here. These things idle at almost what the red line of a modern Formula One engine is, or power, as they call it now, power unit, but the internal combustion engine part of it, you know, they're only revving up to what I think like 14,000 now, or 14.5, and these things I think idled like at 8,000 or 9,000.
And this is very special because for those of you who don't know, you cannot just turn on a Formula One car and set it in motion. You need at least 6 to 8, maybe 10 mechanics, engineers, etc. Probably a team of about 20 here from McLaren. And ironically, they are the same crew that Mika Häkkinen drove with in 1998 in this MP413 that at the moment Pato O'Ward is at the wheel of for the first time, I may add. This, the Constructors championship winning McLaren, their last Constructors championship, and also a car that took Mika Häkkinen, who is here today, to his first world title. An absolutely splendid car, and also at the magic hands of the first Adrian Newey McLaren. Of course, that was the first real major poaching of an engineer, and it's when they became rock stars. Adrian Newey left Williams, where he'd had so much success, and McLaren said, we want a bit of that. And with the combination of David Coulthard, Mika Häkkinen, and Adrian Newey, McLaren and Ron Dennis took the 1998 championship with 8 races won by Mika Häkkinen and 1 by David Coulthard. In fact, in Australia at the beginning of the season, they actually made a faux pas, Adam. They lapped the entire field. Not a smart move in Formula One, because they got first and second, and by lapping the entire field, everybody started scrutinising what Adrian Newey was up to, and he was up to all sorts, some of which was banned.
Yeah, that's the cardinal rule of racing, is you don't go out there and show that hand right away, but it is one of the hardest things, right? We all live with these egos to get behind the wheel in the first place, so when you tell us to back off, I think it makes us almost drive a little bit harder. So I am unofficially, since there's no there's no timing on these cars, so I'm unofficially actually put a stopwatch.
Good man.
Apologize for my silence there. I'll put a stopwatch here on Pat O'Ward just to see what he's going to be like. This car. I was privileged enough to be down there in the garage when he was being instructed on what happens on the steering wheel, what the going-ons are, and what he needs to know about no lift shift and no lift downshift and all those kind of businesses that he has inside of this beautiful World Championship winning McLaren.
Well, interestingly enough, there's a little bit of personal national rivalry here, because last time a Formula One a Formula One car ran in California was 2 years ago, and it was another Mexican driver, Esteban Gutierrez, who is still currently with Mercedes as a team, and he posted the lap record at Sonoma, so I'm expecting Pato to get a lap record at Laguna.
Well, I'm looking at right now, and unofficially, obviously, this is just my trigger finger here, but you're looking here, I've got him at a 110.66.
Of course. Yeah, something very special for both us and McLaren, I may add, And as if on cue, when I say what a special moment it is, we're delighted to join Zach Brown's joining us here in the commentary booth, who's been a busy man all weekend long. Welcome, Zach, first and foremost, but a delight to see your cars, and I know you love this as much as anybody else, to see the heritage on display doing what it does best.
Yeah, it's really cool, and cool to see the various drones you've got going on here. So
yeah,
Pato was excited, and ooh, that was a big moment right there.
Well, I just explained
Charlie.
it was another Mexican, Esteban Gutierrez, who came to Sonoma a couple of years
in the
ago.
other car, Zach?
Yeah, Charlie's getting on it.
That's Charlie?
That's Charlie, yeah. He just had a big moment.
Yeah, I
coming
saw
out of,
it.
that got his attention.
You had a go yesterday. How was it?
I did, and I'm going to have a go again this afternoon. I love it. It's unbelievable.
How often have you actually driven modern Formula One cars?
Not that often. I've got a Mika car that I've been in twice, and this is the second time I've been in the Lewis car.
Well, it's always nice to be able to get a bit of advice from the man himself.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's
exactly.
He's not unwilling to help out.
I
right?
was definitely having a fanboy moment being on the track yesterday with Mika.
Oh, that's hard not to.
He's a joy to be with. We were talking to Pato earlier in the weekend saying, do you spend any time with Mika? He said, as much as I can, we have a blast.
Exactly.
And how about this young talent that you have, underneath your fingertips right now, an IndyCar, and looks like a bright future possibly here going forward with McLaren.
Yeah, Pato's he's a hell of a talent. Great guy. Great to have in the garage. So he's excited here. So what time did you say he's doing?
He did a 110.6.
Oh, so he's trying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were thinking. I just said
that's my trigger finger, but a 110.6 should be pretty close.
He's trying. I think he said an IndyCar pole was 111. So,
yeah.
Oh, that'll get the talk going.
He's definitely pushing.
And Zach, I hear you lost another bet. This time to Pato.
Yeah,
but a good one.
It's a good thing I don't run anything in Vegas, or I'd be broke.
But actually, a smart move on both your parts, because Pato is more than capable and should be at an Abu Dhabi test, because he's got all the right deal in terms of his preparation for Formula One. Could easily step into a
yeah. Oh yeah. He's as good as you get as a racing driver. So let's see how he gets on in the Abu Dhabi test. What's important for us?
Who else will run in that for you?
Our other main drivers, because it's a rookie test one day, and then an 18-inch wheel test, so it'll either be Daniel or Lando.
Well, that's good again for Pato to actually get some real
I'll get
feedback
a bit of
and a chance to see how he's going. He said he'd driven a Red Bull before because he was in the Red Bull program, but this is his first time, am I right in saying, in a McLaren Formula One?
Correct.
Wow.
So he looks like he's having fun.
We were just saying, Zach,
he is.
The biggest mistake they made back in 1998 was that they showed their cards too early. And I think McLaren learned quickly. They lapped the whole field at Albert Park, and everybody went, what's Newey up to?
It was a great 98, 99. It's a beautiful looking car.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, beautiful sounding car.
Well, that was the first thing we said was, Liberty, if you're watching, please bring back this sound.
Yeah,
Have you had any discussions on how we can do that?
Yeah, well, I think the reality is with today's hybrid and the turbo technology and the various, the MGU-H and the MGU-K, I'm not sure we'll hear this again, which is a bit unfortunate, but, technology has advanced.
On a serious side, Zach, this is an important exploration for McLaren. You've had such a history here in the States. Obviously, you being American know that history. But also, McLaren have been through, not the doldrums, but when you were in your heydays between, the 80s and 90s and all through to 2008, those years are forgotten in the last few years. Now you're getting back there, and this year, absolutely. But it's important for you to let people know what McLaren have achieved, both in Can-Am, Indy, and, of course, Formula
One. Yeah, I love the history of motorsport. And McLaren's history is as rich as anyone's. The different forms of racing and the different Grand Prix drivers and IndyCar drivers that we've had. Of course, as you mentioned, Can-Am won races here with Bruce McLaren, so it's a treat to be able to get out, some of McLaren's history.
Yeah, I was talking to Howden Ganley. I don't know if you know that name, but he came over with Bruce right at the beginning, and he texted me because I spent a lot of time in New Zealand. And he said, "Oh, you're going to be there?" And I said, "Of course." And I said, Howden was one of the guys that came over, and I think Bruce would be seeing what you've done with the road cars, seeing how the technological centre has developed. I think he would be very proud of what both you and Ron have kind of nurtured over the years to bring it to this point.
It's an unbelievable historic racing team, and it's a privilege to work with all the men and women at McLaren and to be able to be the quarterback. And as Ron always said, he was the biggest chapter in the book. And so I'm working on ages now.
Well, for me, it's special too. You know, I'm a local Indiana boy, so I remember Zach Brown's Track Attack.
Yeah, the good old days.
You know, and obviously what you did with JMI and just Marketing Inc. and growing that, and what you've done and your give to the sport, and to watch you grow into the position that you are. Because I remember right when you were selling JMI, everyone was dubbing this is the next Bernie Ecclestone, which is quite a
very flattering.
Yeah, very flattering, right?
Quite an accolade.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I'm
quite an accolade. But I mean, really, it's for not only as an American but a local Indiana boy. It's been really a pleasure to watch you. Bring McLaren back to Indianapolis for one, and I know that you've got a great friendship developed with my cousin Mike, and so it's but. Just really special, and we're all real proud of you and the good work that you've done, and really bringing McLaren, being a key part of bringing McLaren back to that prowess, getting that win at Monza, and that was special. I can't believe you drank out of that shoe.
That's brave. I'd do anything for a win.
I said that's why he's not at Interlagos. It saves him from having to drink out of a shoe.
Wow, if we would have saw the race, I would have been. I'll be drinking something else today.
Right. I know.
And by the way, thank you for giving Daniel that moment. It made my weekend to see him in Dale Earnhardt's car and to see that grin go right across the passenger seat.
Yeah, he loved it. He's our guys are great to work with. They're a ton of fun and like their racing.
While I've got you, something I really want to draw attention to is this MP4 98T, which is basically the tandem car. Who, how, and is that developed, and how close to a Formula One experience is that?
I think it's very close. I mean, it's obviously a bigger, heavier car because you got two people in it, but it was developed off of this car, and it's got the same engine, so I think for the normal passenger, it will sufficiently freak them out.
Well, I know Juan Carlos, the King of Spain, has been in it. Yeah. Obviously, another king, Murray Walker, has been in it.
No, I'm sure I would get smacked upside the back of the head if I didn't ask. When is Uncle Mario going to get to be taking two-seater rides?
So Mario and I have discussed that. I'd love to find an opportunity like this.
Because how brilliant.
He'd
love it. Not only would he love it, but, I mean, the thrill that he gives. I mean, it's just, it's such an, when you have family members that wait in line to want to get a ride with the man at the speedway, you know it's a pretty special ride. But,
let's see if we can see a Mexican wave here.
Yeah. He's going to be a happy boy for sure. That's a special moment to find out.
Look at him. He definitely, making the first to greet him.
Yeah.
Exactly. Wow, he said.
Wow.
Oh my God!
Oh man!
Yep, and to think that's 1998.
Right.
Oh,
right.
really?
That's incredible.
Guys, let's head down to pit lane. Kerry's down there. Let's hear from Pato himself when he gets that helmet off.
Like the brakes, he touches, boom!
It's like a solid, you know?
Yeah.
But it's looking really good.
Well, guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt because I know you're enjoying the conversation. First of all, Mika, what was it like watching Pato take your car out?
It's brilliant. It's great that this car getting young driver to go for it, you know. And I drove it already a few days on Friday and Saturday, but you know I taken it a bit easy. But it was great to see the Pato going flat out, and it is a beautiful machine. It sounds good, you know. It looks good. What do you think?
That's what I was going to say. Sounds good, looks good. Did it drive good?
This thing is mental. Oh my God. I mean, I felt like I was way under what it's capable of, because it's just, you have to recalibrate your head. Like, it's that insane. This was really, really cool. I mean, and the noise I can't even express how cool it is.
Now, as a young boy, you'd have watched Mika, you would have watched these cars on track. Was it everything you thought it was going to be?
Yes, more than that. It's absolutely amazing how, you see the cars now and how, how crazy they look. And this looks very simple, but man, oh man, it's a freaking machine. Like, oh my God.
All right, well, you've got your young driver test. It's going to be a whole different world to that. But has that given you any insight into it?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to get spoiled.
Amazing. Well, Mika, how much fun have you been having here? I know you've been enjoying it out on the track as well.
A lot of smiley faces. I feel that the people who are bringing the beautiful cars here, historical cars, new cars, they can really feel their dreams to come here, take their cars on the racetrack. And like I said earlier, everybody's smiling, everybody having a great time, and that's the whole story, you know.
That is the whole story, and you've lived out most people's dreams. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much, Mika. We'll hand over to Kevin right now.
Lovely. Lovely, thanks Kiri. Well, I'm down here surrounded by some really, really special cars and two great guys who are just chatting to me all about it. Scott George and Gunnar Jeanette. Scott from the Revs Institute. We've got history right by our feet here. We've got Grand Prix cars and Indy cars, all Dan Gurney from the mid-60s. Just tell us about what's going on down here, because this is quite the show.
Yes, this is a great show, and these cars have probably never been together prior to this day. I mean, they all reside in private collections or museums, and the car we brought today is the '67 Spa winner that Dan won, and it was the last Grand Prix car built, and it's known as the Mag Tie car, made of magnesium and titanium, and it's a really special car. We don't bring it out very often. It's a very fragile car in the sense that keeping these going after this many years is a challenge, and we do our best in the team, and we're pleased to be back here and have Gunnar have an opportunity to drive it.
And Scott, Gunnar, as Scott was just saying there, this car doesn't come out very often. It's a very special car. It's kind of, it is one of a kind. When you got the call and they said, hey, what are you doing like on a weekend in November? Could you come out and get behind the wheel of this? How long did it take you to say yes?
About a millisecond. Yeah. I've been very fortunate enough to drive several of the cars in the collection, and this is the one that I always, had my eyes on, and that, maybe someday if I'm really good, I'll get lucky enough, and Scott Miles will ask me to drive it, and it goes out every couple of years, but it ordinarily goes over to Goodwood and some of the events there. And so, you think of, other than Dan driving it, it's been Jackie Stewart and Derek Bell and Brian Redmond and Martin Brundle, and now I have had the honor and opportunity to drive it. And I mean, just talking about it now gives me goosebumps that, I got to sit in Dan's seat that he won the 1967 Spa-Francorchamps race.
Yeah, and I mean, what a history and what a list of names there to just add your name too. And as you were telling me, history is what this car is all about. The last American car to win at Spa, or all-American car to win in Grand Prix total.
So it was. It's very special in the fact that it is the only car for an American driver to win a Grand Prix in an American-made car. But it is actually the last American-built car to win a Grand Prix as well. Wow. It's been that long. Yeah. Haas isn't quite doing it for us yet.
No, not quite, but it's an interesting year in the F1, and we're busy doing this, so I haven't been able to keep up with what's going on today in Brazil. But we're looking at Grand Prix cars here and there as well, but then just, for the folks that are walking around, just seeing a great show. Just behind them we've got Indy cars as well, and when you look between this and this in layman's terms, Scott, it's perhaps difficult for the public to spot the differences, but just to give us a heads up between the differences between the Grand Prix cars and the Indy cars, what are we looking at?
Well, primarily what you're going to see is the engines. I mean, you've got the earliest Grand Prix car here with a 4-cylinder Coventry Climax engine. You've got the latest Grand Prix car with a 3-liter V12 Westlake engine, and you've got the 3 Indy cars all fit with Ford 4-cam V8s, and they run on methanol. And the cars were obviously designed to go around, sort of oval circuits where Grand Prix racing was road circuits. But primarily it's the engines. Interestingly, the same designer designed the chassis, the monocoque chassis for all these cars, and they're essentially all the same size. And so what that meant was the Grand Prix cars ended up being a little bit heavier because they had to be equipped to handle these V8s. And so this particular car, as I said earlier, was made ultralight just to compensate for that.
Well, phenomenal history, and just standing here as we're doing this, the crowds are gathering all around us. So what we're going to do is have a chat to some of these guys down in front of the Sip and Savor Pavilion. Gunnar, thank you ever so much. Great to chat to you as always. Scott, thanks to you. Right now, though, Kiri is catching up with some drivers who are about to go out on the track. So what do you got for us, Kiri?
Well, yeah, we're in Velocity Lane now. This car, number 96, is one of the real special ones of this group. Okay, you're looking at the 1955 to 1965 GT cars. Now, this is a Shelby car. It would have been assembled in the UK without an engine and then transported to the States to put that big whopping V8 engine that you can hear in it. Now, in this category as well, as you hear them going out, you'll hear the incredible noise. But car number 20 is one of the most expensive Ferraris in the world. They are worth absolutely millions. So that's the Ferrari 250 GTO. And what you are looking at is two of the most expensive cars. There's around about 25 in the whole world, and two of them, including this one going past you, are here at Laguna Seca at the moment. Johnny and Adam, it's quite a spectacle.
Certainly is, and a beautiful roar as well as we get ready for our action from Group 4A. This 1957 to 1965. And all these cars, Adam, over 2.5 litres, so there'll be plenty of noise.
Plenty of noise, plenty of American muscle, very little British influence.
He says pointedly. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. You know I'm a Trans Am lover.
Oh, I know. I'm teased. You know that. No, that's a total joke. But there is a beautiful E-Type out there, you know, with a 379 horsepower. So that's pretty strong showing out there. But yeah, everything's big, thunderous, making lots of power, and these are always fun races to watch.
And as they head out on track, they'll do a warm-up lap behind the pace car, and then we'll have, as is tradition so far, a rolling start out of 12 and about a half an hour, 20-minute race. And looking forward to these guys in action. Shelby Crobers, Ford Shelbys, Chevrolet Corvettes, Ferrari 250 GTO, and that is a beautiful machine. Bizarrini is also involved in this one, and I'd like to have a look at that soon. And Ford Mustang, you mentioned that Jaguar E-Type. There's also an XKE out there, so there's two Jaguar E's out there, and an Austin Healey 3000S.
Yes, and also we have that beautiful there, gridded up in third position, the number 9 of Rob Walton in the 1965 Cobra Daytona. Not too many versions of those ever around. There was only 6 of them ever built, so to see one of those versions out here is pretty incredible. And lined up directly in front of him was yesterday's winner of this group race, and that's none other than Jim Carver, CEO of Ford Motor Company out there, motoring around that beautiful I believe it's a 1964 AC Shelby Cobra. So it's a rooftop car Cobra. So then you got the open cockpit, Mike McGovern right next to him in the 1964 Shelby Cobra. But the Cobras are dominating the first 2 rows, and then you get to the Mustang GT350 of 4 straight, starting 5th. And then you got John Fudge there in the 1965 Sunbeam Tiger, and 6th place Michael Doyle in the Jaguar XKE. 1961 is the year for that, number 99.
Yeah, let's just remind people, yesterday when we had these guys on track, we had a cracking race between James Farley and Jim Click, with 264, 1 Shelby Cobra and an AC Shelby Cobra. James Farley, to give him his full name, a regular historic racer, but more importantly, the head of Ford. And so to win in his own car, that's pretty good. I've seen him in some of the SVRA stuff, but not seen him win. So that was probably a pleasing moment for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't see Jim Click cross the line here on my timing and scoring for this morning's race. So hopefully he didn't have a problem that they found last night, that they couldn't make him or wouldn't allow him to compete today. But nonetheless, we're going to come around for the green flag right now.
Here we go then. So it's Group 4A, 57 to 65 GT cars, over 2.5 litres, and a roar they pass our commentary position, and the green flag waves, and they head towards Andretti for the first time.
Boy, that was tight between Burt Skidmore.
Yeah, I heard you take a big deep breath there.
That was tight there up against the wall, and he did a great job of hanging on to that Isogrifo Lusso GT and keeping it out of the inside wall there. It's getting dancy out here in this Group 4A there, Jonathan.
Well, these are good drivers, very good drivers, and and you can't really hold back when you're in one of these cars. You want to race it hard, don't you?
Oh, yeah, because these things almost demand to be driven hard. If you drive soft on them, then they just don't react properly. It's a tight race up govern there between the 2 Shelby Cobras.
So a cracking start, a 5-way battle at the front, and then a little group of 3. But already starting to get some good battles here in our Group 4A action. And like I said, James Farley winning yesterday, Jim Click second in another Cobra, and then Rob Walton in the Cobra Daytona taking 3rd place. Looking at the 45 going up the hill. So Grifo, you mentioned, from 1965. Steve Schuller at the wheel from California. Yeah, great battle. Now a two-way battle as they've dropped the third-place man, and already we're starting to get a great little race out of this.
Absolutely. This is again, this is one of our best races yesterday. They come down the front straightaway here, accelerate up the hill. A little bit of advantage to the rooftop on the AC Cobra there. That Jim Farley is behind the wheel of the number 96, but what a beautiful machine that is.
Yeah.
I mean, that just looks like something Bugsy robbed the bank in and just took off.
Exactly. I want to let you hear the sounds and sights of Laguna at its finest. It's a beautiful November day here. And nice to see California all in green rather than the usual brown we get in June and July when it's traditional to come here.
Shout out to our wonderful camera crew out there just giving us these terrific shots. You know, it's like the first thing Zach Brown commented on when he got in here.
Yes.
Wow, it's like drone footage and great footage everywhere. So the highest of compliments from a man who runs commercial partnerships for probably arguably the most exposed sport in the world there in Formula One.
Yes, so you just got a compliment, Matt, from one of the top men in Formula One. How about that?
Rob Walton heading up the hill there, and I love that Cobra Daytona. That is one of my all-time favorite cars. I've always loved that car. To see it live and in person, this is one of the reasons, like, I love to wake up in the morning when that car's here at the vintage weekends. It's so rare to have it here.
Well, I was going to ask you that question. Growing up, and I mean, I know you've come from a very special family, but it doesn't matter what family you're from. When I grew up, I saw lots of Lotuses, and in fact, I saw Mario's JPS Special. That was my, that was my information. Bentleys, Rolls Royces, Lotus. What was your first sort of, view, or your poster on the wall, or whatever in your bedroom? What was it?
That was the 928.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the 928. That was one of my all-time favorite cars, and it was, I like the fact of Porsche building a V8 engine, because I was into, their, I like their V8 project. I was American, so I was into the V8, type configuration. So yeah, it was that was the car that was probably on my wall, race car wise. I'll tell you, it was usually local short track stuff with sprint cars, midgets, Silver Crown cars, or it's definitely my family's, Indy car stuff. I was privileged, obviously, to be able to root for people within my own bloodlines, and had some great, neat photos and really cool commemorative stuff.
It's not that well documented, but both Aldo and Mario did quite a lot of dirt track and midget racing.
Oh, there's a lot, yeah. I mean, that's where they cut their teeth from. My dad did it from 1959 to 1969, so had a 10-year-long career in the short tracks, and Mario continued his short track career into the 70s, and so it was back then you could do that. Back then you had that freedom to be able to do that. Now it's very, very specialized in what you have to do. I think there's people that could still do it if the opportunity arose.
See that Sunbeam Tiger that's coming? We had a close look at that yesterday. Yes. It is beautiful.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is a wonderful piece of equipment. It's so unique. Like, everywhere you turn, and no hit here. I love a Cobra, and I love a 911. Everyone knows how much I love a 911, but you can turn the corner and you can kind of see one of those everywhere. But that Sunbeam Tiger, you're only going to turn your head and see it one area. And again, also with the number 45 there, that is the Isogrifo Lusso GT, and that is a one-off car that that sucker was really close to seeing what the concrete tasted like here on the start.
Yes, it did. Yeah, and John Fudge driving that Sunbeam Tiger. And here's the 99 of Michael Doyle in that Jaguar XKE.
They got a great race going right there, don't they?
Yep. Side by side almost as the 45 goes slightly wide. But Skidmore in the Isogrifo.
Drag race down the straightaway there into turn 2. Heartbreaking zone here. Going to be a little defensive in the Isogrifo.
Yeah, there's two ways round that Andretti corner, isn't there? High and wide and cut back, or tight and slow. And I say slow, but slower.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways to race it. When it comes time for a qualifying lap, there's really only one serious way to get through it, and that's a double apex diamond it off. But as far as when you're talking about, full on, racing and you need to protect position, yeah, there's so much creativity you can have down there, as that's one of the only passing zones that you're going to find around the racetrack that's cut and dry. Everywhere else has got to be a surprise.
Now, I know it is rude talk money, but I know my dad called me last night and said, "Are you serious that Ferrari is worth 70 million?" And I said, "Yep, Bob, it really is." He goes, "What's it doing out there?" And I said, "Doing what it does best." In the hands of Jeff O'Neill, the organizer of the race, the 1963 Ferrari 250 GTO.
Yeah, this is what this event is all about, right? This is what Jeff O'Neill is up here sharing his passion for this Velocity Invitational about is every one of the cars has to have a history. That is a prerequisite. You can't just show up here with some replica. It has to have that on-track race history, and so he's out there in a very, very special machine, and as you said, it's really a rather large sum of money, and to see it in motion is absolutely spectacular, and a privilege for us all. The ultimate privilege does go to both, not only the owner, Mr. Price, but also Jeffrey O'Neill here.
Well, there's another Ferrari 250 GTO out there, the number 10, delivered to John Coombs in the UK and raced by Salvadori, Graham Hill and Jack Sears. So when you start to mention those sorts of names, you start to realize the heritage. Like that, the Grifo Lusso, 1965, one of 6. The 6th car built of 10 in 1965. Now you're starting to see why, when it gets down to just 10 cars, why these are so special.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have 2,300 of these GT350s that were built right there. That number 26, you know, that we have John Lindfesti out there driving and wheeling. Now, 2,300, you know how valuable that car is.
Yeah, exactly.
When you get down to single digits, it goes to a ridiculous amount. And there are plenty of single-digit cars out here, like the 1964 Shelby Cobra 289. There's only 5 of those that were ever built. But yeah, you're looking at only 6 of those Cobra Daytonas and only 1 of those Austin Healey 3000Ss.
And you know, one of the big games, obviously, with the GT350s and any Shelby, to be honest, is there's a lot of lookalikes. But that you will not find here this afternoon.
No, you will not.
There's a lot of people who've made fantastic replicas and will sell them, and same with AC Cobras. But when you see an original, you know it's an original, and you only need to go to the Mecum auctions or the Pebble Beach auctions to see the kind of money they bring when you realize that it is the real deal.
Yeah, or show up at Velocity Invitational, and you know it's a real deal because it has to be.
It has to be, yeah.
Yeah, there is no option.
And I think that, I mean, Jeff, knowing Jeff, will stick with that. There'll be no variation on that. There'll be no letting somebody in because it's a favor. No. This is purist.
I do believe that is like that. There's Ernie Nagamatsu. That's a beautiful, beautiful car. That's that 64 289 Shelby Cobra that I was talking about. That is a very, very rare car as well.
And there's the number 7. Yep, Nagamatsu. 289 heading down the hill through Rainey. I love the drone shot through Rainey. Really nice.
Brilliant.
And as Zach pointed out, you know, he, like a lot of people, are seeing these tracks this way for the first time. We've been doing it all year with the drones, and I've really enjoyed it because it's a different perspective. Plus, when you're watching racing, whether it be historic or modern, the drone gives you a perspective of where on the track if you like, the competition is, and under braking, how close the man behind or the woman behind gets to the car in front. And so it's a different perspective, and I am really enjoying it.
Yeah, it is. It's there's been a change for the lead here. You know, there's been a change for the lead as we see. The dominance of Jim Farley has been uphanded here just for a moment. We'll find out if there's an attack on the return here, but Mike McGovern has taken over the lead there in the 1964 Shelby Cobra, number 89.
Putting in his fastest lap on 140.6. That's not slow by any means around here. But it's a good battle for.
Really good battle because the lap times are right on top of each other. He was able to, do a 1 second faster lap time than Jim Farley on that last lap. But as far as fastest lap time and when they came in, it was about the same time. And you're looking at Jim Farley's fastest laps been a 140.960 with Mike McGovern at a 140.662. Wheeling that thing. Look at that big opposite lock coming through turn 5 there. Up to 6.
So Velocity Invitational, Group 4A, Jim Farley in the Shelby Cobra winner yesterday and looking for a second win today, but he's in second place at the moment, so work to do for Jim, but he might be able to use that traffic in the last 3 or so minutes. Down the famous corkscrew, dropping over 150 feet downhill.
really tidy driving all day long, especially from the front of these packs, and it's been really, really clean. But it's been hard-nosed. I mean, really, really deep battles. So this was a deep battle for the lead, deep into this race, as we've only got about 3 minutes, so there's over 3 minutes left in this event here as they round out at turn 12 and up the front straightaway again.
Forrest Strait currently in 5th place, at number 79, Ford Mustang, 65.
Rob Walton hanging strong there to the last podium position. He's in that, again, my favorite over there, the 1965 Cobra Daytona. No mistaking what number that is from the back.
No. And you're right, I know it's a different back, but I do love it. I just love the shape of that car.
It's such an important car to the evolution and the history of the GT40 and now the Ford GT.
Yeah.
This was the beginning of Carroll abandoning the open cockpit and getting into closing everything off like that and making sure all the aero was proper. And he had the perfect testing ground in the backyard. I mean, Daytona back then, without the bus stop chicane on the back straightaway, you were on the oval from turn 1, NASCAR turn 1 at Daytona, or really in between the tri-oval and turn 1, all the way through the tri-oval. So he almost made a full oval lap on the original Daytona 24-hour sports car course. So it was definitely as much of an exercise in top speed as you would find on the Mulsanne Straight.
Well, our leaders are going quicker and quicker as the race continues. They both again put their fastest laps in that previous lap, so really good stuff. Mike McGovern leading the way in that number. And there's the 96.
He is hustling that thing. I love to see. If that was open cockpit, you would really see all the work that Jim Farley's putting into wheeling that. And it's smooth. Clean as the white flag is out for this group.
Yep, there we go. So he may not have the double win in his hands this time. But Mike McGovern doing a great job in that 64 Shelby.
High, wide, and handsome there. Mr. Farley getting through the Andretti hairpin. Nice exit as he accelerates into turn number 3. So smooth on-off the brake here as you release. Want to carry as much speed through 3 as you can. Get a hard acceleration from 3 and 4. 4 is a nice fast turn. It's a good sweeper. Shouldn't be any downshifting. Really should be just a breathe out of the throttle and back into it. Coming through turn 4 and then 5. Cruises through turn 5 and up the hill to turn 6. This begins the uphill run all the way up to the corkscrew. Starts right there at turn 5. So the exit of turn 5 is so important. You don't want to ruin any of that on your exit of turn 6. You want to keep all that momentum so you climb the sharpest point of the hill up to the top of this corkscrew, and then obviously the big 5-story drop down the corkscrew. You flow down this corkscrew hard on the throttle, nice and smooth through Rainy Corner. Like to get back around mid-track there for a nice late apex through turn 10. Hard acceleration down into late braking turn 11. It's a hard sweeper. And this is the final time into turn number 12 for our leader, Mike McGovern. Bring him home there, Jonathan.
Yeah, absolutely effortless. It's great listening to you take us through that last part of the lap, though, to hear just exactly what he's dealing with. But it is going to be McGovern coming out of 12 and onto the main straight here at Laguna Seca to take the checkered flag in style. A performance, an immaculate performance. Got a second place to this car yesterday and today in the hands of Mike. The Shelby 1964 Shelby taking the win ahead of James Farley in second place in the number 96. Rob Walton taking third in the 65 Cobra. And Forrest Strait in fourth position in the Ford Mustang. Dwight Madison fifth in the Ford Shelby from 1966 ahead of Bert Skidmore. Great performance, and as you say, made it look easy, but it certainly isn't.
No. I mean, we've seen, when Mr. Farley's got the grip between his teeth and he wants to win one of these things, he's a tough guy to beat. So really, really good job out there by all the competitors. Just giving a great show for you and I, Jonathan, and the folks at home watching, and all those lucky folks that were able to show up here and be a part of it live here with us. We appreciate each and every one of you.
Yep. I went out in the break we had a moment ago during and had a look around the paddock, and it's starting to fill up. The queue's starting to fill up and the wine's starting to flow, and it's starting to become a festival, and I'm really enjoying it.
Giving a standard victory wave around the track, showing appreciation for our corner marshals. Our marshals here, you always have to, it's always very important to show appreciation. We wouldn't be here without them. This is volunteer. Many times a thankless position, and they do such a great job standing out there in the sun, hours on end, really, and needs. You know, if a driver or anyone gets into trouble, they're there for that need, and they will, you know, it's a sacrificial role that they play out there. So we appreciate each and every one of you and the role that you play for us with any of these races that carry on, especially the vintage.
Yeah, no question about it. More to come, plenty more to come. And as you can see, the cars making their way off track, and we've got some fun coming up. As I look down the list of group racings, Baggers and Superbikes. Me and Adam looking forward to that. We'll explain all in a moment. But yes, we're talking two wheels. Moto America putting on a great exhibition for us. This is pretty much their home base. Moto America based in California, and Wayne Rainey, the president of the company, lives just across the way. So let's head down to Kev Harris, our new racing star. Let's see if all this racing's gone to his head, or is he just our very own Kev Harris?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. What were you doing in January of 1995? Because if you were watching the Daytona 24-hour, then you'll have recognised this car, because this was the winner, and this is the man that is getting to drive it this weekend himself, a champion race car driver, David Donohue. David, thanks ever so much for taking the time to talk to us. We've sprung this on you. Tell us about this awesome machine.
Well, this car, as you mentioned, won the Rolex 24 in January of 1995. It's based on a 962 Porsche, which was hugely successful through the 80s. It's flat bottom, there's no tunnels, it's detuned a bit, only 530 horsepower, but still all liquid cooled, traditional Porsche flat six, twin turbocharged. Fun to drive, nice, open cockpit. So you'd think you'd feel some air, but it's really hot inside. For some reason, there's no airflow, but it's good fun to drive.
Yeah, certainly in the California sunshine, you're going to get hot in there, but like you say, no airflow coming in through the cab. This one then doesn't get taken out around the track that often, doesn't get a chance to stretch its legs. It's part of a collection at Audrey Motorsport.
That's correct. So its home is Newport, Rhode Island, with Audrey Museum and Audrey Motorsport. We've got a pretty nice collection up there, and a motorsport experiential program, which is what Audrey Motorsport is. And we're really cultivating the automotive culture up in that part of the world, which is where racing had a good start with the Vanderbilt Cup and a bunch of really early races in New England, and really where my dad started. My dad was Mark Donohue, who won Indy in 72. And was Roger Penske's first driver as well. So a lot of history up in the Northeast.
Yeah, and yourself obviously carrying on the family tradition, a Le Mans winner yourself. Forgive me, one time or two time?
Once in class in 98.
Yeah.
Actually against Porsches, even though I'm kind of a Porsche guy. I was driving the Vipers for Orica. But then in 09 and 13, took victory at the Rolex 24, one in overall and one in class as well.
Yeah, an incredible achievement, and luckily still being able to get the call to come down here at events like this and get behind the wheel. So what is it like when you get back in the wheel of one of these things? It all comes just straight back, and it's just a great weekend to be driving.
Well, it's always great to drive these older cars. They've in my mind, they've made their history. There's only one kind of history a guy like me can make for them nowadays, and that's not a good one. So I just want to be able to experience the car and really not have the car experience me, if you know what I mean.
I do.
So, if we make a little bit of a show of it, it really depends on who you're driving around. Charles here in the Toyota, he's a good shoe, and Bruce Canepa's out there as well. Yeah. They love to have some fun, so it's all good.
They really do, and we love seeing you have some fun. So, David, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. We go from huge sports cars down here in the paddock to Kiri, who I understand are some bikers out in the pit lane.
Thanks so much, Kev. Yes, we are now in Velocity Lane. As always, it's the Baggers and Moto America. This is Andrew Lee. Andrew, I'm going to cop. How much are you looking forward to getting out on the track?
I'm looking forward to it. It's so fun to be out here with all these cool vehicles and get to ride with some of my fellow Moto America riders. So it's a cool opportunity.
Now you're a Moto America rider, but you're on a Baggers bike today.
Yes, yep. It's a new experience for me, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I bet it is a lot of fun. Well, the whistle's blowing, so we'll move through what is Velocity Lane. All right, well, we have got Kyle Wyman as well. You went out yesterday. How was it? Looking forward to doing it again?
Oh, yeah, it was a great time. I love coming to Laguna Seca. Anytime we get a chance to ride around this famous road course is just a good opportunity. So, yeah, we got the factory Harley-Davidson out here. We had a good showing here in July, and fun to come out here with no pressure and just roll around with the Superbikes. It's a unique opportunity.
Yeah, it is. How much fun is it to share the track with the Moto America boys?
Well, it's good. I get to race Superbikes and baggers throughout the season, but today on the bagger, trying to keep up with the Superbikes is it's a challenge. But we love great camaraderie in the Moto America Championship and just having a lot of fun this weekend.
All right, enjoy it out there. Thanks so much. Okay, well, Josh Hearn, this was the first time he was on the bike yesterday. How was it? Looking forward to getting back out again today?
Yeah, just trying to have some fun. Show these guys what the bikes are all about. We're, everybody here is just having a good time. We're kind of waiting on each other, messing around a little bit. So it's fun to be able to come here with no pressure and ride the bike and just enjoy myself and be around a bunch of cool cars. So I've enjoyed the event a lot, and hopefully we can come back next year.
Yeah, indeed. All right, thanks so much. Okay, well, we're going over to David Anthony. You went out yesterday. You're sitting at the front of the group, which is a nice place to be to hang out with these guys. What did you make of Laguna Seca yesterday?
Yeah, this place is great. Every time we come here, it's such an enjoyable track, such an iconic track. So anytime we get to ride it, it's exciting. And to be here at this event makes it even better. You can see some of these guys really enjoy watching us out there, so it makes it better when we come back in.
Okay, well, every time I talk to anybody, they go, he's the Aussie. So what do you make of racing in America?
I am the Aussie, but I've been here a long time now, so I've almost blended in that no one even knows anymore. So America's my home.
You're an honorary Aussie now, I see. Okay, all right. Well, Josh Hayes, we spoke to you yesterday. You're a legend amongst these parts. How much fun was it out there yesterday?
Oh, man, I get to ride a Superbike around and show everybody how these things go around and let them see the acceleration of a Superbike up the front straightaway and maybe do some wheelies up the hills in the back and stuff like that. And how could it go wrong? How lucky did we get with this weather this week?
Yeah, the weather's perfect as well. This track's very, very fast out there, so always so much fun to head to Laguna Seca.
Of course, who wouldn't enjoy it? I like this area so much I came and got married here 14 years ago. So not here at the track, but yeah, I mean, it's fun to do this in front of a new crowd and show everybody what it's all about, and hopefully we can pique some interest and get them to come check it out a little bit more later.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Everybody's loving it. Thanks so much. All right, well, we'll head over to our last of our riders because we're almost out of time. Bobby Fung, was it fun yesterday?
Yeah, it was amazing. It's good to get out there and show these car guys what we're all about, and we're going to do it again today and try to do some fake wheelies, and put on a show for these guys again.
Well, sharing the track with the baggers, is that quite a lot of fun?
Yeah, it's cool. These guys are my buddies behind us, and it's always good to share the track with your buddies.
All right, enjoy it out there. Thanks so much. Okay, well, it's probably about that time that we hand it back up to Johnny and Adam. And Adam, I know you're going to be speaking to Wayne Rainey hopefully a bit later on.
That's what I'm hoping for. We'll see what happens. I'll cross my fingers. Any chance I get to talk with the legend, the 3 times MotoGP world champion Wayne Rainey, it's always a privilege.
Yeah, I know all of these guys, having worked with Moto America over the years. Aussie Dave, as he's known, Dave Anthony, and of course, my favorite, Josh Hayes, and of course, Kyle Wyman, Bobby Fong. They put on a great show. I know you're a huge motorbike fan, and it's a joy always to watch motorcycles race. But these Harleys, they look unwieldy, but not in the hands of these guys.
No, right? I mean, these things look like, you're right, just absolutely. But when these guys get in there, they're dragging their knees and elbows just like they're on a Superbike. It's pretty spectacular to see, and I make no bones about it. I think motorcycle racing is the most exciting form of motorsport to watch. I think, especially at its highest level, no matter where you're watching, whether it be Moto America and this great series and what they're doing to rebuild American greatness in the motorcycle world, and what we've once always had in the range with the Wayne Rainey's and the Kenny Roberts and the Eddie Lawsons and the Nicky Hayden's, Kenny Roberts Jr. I mean, the list goes on and on of American riders, but here right now at the top level of motorcycle racing on the world stage, we don't have any presence. And we have some Moto 2 presence with Cameron Beaubier, who's 5 times Moto America Superbike champion, I believe, and then you got also, of course, you have Joe Roberts over there.
And Cameron Beaubier.
And yeah, that's what I just spoke of, right, 5 times.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I was going to say Garrett Gerloff is the other one.
Oh yeah, Garrett Gerloff, yeah, good call. Yeah, I forgot about Garrett. But,
don't forget about Garrett, our Texas boy.
Yeah, he's in Superbikes. So
yes,
he is at the top level of Superbike. But
but he did a one-off MotoGP this year.
He did. But these are my heroes. I think the guys that hike a leg over these machines, especially go around a challenging circuit like WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, it sends my blood boiling.
Yeah, and if you're wondering how the sort of juxtaposition, and most of you will probably know of the Moto America series, but won't necessarily understand why the baggers are out there. Well, this is something Wayne Rainey came up with, and very smart move by Wayne. He's a smart hustler and businessman, is Wayne. But he pointed out that Harley Davidson, of course, is sacrosanct in America. That's what people know. That's what people ride on the roads. But more importantly, when you look at the heritage of motorcycle racing in this country, Harley is at the very center of it, mostly on dirt track racing, but they have gone road racing as well. And in fact, that is a sort of homage to that. And the baggers, as it will be, are going to Bike Week in Daytona next year. So they did 3 races last year. It's already proved a success, and they're taking it to Daytona, and there's going to be 6 races. And because there is a huge audience of hog fans, as it were, Harley Davidson fans, and they have a huge heritage. I remember when Harley came back to road racing with Scott Russell about 20 years ago, and about 15 years ago, I say. But Harley is at the heartbeat of all motorcycle racing, and so therefore an audience that Wayne wanted to tap into for Moto America. And he said in the first week of them announcing it, they had 125 media applications alone.
Yes, it's so exciting, and never been done before. It's almost like when people first discover sidecar racing, which is so popular over in Europe.
Yeah.
When an American first discovers that, they're like, "Have you seen this new thing? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen." And it's like, no, that's actually existed for quite a long time since motorcycles have been around. But this King of the Baggers is completely fresh. No one has ever done anything along these lines. I see this as being a new class at the Isle of Man TT. I see this as being a new class just in so many areas. And we're going to do a mock start here.
I love that.
On the front. Yeah, you're going to get me to stand up for that, that's for sure.
Right in front of us. And I'll tell you what, there's some pretty handy riders out there. You've got a multiple Superbike champion and MotoGP man, and, well, he's pretty much done everything. He's done Le Mans, 24 hours, Josh Hayes. You've got David Anthony, who, as you heard, Aussie Dave, has been racing here for 20 years. He's got his own team now. Kyle Wyman, we had his wife up here in the booth earlier yesterday, and Hannah Loper, her name, and she is part of Moto America too. And the Wymans, a big part of motorcycle racing here in the States. And you've got Josh Herron, one of the most exciting riders of the current Moto America scene. So, yeah, it's a good representation here.
Yeah, this is exciting. They're all lined up, getting ready here for a mock start. This is...
Wow, oh, look at that Ducati go.
That Ducati launched, didn't it?
Woo, baby.
That's that V formation engine that's giving that torque off the bottom line.
Yeah.
You saw that the Harleys, too, with their twins, they got off the line quite well, too, in comparison to the Superbikes.
Into Andretti they go, not holding back, knee down and bum up, as we used to say. And if you're wondering how the baggers get their knee down, and don't be thinking they don't, they actually, we went and had a look at some of these bikes. They have a trick way of moving everything up, and I'm talking rear brake, the gear levers and everything, so that they can lean those bikes over further than perhaps they were designed for, and that allows them to race a little like a superbike, but obviously the Superbike boys get a little bit further over. You can see it looks unwieldy, but look how close and how down low to the ground they can get. Absolutely superb.
And you can see how they do that, actually, where you would see it normally, it would be down lower than where the exhaust comes out, where their feet pegs would rest in a real relaxed position. But this is, you got to be in a sporty position to ride these as sporty as these riders are riding them.
Yep. I don't advise you to go out on your on your home Harley Davidson and try this through the corkscrew, but these boys know what they're doing. Don't they try this at home, as they say on the ad.
I'm going to tell you what, you're going to see, I think this is going to be a new wave of like a sport bike crossover to a saddlebag touring bike, and I think that's going to be, you're going to be able to credit one day this really unique and intelligent group at Moto America who brought this together.
You know, and it's a real demonstration perhaps, but it's also a demonstration of what Wayne Rainey and his team at the Crave Motorsport have achieved in the last 5 years of bringing superbike racing back to America, because it had almost gone away in many ways, and it just wasn't getting the popularity that it had some 20 years ago when the likes of Matt Milan and many others were hooning around the circuits of America. But Moto America, almost built from scratch by Wayne Rainey and his team, have put together some great riders. They've had world champions like Tony Elias coming over to race against the Americans, and we produced our own great stars, and the best perhaps now at the moment, Joe Roberts, currently in Moto 2. And just as I was mentioning Hannah Loper, I don't know how I'm doing this.
On cue.
Did I not mention the young lady that is Hannah Loper not 20 seconds ago? And boom, it's like bewitched.
It's almost like we're over the loudspeaker.
She just went like this with her nose, and here she is. Hannah, how are you?
I'm good, guys. How's it going?
How's your boy out there? He got a heck of a start.
Really enjoying himself right now. Ready for them to get some track time without a lot of pressure.
Yeah, no question. So, Hannah, you work with Moto America, and I was just saying what a job that Wayne's doing, and I think this demonstration just shows you how far we've gone in the 5 years. You joined us, 2 years in, I think, and then I started out. Adam's a big fan of Superbikes, but we've seen it go back to the prominence that it started, or it had, years ago.
Yeah, I mean, being in the paddock the last 5 years in a reporting capacity as the pit lane reporter for the series, it's been really incredible to watch how it's grown over the last 5 years. You know, the number of entrants that we've had across all classes has increased. We have now different various support classes between the Royal Enfield Build Train Race program. We've now got our King of the Baggers series. We've got our Ovale Mini Cup, in addition to our 5 other support classes. So it's just a really incredible opportunity from riders all around the country, and we do attract talent from all around the world to our series as well.
Well, tell us who that talent of the future is. I'm going to think of someone like Rocco or a few others, but who should we be looking at to be the next Wayne Rainey, the next Kevin Schwantz?
You know, there's, especially in our junior cup, because it is our entry-level class, essentially, as far as professional licensing goes. Some young talent this year. You know, we had Cody Wyman, the third Wyman brother. Incredible season for him this year, you know, so hopefully he's got some plans for the future. You've got Kayla Yakov, who's an up-and-comer. She came from our mini cup, and she's now racing in our junior cup. Just 14 years old, found her way to the podium this season.
That's a good age
so
to be
it was incredible to watch. Yeah, just so
Where's
many.
she from?
Kayla, I'm not sure.
She's American.
She's American,
Good.
yes. She was racing in the R3 Talent Cup in Europe as well. So we see a lot of these young kids try their hand internationally, and they find their way back to our series because the level is just so competitive here as well.
I was at MotoGP in Coda, and I saw these junior racers, you know, for the All-American Racing Academy. And I saw him out in the parking lot, and this young kid, Travis Horn, had his own business card. And he hands it to me. He's got his resume on the back. And, I mean, and these are kids that are walking around with the belief that they are the next world champions and national champions, and I love it. It's just great to see. But it's great to see that there's that outlet, too, for them, that they can race right near the big stage of their heroes and be in front of that audience and help advance their careers, because that's what this is all about, is trying to build that ladder system, because that's where Europe is dominating right now, is those kids are on those mini motos, very young age. Even the MotoGP riders, they hop on the mini motos to train because it's just a cheap way to train.
Yeah, you know, you see some of even our Superbike riders have those Ovale mini bikes, and they do some training on those as well. But Moto America really creates a good platform for the kids to kind of cultivate their talent as they grow up, you know, and get a little bit older. I mean, Sean Dillon Kelly came to us at just 16 years old, spent several seasons in the paddock, won a championship with M4XR Suzuki, and now he's on to Moto 2 with Cameron Bobier. So it's just a testament to what Moto America really wants to accomplish. We are the premier road racing series in the United States, but we also want to see our riders go on to join the world stage and perform at that level.
Good opportunity here because this is a car crowd, generally speaking. But do a plug for where they can watch Moto America, i.e. the circuits and places you're going, where they can see it on TV. Because now, like I said, it's gaining a real re-emergence as being that premier series that it should be.
Of course, there's no live racing during our off-season, the winter months. You know, we don't get started till Daytona in March here. But our Moto America Live Plus streaming platform is still available. All of our races are on there, as well as the Moto America YouTube channel. You can go and check out all of our stuff, including our we did this season, Inside Moto America Pressure to Rise.
Of which you are part.
I had a big hand in that this season, producing and conducting a lot of the interviews and such for our Superbike riders. But it's just really cool to see some of these guys out here today. You got Josh Hayes riding Jake Gagne's championship bike.
Yeah.
You can see Josh Heron having fun on that before.
That is so
Josh Heron's playing out there a lot.
David
He's having
Anthony,
a heck of a good time.
you know, Kyle Wyman on the bagger, of course. Last time he was here, he had the broken elbow, and it's really nice to see him, you know, be able to enjoy some laps here and not be in so much pain.
Right.
Bobby
And more
Fong.
importantly, inspiring young women to get out there. Yourself, you're now getting your leg over and going out there.
It is. You know, I think there's a lot of opportunities, and a lot of times women don't realize that, you know, we can do whatever anybody else can do, and there's no reason. But, yeah, it's been nice to have Kyle teach me how to ride around, and I've got a bike of my own. But I was really inspired by – I just got a little Yamaha R3.
Nothing wrong with that.
Perfectly stock, but yeah,
those
you know,
are great.
Kyle's got me following him around. But yeah, Moto America has definitely been huge as far as my own riding goes, because I can't just let these guys have all the fun. You know what I'm saying?
Come and join me at the boot camp at Colin Edwards, and I'm going to bring Adam
I'd
down
love
there. He
to.
wants to go.
Sounds
It
like a
is
plan.
a blast, and we sit around and drink beer and tell stories, and then we go out on 125s. I mean, there's nothing to be frightened of, but he takes the knobblies off and puts road tires on the back, and that makes it a little harder.
See, that'd be fun. Yeah, no, that sounds like a great time.
On the
Sounds
front,
like-
I should say. Excuse me.
Yeah, right. No, that sounds like a really good time. But yeah, Colin Edwards sounds like he's just fun to be around, period.
Yes, exactly. All right, we'll take a short pause, but more action to come from Velocity Invitational. So, Laguna Seca in its full glory here in November. A beautiful day here at Laguna Seca. And as you can see, a buzz down there in the Sip and Savor paddock. And we're starting to get a good crowd here this afternoon. Not many people in the stands, but that's not the point. We don't want them in the stands. We want them here in the paddock, looking at cars and enjoying what there is to enjoy. The merchandise stand right there in front of you on the left-hand side. You've got the hospitality, you've got the driver's lounge, and, of course, you've got Formula One cars. Mika Häkkinen's here, Stefan Johansson, Josh Hayes, and they'll all give you an autograph or two. If you ask politely. I remember being that little fella that did that, carrying my little book around going, can I have an autograph? You could see me annoying people, couldn't you?
Annoying people, but I could see you there with your little book. I could see a little
Look what I
Johnny
got,
Green.
Dad.
Yeah. You know, it almost reminds me, like I envision almost like a Mike Myers in the Love Guru. You know, your body is smaller, but it's the same head and face on the child's body.
Well, I was a little cutie too back then. I had my little curly hair, and you couldn't say no to an autograph from a little fella that
Of
really.
course not. No, of course not. It was
snot dripping out my nose and my trousers undone and all that sort of stuff.
My brother John used to use his good looks as a young boy, and he would go check out, and he would get some neat leaves, and he would sell them to the neighbors, and also some icicles would find the same thing.
Let's head down to the paddock again and find out what the latest is and what the buzz is down there.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I am down here in the paddock. The engines are still hot. The drivers are still perspiring. I've got Bert Skidmore, not a made-up name, amazing race car driver, and Michael Doyle. These guys were just going wheel to wheel around here at Laguna Seca. Bert, you've got the Iso Grifo back there. Michael, you've got the E-Type. Who came off better?
I came off better today, but Michael came off better yesterday.
Is that fair?
Well, you should have seen him push a couple cars out of the way on the straightaway into turn 2.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And the great story is these guys obviously racing side by side, but it's Intrepid Racing that actually did the rebuild on this one, didn't they?
That's correct, yeah. So we're going to have to slow them down next time. We're going to disconnect a spark plug wire or something like that.
Fantastic stuff. And Michael, we chatted to you at a historic event here at Laguna Seca a little while ago. I think it was back in August. This is quite the car. 1961 E-Type Jag, and what's under the hood is completely different to anything else you're going to see under one of these.
Well, it's just the original 3.8 liter running 48 millimeter Weber carburetors, and when Bert got the car, it was easy. He could see how it was raced, and he restored it. Bert, restores a lot of cars, such as the GTOs you see over there. So I think he gave me some special things in this car. It runs well.
It does run really well, and the great story is as well, and Bert, you'll know this, Michael's sons have got another E-Type Jag that they use as their daily drivers. Have you seen that, or do you look after that?
I have seen it. I don't. Michael does. He keeps it down here in Monterey. We're from Reno, Nevada, so he keeps it going down here. Nice car.
Really nice car, that one too.
Yeah, so that's a great car. It's chassis 30. This one's 334, but this car went to Bert before this event, and now I was wondering if he should have had John work on it.
What does it take to work on a car like this, Bert? I mean, there's not the original. Let's pop the engine, actually, Michael, because we'll just take a quick look at the engine, if we can, because I want to ask you what it takes to work on an engine like this, because this isn't what you'd ordinarily expect under the hood of an E-Type.
It's a dual overhead camshaft engine, which is probably the biggest valves that we can put in the cylinder head. It's got like 12.5 to 1 compression. It does need to be freshened now, and we can go probably a little bit higher on the compression and maybe get a few more horsepower. But if I'm going to be driving the ESO, I don't know if I want to do that.
I wouldn't. Michael, are you out in it again today, or is that you done for the weekend?
This was our final race for today.
A great swan song and a great event here at Laguna Seca.
This event is great. I mean, you look down this aisle, from Cobras to GTOs, another Jag, the ESO, Healey's, Mustangs, Shelby's. I mean, I think that one, Cobra Bert, is Goodwood quality.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
There's so many cars here that are Goodwood quality.
Jeff O'Neill's put a great show on. This is wonderful. Yeah, it's wonderful. I hope he does it again.
Great stuff. Listen, on that note, guys, we'll wrap this up because I know Kiri, our pit lane reporter, is out and about catching up with some other races here at this great event. Michael, always a pleasure. Great to see you. And Bert, thank you so much.
Get him next time.
He's going to get him next time. What do you make of that, Kiri?
Yes, indeed, we were hoping to catch up with some of the drivers, but as the engines start, it will not be possible for them to hear us. So just take in the noise and the spectacle that is the Formula One cars from 1966 to 1980. Now, this is probably one of the most notorious liveries of all time, the John Player Special, the Lotus John Player Special. Now, the lucky man behind the wheel is Chris Lock, but as we move down, Richard Grit will be driving the 1974 March, the 741, which is spectacular in that orange there. Now, all of these liveries you'll remember, but this one in particular is just so special, isn't it? The Niki Lauda Ferrari. Now, that is the 1976, so I don't need to give you much information on that. You know exactly what that is. All right. Well, we move down the grid. Number 71, the Shadow, 1976. And then the same again from the Shadow, but this one a 1975. All smiles there from Bill Jordan. And then this is the James Hunt Marlboro car, the Williams of 1980. Well, it does. The noise gives you goosebumps, and the names do as well, from Niki Lauda to James Hunt. This is Formula One history complete on this Velocity lane. Now, the men behind the wheel will be very, very nervous to be heading out on that Laguna Seca track. These Formula One cars are raw and as lively as they can get. So I'll hand up to Johnny and Adam, because the sound and the energy down here is just magnetic.
Thanks, yeah, Kerry, never easy when the Formula One cars start up, so well done. But yeah, we just saw the march there with Hans Stuck on the side. Do you recognize that name on the side of that car, Adam?
Oh, it's spelled correctly and everything. You know, I love that. No, it's beautiful to see that sight. That is the car that won the Japanese Grand Prix in 1976, the year that James Hunt sealed his one and only world championship, and that race was made famous to even the casual race fan by cinema, by the movie Rush.
Yeah,
big thumbs up there.
Great job by Ron Howard on that.
Did a brilliant job. Yeah, that's the best modern racing movie by far. You got Steve Romack. He is there in 1976 March 761. He's
won yesterday.
Roll. Yeah, he's been dominant. He's been dominant, that little guy there. And Chris Locke there rolling away.
Well, and we had Zach Brown up here earlier, and he should be out in that Williams, the Alan Jones Williams. So we'll see if he makes it out there. Busy day for him.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it certainly is. You also have Chris McAllister. He's from my hometown there, Indianapolis, Indiana. He's in that famed Ferrari 312T. That's a beautiful, beautiful car. That was for the defending championship year. That would have been 1976. 1976 for that car. It was a beautiful Ferrari. It was driven by the great Niki Lauda. He's got a period correct helmet as well. The number 71, Dalmo Di Vasconcelos. He is, that is in a 1976 Shadow DN5.
Like it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we saw Bill Jordanoff also in the Shadow DN5 1975. And that was a test car, basically, during the 1975 Grand Prix season. No mistaking that, though, as Kiri quite rightly pointed out. One of the most unmistakable cars in the world, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
That Ferrari?
Yeah, that Ferrari is certainly a piece of history, and proudly owned by Mr. McAllister. I know that he really takes a lot of pride. The cars that he owns, he really owns a neat history list of incredible vintage cars. So happy that he brought this one out here for the Velocity Invitational.
Yeah, this is chassis number 26, or 026, raced by Niki in 76 and 77, winning at Belgium and Monaco. Definitely one of the very special cars. But interesting, when you get up close to it, it's quite a surprise to see just how little space and how simple it is, and how little time and room Niki had inside that cockpit. Yeah, and likewise how high James Hunt was sitting up in that McLaren.
Right. I mean, you're looking at a little 3-liter V12, and making 475 horsepower out of that little Ferrari engine. And you got to imagine how small the cylinders are in a 3-liter V12 to be able to get that kind of displacement. But that's what makes that great sound as well. But as you mentioned, too, that McLaren M23, and that's just the opposite, right? That's a V8, but producing the same amount of power, but still a 3-liter engine.
Now, do we think that Zach, because he did say he was going to drive the McLaren?
I believe he was going to drive one of the modern cars.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
Just wondered if he'd thrown himself in the old car.
I do believe because he's got his own 1980s Williams.
Yes, but I haven't seen it yet.
W07B.
Yes, but I haven't seen it in this so far in this group lining up. But we're getting ready to go for our historic Formula One. These are cars from 1966 to 1980, pretty much my era. I was born in 66, and here we go.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Williams made it out there. It might have been something unfortunate that happened, but this is a good race going down into turn 2 there, the hairpin. Gonna be hard on the brakes.
Well, the March won yesterday and already in the lead.
Kicking a little dirt up there at the first apex. It's going to definitely throw a little bit of a psychological mix into it for Chris Locke. Steve Romack out there in the lead there in that March 761.
Yeah, and those of you who know your racing, Hans Stuck on the side of that car, and of course that was driven in the 74 Formula One season by Hans, the German. March 741, I know, yeah. Great guy.
Phenomenal human being, yeah, we love Hans Stuck. So this is Group 6, race number 2. This is 1966 and 1980. Historic Formula One cars. So this is, again, just what a sight to see. The sounds, though, man, the sounds of Formula One in the 70s and 80s.
This car that the McLaren you were just talking about was driven by James Hunt in 77, and with great success. South African Grand Prix, Kyle Army. He finished 4th from pole, and the car's best result in the World Championship race. So that's the car that James Hunt pedaled around. Kyle Army. Hunt followed up with a 7th place finish at the US Grand Prix at Long Beach, just down the road, in April 1977.
Good history there. It's a really sharp-looking car coming up there. I will admit, orange is not one of my favorite lines of that particular car. That is really always one of my favorites out here, is that March 761.
Yeah, you talk about a good bit of history. McLaren, I hadn't realized until this weekend just how much success in their 55-year history they've had. They've won in the US 8 times, with 2 wins at Long Beach, the one I just mentioned, and at Detroit. Obviously, Watkins Glen, Phoenix, Indianapolis, and COTA, lest we forget, in 2012, and Can-Am, and IndyCar, of course. So McLaren have got more than perhaps you kind of, first of all, think about when you think of McLaren.
Chris Lock is really hustling this thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree on the McLaren thought there. But, yeah, Chris Lock is really hustling that Lotus 77 around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, making the best work of this. He is not letting Steve Romack get away at all, and this is really a heck of a battle between the top 3 here with Charles Nierberg in that 77 McLaren M23. Ooh, getting wide there.
Whoa! Go, son. Go on, Charles. James would have been proud of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the sort of thing he did.
That was a Hunt move if I ever saw one.
Yeah. Hunt the shunt, they'd call him, but I'm glad to say it didn't end like that.
Much more conservative on the exit of 12, I noticed.
Yes.
That's a lot more track on the track out there. So trying to just reel it in here and pull it back together.
You'll appreciate this. When Mario came and drove a similar Lotus to kick off COTA back in the day, back in 2012, he did the opening lap, and as of course he should. And I was there to greet him as he got out of the car, and I said, what was it like to be reunited with this car? He said, oh, it's like an old girlfriend.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So you can imagine Mario. He was all smiles.
Oh, for sure. No, he loves being reunited with these old cars. He only has possession of one of his race cars that he ever drove, and that's the last Indy car he drove that he retired in 1994, the Lola.
Where does he keep it?
That's in his garage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Takes it out on a Sunday morning?
Yeah, he just goes out.
For coffee?
Takes it to church. It goes to Sunday Mass.
Yeah, I've got that. So the march leads from the Ferrari, as it did yesterday. The Jägermeister painted.
What a race with the top 3 here, though.
Yeah, beautiful. And we reckon we've got a lap record for a Formula One car at 1:10 here today. So unofficially, mind you.
Again, this was off my thumb. I want to make very clear this was nothing official. Now that car has data on it, so down there in that paddock, they have an official time. But I do love Pato's boss, Zach Brown's response to that. Really simple. Well, he's trying.
You know, the irony is you've got Parnelli Jones, you've got Shadow, obviously the Eagle. But Americans in this period didn't have such a big show. And ironically, though, it was absolutely dominated by Ford engines.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Yeah, it was the Ford, the DFV engine was the famous engine. And that was what was beautiful about that era of Formula One. You could basically pull one of those engines off the shelf and design a car around it. Unlike the Ferrari there, which is their own from the ground up. Right?
Of course.
Obviously, they're not going to buy a Ford engine. You're not going to find Enzo buying a Ford engine to put in the back. No. But that's why it was always unique. It wasn't until the rules wrote out the V12. Otherwise, I'm quite confident that a Ferrari Formula One car would still have a V12 in the back of it.
You know, we're sadly missing Niki Lauda, and I'd love to sit down with someone like Lewis Hamilton, because that Mercedes team with Niki around and with, you know, almost tutoring and mentoring Lewis in his heydays was such a character, and I know Lewis just felt very special to be around him. We've seen the film, we've seen the movie, we know all about Niki, but these latter years of his career when he was an ambassador, very special to him.
Yeah, he was obviously instrumental in the choice of Lewis, the jump for Lewis to make. At the time he was jumping from a very competitive McLaren package into a rather unproven Mercedes-Benz package, but nobody had a proven package for the rules, the new rules that were going to come out with the hybrid technology. And so I believe Nicky lifted up just enough of the skirt of what was going on over there, and Lewis liked what he saw and made that commitment. But we're looking at the 1975 Shadow. Oh, we got a little
Hey, the other Shadow's gone into the shadows.
I thought I had heard a little bit over the mic about some little gravel trap action, but the shadow of the shadow.
The shadow of my smile. I won't sing again, I promise. Yeah, like we said, that one of those shadows was a test car. I'm just looking at, and it was Richard Griot at the wheel who came by, and then the one that was off was, Griot was the one off, and I think the DN5, the test car went through. So that was the one that went into the gravel. Was the 76 Shadow, yeah,
Damo.
There's Jordan off. He's ahead. Yeah, he didn't have a problem. When I see those big air intakes at the top, I always think of 5000, but of course, that design, that look, very much a part of the American scene, 5000.
Yes, the Formula 5000. I mean, that was American Formula One car.
Yes, it basically was.
You know, it's a 5-liter engine, and they were monsters. That was a series that I have yet to have anyone answer to me why it disappeared.
Yeah, I'm buying a book this Christmas on the history of 5000 in the States, because Brian Redman had a huge part in that, three-time winner of 5000, and I just really want to, like I say, understand that, because there is no real... There is a 5000 series in New Zealand and Australia, I believe, so they've kept it going.
No one's ever given me an answer.
It's a good, and why? It's perfect.
I really wanted to bring it back with the Dallara. The Dallaras that were exhausted after, with the new DW12 that came in, the current Dallara that they're racing in IndyCar. I thought it'd be great to take those cars, just make a spec engine package, a big American V8 engine, take the cowl off of it, put a big engine scoop, put a big intake scoop over the top, and call it Formula 5000 the renewal. And I thought that would have just been a way fun series to watch happen.
Well, I always hate the fact that there's so many talented drivers who are young and just past their prime, who aren't racing, who probably kind of still do want to race, but aren't in a competitive car. They would love to jump at a series like that. When I think of some of the reserve drivers, both in Indy and in Formula One, there's a plethora of talent. I mean, think about what Hulkenberg and I don't know who else. I mean, many. Can you imagine Conor Daly ripping around in one of those or whatever?
No, I'm telling you, it would be a really positive series. I think it would be a big output. I think a lot of interest would be in it, but you never know. It always takes, like anything else, it takes money and commitment from a lot of people to make something like that happen. As we see, Chris Locke having really wrestling around that Lotus 77, did a heck of a job.
Well, he just did his fastest lap of this race at 125.7 on the last lap out there.
He's got a 10-second gap, though, to Steve Romack. Steve Romack, right around the middle part of this race, really turned up the wick quite loudly and took off, and did not want to make this too much of a race towards the end.
What a coup to get Mario back in the day. Do you know the story of how that happened?
Between him and
Colin
Chapman. I don't know the exact off the top of my head, but I do believe it was the end of the Valls Parnelli project. They wouldn't be able to move on. I believe it was funding issues, and Mario and Colin Chapman had struck up a relationship in Indianapolis in 1965. And my Uncle Mario made a statement to him then saying that I will drive for you in Formula One day. And Colin said we need to make that happen. So,
yeah.
When it happened that Mario had unfinished business within Formula One, obviously. His goal was to win World Championship. And, Niki Lauda, not Niki Lauda, but Colin Chapman was looking for someone to take on the likes of Niki Lauda. And so he scooped up Mario for sight unseen, and the rest is, as they say,
the rest is history, and a heck of a history it is. Well, Steve Romack, as he did yesterday, flying around the Laguna circuit in the 76 March, making it look rather simple. It just looks great. It looks tidy, doesn't it, that car?
That's Richard Griot. That's actually a 74 March 741.
Ah, excuse me.
But it's very hard to distinguish between the two of them. It's only by number did I actually catch that.
Ah, good call. Sorry.
No, that's okay. And then you got Chris McAllister here in the famed Ferrari 312T, T2. It's amazing to think 12 of those cars were actually built, that 312.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Wow.
But you think now, I mean, you can only build, how many Formula One cars can you build now under the rules? Like 2?
Yeah.
Two per driver?
Yeah,
so
basically.
4 total? Maybe 1 test? So maybe 5 total of a modern Formula One car?
I mean, you can build
that'd have been a good question for Zach Brown up here.
Yeah, how many you can build now, yeah.
Oh, we missed that one. You're over the speaker, Zach. Come on up. Answer that question for us.
Yeah. Answers on a postcard. 3 minutes to go then. Our historic Formula One here at Velocity Invitational. Hope you're enjoying your day as we are. And I know that the crowd and the feedback we're getting is that they're enjoying sipping some wine in the Sip and Saber, picking up some merchandise and meeting some of the stars of the Invitational. Great weekend so far. And the perfect setting.
Love that sound.
Yeah, and with Long Beach down the road, a huge history of both Formula One and Indy. So a lot of Formula One fans in this part of the world.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you'll find some of the heaviest enthusiasts of Formula One out here on the West Coast. Sure. It's very popular. I mean, a lot of them, I believe California has the highest, if I'm not mistaken, one of the highest sales for Ferrari, and it's hard to own a Ferrari and not get enthusiastic about Formula One. I don't know any Ferrari owners that aren't enthusiastic about Formula One. I would imagine the same would go for the client base at McLaren and their interest in Formula One. So especially since it's been coming back up to its previous glories before.
Yeah, and everybody's talking about Miami obviously next year, and that'll be May 8th, and I'm looking forward to that. And of course, COTA is already on the deal for next year too. They've just got to sort out the contract, but I think the West Coast, they're talking Vegas obviously, I still think that the West Coast and California would be a better home as a third race for Formula One, so that we've got Miami and then Texas and California, and you've pretty much got all the bets covered, bar New York, which sadly didn't make it.
Boy, in a dream world, that's what would happen. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in my dream world, they'd just come to my backyard, back to Indianapolis.
Well, I don't see that.
We could do it there.
You know what? With Roger Penske at the helm, and with his background in Formula One and his association, obviously, I think he's still on the board at a few of the Formula One sponsored teams, and so why not?
Well, we're drawn to a rather decent close here. Fastest lap from Steve Romack at a 124.760. He's coming into turn 12 here. He'll come around and he'll face the white flag. One more lap around here, Jonathan.
There it is. Yep. And the bright orange of Romack in that march, heading now down to the Andretti hairpin for the final time on the final lap.
I love the side-mounted coolers. You can see them right behind the number.
Yeah.
So the side-mounted, probably I imagine one's a water cooler, or they're both water cooler, but one's a water or one's an oil cooler. And I love that design of that car, just very much ahead of its time.
Yeah, I wonder if current designers take a look at some of these historic cars and say, oh, I'd forgotten that could be done there, or why haven't I thought of that? Again, rethinking, effectively, because the designers back then were just as brilliant, because they were trying things that were almost more creative, because there was more, it was more open, wasn't it?
And I think a name that we mention a lot, and we always do with admiration, but it's the great Adrian Newey.
Yes, sure.
Is, I believe, a guy that does that.
He does.
That looks into the past, and that's why the blown diffuser made a return.
Well,
in the early 2010s, that's something that he played with in a March in the late 80s. In his March Formula One car, and it just didn't take. They just didn't have it right. And now the electronics, the modern electronics, proved it to be possible there in 2009, 10, 11, 12.
Well, when
they were able to take advantage.
Yeah, and when you ask about why Adrian's so special, if you will, I've seen him at many. He's a big bike fan. I've seen him at many. There's the checkered flag, and the winner comes across the line, Steve Romack. Yeah, I've seen Adrian at motorcycle races getting very up close and intimate with the technology involved in MotoGP, because, of course, he's thinking compact that doesn't get any more so than motorcycle racing, and he gets some ideas, he takes some innovations and thinks, now what can I do with that?
Oh, so, I would agree. I think far and away they're way ahead of the game on the electronics, especially burning fuel, getting maximum power. So I think there's some definite things there to be talked about. But a great session here, great race for Group 6, and that's gonna, that's what we have. That's our last race before a short little lunch break that we'll have coming up here shortly.
So congratulations to Steve Romack in the March 761, taking a win over Charles Nurberg in the McLaren M23. Chris Locke taking third place and putting on a great show in that Lotus 77 from 1976. That concludes our historic Formula One, and it also gives us our first break of action. But don't go away, more to come from the Velocity Invitational 2021. We'll be back after a short break. Stay with us.
Well, welcome to Jeff Schwartz's house. This is a small piece of your history and your life. So, Jeff, can you just tell us a little bit about how you came to Laguna Seca with all of this?
Yeah, obviously I've been very close and associated with Porsche, and then a sponsor that's been on board with me since for Pikes Peak since 1997, I believe, rang me up and said, could you bring a number of your cars that you either collect and race or cars that you raced at the Pikes Peak hill climb? So what I was able to do is bring together a car that was really dear to me, the 906, and then a really great story on this yellow car here, the 914, I know. And then the last one would be the Pikes Peak car that I ran most recently in 2020.
Okay, well, let's start with Pikes Peak then. This man has won 8 Pikes Peak challenges and has also made a movie about it. So I'm not sure which one's more poignant, but let's talk about those 8 championships.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I've run 18 years at Pikes Peak in 13 different Porsches and had the good fortune of winning 8 class championships there. So a lot of varied cars, but I think the biggest thing and the kind of the coolest thing about it is that Pikes Peak was an all-dirt road when I started. And then in the early 2000s, it became half dirt, half pavement, and then it finally is all paved now. So my wins have come in all dirt and half, and then all pavement. So I've really seen a lot of change there.
Yeah, you've been around many years at Pikes Peak. Tell us, obviously, it's the wins that inspired the movie, but what actually brought it to the forefront?
I've been inspired. It was like filmmaking was a way to be around cars and primarily motorsport. And so, I've had 2 projects that were very close to my heart. One was the Art of Racing in the Rain. I was second unit director on that, so I was able to use all my kind of racing intuitions to direct all the racing sequence, basically everything that was automotive in that film. And then the other side of it, to come to Pikes Peak, I brought a guy that's been a real hero of mine, Ken Block, and I did Climb Kana there with Ken, and I filmed on Pikes Peak with Ken Block racing up my mountain, basically, and it was fun to translate what he does so well in a car through my lens on the camera.
Okay, well, I'm going to move you this way, and we're going to head over here because this car is something that you bought when you were 22. Why Porsche?
I think I was so attracted to the sound. The sound of the car, the flat 6 was so important to me. So, I'd saved my money and invested my money per my father all through, from really junior high school, all through high school. And the deal was when I got out of high school, I could buy a car. And so the only car I could really get that had a flat 6 in it was the 914. I couldn't afford a 911. So I got this 914-6, which has a 6-cylinder, made the right sound for me. And I've had it literally since 1973. And it's given me so many great life adventures.
You're not that old, are you?
No, not at all. I don't know.
Just numbers in the sky. All right, well, behind us, I don't know whether you can actually catch a glimpse. That's Michael Schumacher. And it's a very rare, smiling, cheeky picture of Michael Schumacher. You captured this as well.
Oh, yes, thank you. I love to take photography as a craft. I've done so many things in film, but to come back to kind of my roots in photography. So the Race of Champions that's held every year that brings all the champions together, I got involved with early on. And when they went to Stade de France and Wembley Stadium, both of those, Paris and London, I just said, I want to bring all these champions together and have them sit in the same chair and sit in the chair as they would in their race car. So, it was surprising, the amount of drivers that showed up to do this, and one of them was Michael Schumacher. And the tricky part was I wanted to do it so that they had to take their shoes off and their gloves off so that they could sit in this chair with bare feet. And it was pretty tricky with somebody like him, but he was awesome and provided me that shot.
Well, it's a perfect setting to share all of your memories. Life has been pretty full for you. So what have you learned and what do you take away from all these fantastic experiences?
It's racing is a point of view from a visual sense, and racing is an attitude and a discipline. And I think that when you run like this Mobil 1 car up Pikes Peak, a 935, the latest, greatest from Porsche, you have to take in all this information. But when it comes to the actual race, you need to narrow it down and just live that moment and compartmentalize everything you've learned at that point, and that's probably a good one for life.
Yeah, I'd say so. All right, greatest driver of all time and greatest car of all time, Jeff.
Oh, thank you. I think that the greatest driver in the world of Porsche certainly is, from our American standpoint, is Hurley Haywood, and then Derek Bell was always a big hero on the international world of motorsport, certainly from the Porsche side. So there's been so many great drivers, and certainly Patrick Long, who just retired this weekend after 20 years. He's been our ambassador and racer for the U.S. side of things, and it's really special to see him finish out a great career this weekend.
Amazing. All right, well, that's just a small glimpse at the life of Jeff Schwartz.
Well, Johnny, how about this? A couple of gentlemen that you will know very well indeed. To my left, Pato O'Ward, and to my right, a man who needs no introduction, two-time Formula One world champion, Mika Hakkinen. Mika, incredibly loud here, but you were just raising the volume a moment or two ago in your 1998 McLaren Out on Track. How good was it to get back in that car?
Yeah, that's MP413, McLaren 98 indeed, and I remember when we did the very first test with that car early, was it February in 98, and we took it in a Paul Ricard racetrack. And like here, you had the garages here, and I remember like yesterday, just driving out of the garage, going to pit lane, with the pit limiter on. I turned the steering a couple of times like this. I said, oh my God, this is it, And going to the very first corner, and I went on the brakes, and I experienced the stability in the rear. I said, we have a winning car. And then I start pushing with the car, going faster and faster, and then just team called me that slow down. We don't want to show our speed.
And am I right in saying that was one of the first McLarens that Adrian Newey was significantly involved in designing?
Absolutely. He did amazing work. He's a genius how he finds the solutions and finding the balance to the car. I don't think it's difficult to, I have to be careful what I say, but yes, you can generate the great downforce to the car, and you can make it look very nice, but you have to make it efficient, and you have to make the car which is balanced, and I think that's the challenge.
Yeah. Well, listen, it was a treat for everyone here at Laguna Seca to hear it once again. It has been the standout car of the weekend. Everyone was flocking to the fencing to see it. And just to your left here, Pato, I mean, what a weekend you're having. I chatted to you yesterday. You're just on a fun weekend. You having a great time?
Man, I am. I've never been to an event like this with so many cool cars, and you find a spectrum of everything. You get like GTLM cars, you get road cars, you get Formula One cars, you get old Formula One cars, you get crazy cars like the 250 GTO Ferrari. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, to be honest. I can go all day and all night explaining everything that's here.
And you've had a great season as well in IndyCar. Picked up your first win. I understand it's won you a bet with Zach Brown as well.
Yeah, so my bet with Zach was if I win an IndyCar race this year, which I did, I get to test a Formula One car at the end of the year in Abu Dhabi. So I'm looking forward to that.
Mika, you're shaking your head looking at this young man while he's saying that.
Because I'm so happy for him. It's going to be a really incredible experience testing a Formula One car. And, it's a chance of the lifetime. That way you can really, really show your talent, your performance, your abilities to communicate with the engineers, the mechanics, and it's brilliant. I think it's such a beautiful opportunity.
Yeah. Has Mika been giving any words of advice before you jump behind the wheel of that Formula One car?
Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Full send.
Full send.
Yeah.
Looking at the smile on your face, I get the impression you are a young man who is going to give it full send.
Oh, mate, I am so excited for the opportunity, and I just want to enjoy it. And I mean, I'm a racing driver, and the enjoyment you get out of driving a race car is putting it to the absolute limit.
Yeah. And Mika, just a quick word about this event, because I last saw you at a historic event in Monaco in 2018, I think it was. Here we are in the California sunshine. The Velocity Invitational, it's a really good historic event, isn't it?
It is indeed. I mean, you see a lot of happy faces. I think people are fulfilling their dreams, bringing their beautiful cars, able to run on a racetrack with the beautiful weather, and you have the space and no stress. No, you know, it's for fun. You know, everybody having fun, and I think that's the whole idea. You know, and it works really well here.
It does indeed work really well here, and I tell you what, don't tell anyone, Mika, but I think I'm having more fun than anyone right now. This is a job, right? But it's great fun. So Pato as well, Zach Brown, obviously CEO of McLaren, he was chasing Mika around in 2011 or 2012 race car there. I think it was Lewis and Jensen's one. He's quite a driver, your boss, isn't he, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, the guy, I told him we need to go do a test run in the IndyCar, get him in one of those and see what he thinks about that. I mean, the guy knows what it is to be in the shoes of a driver, and great boss. Yeah. Great boss to have, and then really enjoyable to, you know, to have someone that truly understands what you do.
Yeah, exactly, because he's jumping between sports cars and Formula One cars. He's got a huge collection of many other cars, and it's no mean feat to go out on track here at Laguna Seca and hang on to the wheel and do it properly.
No, mate, this track is a big challenge. It's a big challenge. There's a lot of elevation change. There's a lot of blind corners, but there is no better place to do it. It's just an awesome, awesome place.
Yeah, Mika, one quick word about the circuit here at Laguna Seca as well. If you were giving some advice to some of the owners who are taking these priceless machines out, what advice would you give them?
How would I say? I would say the pedal gets the metal.
If in doubt, flat out.
Exactly.
Flat out. Flat out, baby. That's the only way to do it.
Full send. Pato, Mika, listen, this has just been a real, let me shake your hand here. This has been amazing, Pato. Thanks a million, buddies. So these two fantastic gentlemen are going to be signing some autographs to the fans. We've got a bit of a crowd behind us at the moment. I think we'll let them get in position. Johnny and Adam, we'll go back up to you at the booth because I can hear just across the way some classic Formula One cars across the way over there. Zach is out there. I don't want to mention what he's driving because for one time this weekend, it's not a McLaren, is it? He's in an FW07.
It's Williams Formula One car.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a 1980 FW07, which I had as a slot car when I was a kid, as a little aside. So Zach's racing a slot car of mine. But listen, Johnny and Adam, I mean, what a treat down here at the Velocity Invitational. These chaps have got to sign some autographs. I'll hand back to you.
No, I'm on PC, but I actually have Game Pass on PC, so you can play. Well, yeah, dude. So you get. So you talk on that.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's your viewing for this afternoon from the Velocity Invitational.
And we start off with Ford GTLM. We've got a bit of a surprise for you on that one. So that is what is to come. Let's head down to Kiri in the pit lane for the procedures to get us underway for our afternoon coverage.
Well, welcome back to Velocity Lane, and there is plenty more action still to come your way today. Now we've got the Ford GT program about to head onto track, but before we do, we have got a rather fabulous lady, Rebecca Kitch, who is going to sing the national anthem. So when you're ready, Rebecca, thank you so much.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, a fantastic start to the afternoon here at the Velocity Invitational. A very special VIP guest has flown in, especially just about to go out in a GT Mark II car, Henry Ford III. Sir, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us. This was a special journey you made just this morning.
I did, yeah. It's so great to be here. This is a wonderful event. So great to see the fans out here today. So many beautiful cars, beautiful track, beautiful day. It's just perfect.
And your team have assembled quite the collection of GT cars. The history just across the way over there is someone else.
Well, I was lucky enough to be at Le Mans in 2016 with my dad, and he was there 50 years ago with his dad. So it's something that's really important to our family and our company, and the GT is just such a big part of our legacy and heritage. So great to be out here.
Have a great afternoon. Thanks for talking to us, sir. Enjoy the drive.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a fantastic sight and sound of Ford in motion. What a history. It doesn't often happen in motor racing where you plan stuff and it actually comes to fruition. Usually you are thwarted by weather, mechanical, something going wrong, good competition, whatever it might be, especially at a race like Le Mans. But Ford have pulled it off, not once, but twice.
Amazing. I love to see them all here all at once, and you know it's a big deal when you attract the big boss man himself. So,
yeah. When your name is Ford, you know you've got the right guy.
Yeah, that's a big deal. So, I mean, sunshine will grab about anybody here, but we know it's a pretty special time when something like that's going on. So this is a really, really special way to kick off our afternoon after that wonderful little lunch break.
Yes, it was nice. We spoke with Gunnar Jeanette, we saw Stefan Johansson, we had a good chat with Pato O'Ward, who was still grinning from ear to ear after his experience in the car.
Yeah, that adrenaline was still pumping through his veins for sure. He was such an excitable young man, and very much looking forward to his upcoming test in Abu Dhabi and what it'll be like in a modern car. We discussed some of that with them and the differences, and plays back was his sentiments as well. It's a beautiful sound of those that era of Formula One.
And if you're wondering if you're sort of clueless as to what we are alluding to, of course, in 1966, some 5 years ago, Ford won Le Mans, having had a long 2-year gestation period of developing their own car to take on the mighty Ferrari. The story goes, Henry Ford wanted to buy out Ferrari. They were and certainly Enzo was struggling, but he was in need of finances to keep the company going. And
what a burnout.
That was a great burnout. And so he had still dominated Le Mans. That was always Ferrari's way. And Ford said, well, if you won't sell me the company, that miffs me, and I'm going to go back to your backyard, and I'm going to beat you. And he did. Yeah. They developed a car, the GT40, and they did it. Now, the cars that you're seeing on display, some 50 years later, 5 years ago, 8 of them went to Le Mans, and they did it again.
They're being led by one of those that you were just speaking of the 60s era, is what they're being led of. So that's pretty special to get to see. And what was the number significance? You remember the number significance of the GT40? 40-inch roof height.
40-inch roof height. And in fact, the numbers on the modern car, the 66 and 67, alludes to the fact that actually not only did they win in 66 and 67, but as a factory, Ford pulled out. But of course, they carried on racing the cars, and they won in 66, 67, 68, and 69, a 4-peat. So if Ferrari didn't have his nose rubbed in it in 1966, Ford said, just to make sure, we'll show you how good this car really is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It was so far ahead.
And I can't think of another car that's ever won Le Mans 4 back-to-back like that.
Well,
I mean, Porsche always do.
The R8 would be the
yes,
only
that might be the only one.
Yeah, 935s, 962s.
Yeah. But of the same mark, effectively, with upgrades. But, wow.
It's pretty special. Anytime you can turn off that kind of dominance, it means that you've done something that really has woken the world up. And waking up the world of motorsports is not the easiest thing to do. They seem to be ahead of the game a lot of times. But these are great exhibition laps that we're going to see here. They're gridding up quite nicely behind the future of Ford Motor Company with that Mustang Mach-E leading them down the way, all electric.
Well, and it's sort of, for Ford Motor Company, it was a full circle, because remember, the Model T was the first car developed purely for the people, and that's what Henry Ford's mission was, or vision was, that he said, I don't want this to be, I don't want the car to be just for the elite, the Bentleys and the Rolls were fantastic, but nobody can afford them. And Jaguar was almost not far off, a little bit less. But that is why Ford decided to go assembly making Model Ts, so that the mere people, and I think it was something like $800 or something, for a decent Ford car back in the day. And so therefore Ford then going back into racing, which they hadn't been doing for a while, certainly not at a factory level, was something special. Here we go then. Ford Motor history with a Ford at the wheel, and also I wouldn't be surprised if James Farley's out there too.
Oh yeah, this is his yoga, remember?
Of course.
Yeah. No, I do think it's if a Ford is in there, I think Henry Ford's a passenger.
Yes, he'll be a passenger. Just like the Ford in the movie.
Yes.
Probably scaring himself to death. Lovely.
Let's hope so. Let's hope they're going for a fun ride.
And when you look at that movie where Ken Miles is obviously with Christian Slater, the star of the movie. But this is where Ken Miles, this particular track is where Ken Miles and Riverside and a few others cut his teeth. This is where his story began. So if you want to look at where the real story of Ford versus Ferrari began, you could argue it was here.
Absolutely, you can. Absolutely.
Yeah, Joey Hand was here. He was one of the drivers. He'll be out there now. Billy Johnson, another one of the drivers, is out there. I'm good friends with Andy Prio, who absolutely, even though he's a 4-time touring car world champion, he said that winning Le Mans was just absolutely sensational. And I would have thought there isn't anything more fine than a factory entry at Le Mans. and taking the win.
Well, without a doubt. I mean, and Le Mans is that global stage, right? When you win at Indianapolis, you win at Le Mans, you win at Daytona. No matter what race you've won there, you've done something. You've done something very, very special. You've done something on a global stage. So that would really resonate much stronger. Even though the British Touring Car Championships are incredibly competitive and held on high regard, it's still it's not that global stage, right? And that's what really, when you can beat the best of the absolute best worldwide, that's when you know you really feel like you've accomplished something, or accomplished something special and unique.
Yeah, and like I said, when you get a mark as successful as the GT40 and then try to remake it, you can fail miserably quickly, especially with the aficionados, the fans that love a particular way you did something and that it cannot be repeated. But they did it. They did it in style, too.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no mistaking what this car resembles. There's no mistaking. You can look at it from the front end, looking at it from the side, looking at it from going away from you. Even if it didn't have a Ford badge on it and said Ford GT, you'd be like, ooh, wow, that thing looks a lot like a GT40. And so, I mean, mission accomplished.
Yeah, and like the original quest to win Le Mans, they took Chip Ganassi on this side of the planet, as they did with Carroll Shelby. And they did the same sort of thing, really. They had a factory also in England, and they got the best drivers, as they did in the 60s, and they went about it in exactly the same way, and they had exactly the same result.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, that's a very, very good point. And, Chip Ganassi's got a top-notch program here in America, and, it's well documented that he's got a tunnel actually for testing inside the mountains of Pennsylvania. That was an old transportation tunnel, and so he took not an ownership of it, but leased it from the state for quite some time, and went ahead and put some construction into it, and has made it one of the premier testing facilities here in the United States for really anything racing wise. That we want to do is shutdown tests, coast downs, high speed runs, whatever the case may be on those type deals. And so yeah, there's a huge benefit. There's a big thing that I know that's a big part of what Chip sells, a manufacturer like Ford, is access to those type things and being able to develop your program, in the way that the CGR Chip Ganassi Racing program goes out.
And looking back in history, talking about the great drivers, if I give you the list, Chris Amon, who crossed the line first, but that was a sort of controversial thing. Mario Andretti, you might have heard of him. Bob Bondurant, you might have heard of him. Ronnie Bucknam, Mark Donohue, we spoke to his son earlier. Richie Ginther, Marston Gregory, Jerry Grant, Dan Gurney and Bob Grossman, Phil Hill, Ken Miles, who we spoke of just a moment again, and Bruce McLaren and Lloyd Ruby. That's not a bad group of pedalers, is it?
That is impressive.
And Mario didn't have the best of weekends that year, did he?
No, he didn't. I believe they had a mechanical failure. Not sure exactly what happened, but yeah, I believe they had a mechanical.
Yeah, an incredible history, and one that I don't think we'll ever forget, and I don't think will ever be repeated. I think Ford would really be pushing it if they said to themselves, oh, let's try it for a third time. Nobody can beat us, sure. Yeah, I think that would be a tough thing to do. Now, I'm going to welcome into the booth, in a moment, a young lady. She's gonna hang out for a second. And she's got a great history. I actually saw her race too. I've actually seen her demonstrating a race car today and yesterday. But Jessica Hawkins from Great Britain, from my home, Great Britain, is here. And she is a lady on the move at the moment. And she's representing Aston Martin. That's fine, we'll bring her in here because we've got some great sports cars coming up. But I wanted to talk to her all weekend. I was supposed to come down and see you, but you've come up here. Bobble hat and all.
Even in the heat, in the heat.
How are you?
I'm brilliant. How are you?
Very, very well. How are you enjoying the weekend, first and foremost?
It's amazing. I'm so happy to be here, to be honest. My first event out in the US. I mean, I've been here before, but it's my first event like this.
Yeah.
And what a place to be. I absolutely love USA. I love the corkscrew. I love Laguna Seca. And to be driving, obviously what I've been driving today, the TDF1 is amazing. So, and I don't really want to be going home.
Don't blame you. Well, for those young ladies out there who are inspired by an event like this, listen to the words of Jessica Hawkins, because she's on the way up. I saw her race in the W Series hard and fast at Coda just a couple of weeks ago on the Formula One undercard. I thought she'd made it into the top 8 because that's an automatic qualification. What happened?
That's still a sore subject to me.
Okay, we'll move right on. But the bottom line is,
bottom line is that I had a really tough start to the season. And it was very difficult to pull it back from there. But we finished the season extremely strong, and who knows for next year? There are a few possibilities that I'm working on, who knows?
Well, Adam Andretti, we are looking at some fantastic Ford history. We're going to talk about sports cars and Jessica as well, and what she's up to with Aston Martin, which is exciting. And I'm glad to see young female racing drivers getting the opportunity to be associated with Formula One teams. We've seen a competitor of hers Jamie Chadwick. Jamie Chadwick, of course, with the Willie Williams team. And that's great news with the announcement that Logan Sargent also getting into that academy. But now we're starting to see female drivers getting the opportunity that they long time have deserved. But Jessica, you've got fascinating. You're not just a racing driver, you're a stunt driver. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the stunt driving all came about basically because I ran out of money to go racing. That's the only reason that I kind of went in that route. But it actually turned out to be one of the best things that I've ever done. So running out of budget to go racing was actually probably one of the best things that happened to me. So I race when the opportunity arises. So I've got the best of both worlds, really. So I have had a very strange career route. I've done some really crazy things.
Well, tell us about it, because there's some little girls out there who want to know. How do you do it?
So random. Okay, so world record for the world's fastest lawnmower 0 to 100.
Nice work.
Nice.
Random.
Good one.
That.
Good.
What was the power plant on that?
It had a Honda Fireblade motorbike engine.
Okay.
It was fast.
Motorcycle engine.
It was fast.
Yeah.
Stunt driver for the new James Bond No Time to Die movie that has just been released.
Nice.
Did some Fast and Furious stuff
Oh,
driving.
that was a bit of a moment. Sorry, I had to squeak in there because we almost had an unfortunate error down at the corkscrew. Somebody actually had a corked bottle there for a moment.
Go through 24 hours of Le Mans without a scratch.
Without a scratch, and then suddenly come to Laguna for an exhibition and crash. No, carry on, Jessica.
That's something that we didn't want to see.
No, we didn't.
And yeah, been then racing up on that.
So have you done any of the traditional sort of karting, Formula 4, any of that?
Yes, so I started karting. 2008 was British champion. A few years after that, won some European races, and that's really kind of when the budget restrictions started to come in. After karting, I did a few one-off races here and there over the next few years. I then obviously went into W Series, which brought me back into racing because I'd stopped racing before W Series, so it was an incredible opportunity. And then this year, obviously, signed for Aston Martin Cognizant Formula One team. I had to pinch myself when that happened because very, very few people in the world ever get to sign for a Formula One team. So that's pretty special to me. But it's also heartwarming to know, that they see something in me. And whilst I haven't been in the car yet, I would say never, and who knows.
Are you doing sim work at least? Or they have you on the sim and doing some of the sim work for them?
Yeah, so I'll be starting in the sim over the winter. I've been very busy this year, and it's been difficult to fit everything in, and they've been super busy. And so yeah, I'll be starting over the winter. I'm raring to go in that. So
that's a lot of how they gauge their junior drivers now, because the sims are so good, and especially So you're going to be in for a treat there for sure, just from that, because it's going to give you so much of the sensation. Obviously, it's not the same as driving the real thing, but it's going to give you so much of that sensation. You're going to really. It's good to hear that you're really focused on getting into that sim, because so many people don't look at it as part of the opportunity. They're so driven on getting in the car, but this is so important to the process of how they're going to analyze you and when they're going to get you into that next step. So
I'm not sure. My experience level compared to a lot of my competitors is so low. So who knows? I'll never say no to any other opportunity. I'll always consider any opportunity. Whether it will go further, I don't know.
Look into Kimi Räikkönen's career before Formula One.
Yeah.
It was null.
Yeah.
He had null of a career. He
Yeah.
had very, like, I think 2 seasons of racing in Formula cars and was in a Formula One car.
I know, mental.
and is now,
That's true.
you know, world
Yeah.
champion. and
I remember when they said they actually asked Michael Schumacher and the rest of the team, the rest of the drivers at the time, were they happy to have Kimi on the track with them at Silverstone, and he did a special test on, I think, Wednesday beforehand to see if he was okay, because he'd only done Formula One.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. I think
So don't let sometimes it's not about the amount of miles on your odometer, it's the amount of what they see in you.
a small
as
issue
talent.
of a few super license points as well.
Well, those two.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, they did change that. They did change that since Kimi's. The Kimi nowadays wouldn't be able to get the opportunity that he had. I will say that, and I think that's a shame. I honestly think that's a darn shame the way that they've done the licensing.
It's
I
all
think
for safety as well, I guess, which is obviously at the forefront of everything nowadays.
Oh, I agree, but there's also ways I think that they can analyze on a per driver basis. It doesn't have to be a generalization. I think that's what hurts our sport is in the past is when we generalize it, and then there's people that miss opportunities because of the generalization of it. People that are extreme talents, you know, that finding that process, having the funding to go through that process.
Oh, it's incredible.
It's unbelievable what you have to be involved in, and the business side of it.
Yeah.
Everyone sees the glory and the champagne. Very few see the hard work and the blood, the sweat, and the tears behind the scenes.
Jessica, stay with us because I just want to obviously put a footnote on what was a fantastic display of the 2016 Ford GTLMs, including Mr. Ford in the passenger seat, I may add. But Joey Hand and many other of the greats celebrating 5 years after the 50th celebration of the 1966 win by Chris Amon at Le Mans for Ford, and an incredible feat, which I said earlier, I don't think will be repeated. But great to have them here, great to have this presence from Ford. If you get a chance and you are here, head down to the middle, just behind Velocity Lane. There's a great display of both old and new Fords, including these 216 Fords. But there's the Mach-E, the new electric Mach-E, as well as also the 2022 GT, the latest GT in Wimbledon white. I didn't know there was such a thing, but there you go. Let's head down now to the paddock again, because now the Fords are put back to bed. Let's go down to Kev. He's with Paris Mullins.
Right, well, here we are then in the garage of O'Gara Motorsport, and we are indeed live right now with Paris Mullins here. Paris, head of motorsport for O'Gara. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
We're stood by this incredible 2011 Formula One car, and I'm pleased to say my knowledge is on point, because I said you can tell by the rear wing there.
You sorted it out right away. You saw it. Yeah.
Narrow aero. They wanted to reduce the aero in that era. But tell us about this car. What's going on with this one? And then I'll ask you about O'Gara in general.
Absolutely. So this car is built by a group in the UK called Tour de Force, or Tour de Force Engineering, and it is called the TDF1. They essentially use a raced-used Formula One chassis and basically change the entire car so that the average person can run it for a track day without needing a team of 10 guys.
Right.
So the running costs come down, the fun goes up. So it's basically to make kind of a boyhood dream of driving a Formula One car possible. You know,
that's absolutely incredible, and there are lots of people here at Velocity Invitational who will be queuing up to want to do this, and it's designed for those guys and girls.
That's exactly what it's designed for. Absolutely. Yeah, speaking of girls, we've got actually Jess Hawkins out here driving it. So she's actually their development driver, as well as the driving ambassador for Aston Martin Formula One. So we've got her out here doing some laps in it.
Well, let's walk and talk this way. Jess doesn't know, but she was on my plane out on Wednesday, because I saw as she was getting off, I recognise that person. She's carrying a helmet bag. So she was coming out to chat to you. She had a great weekend last weekend. Johnny, our commentator, was commentating, I think, in COTA, didn't she? She had a great race in the W Series.
Yeah, she did. I was actually there that weekend, and she did great. It was great to watch her race.
Stepping across to this monster then here, this is completely wrapped in carbon fibre. I'm not going to pretend I know what this is, but what hell of a sports car this looks like.
It is. So this is from Ligier. This competes in the P3 category, so it's their JSP 320. It's the latest thing to come from France from them. The car is mega. This one's slightly different. We've kind of turned the engine up to 11. So the ACO regulated car does not have ABS, and it has about 460 horsepower.
Okay.
With this, we've put in ABS for gentlemen drivers, and it's got about 520 horsepower. So it's like the ultimate track day toy, unless you get something like that.
So it's that or that. You would be torn which one you're going to choose.
Right.
And is that what O'Gara Motorsport is all about?
Correct. So O'Gara Motorsport is the motorsport division of O'Gara Coach, which is the largest dealer in the U.S. for Bentley, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Maserati, McLaren, Rolls-Royce. I mean, the list goes on. So we look after all basically track-only product that those brands offer. Obviously, these two don't have a road-going variant, so that's just exclusive to the motorsport side. So,
and if somebody wants to put an order in for something like this, how long they got to wait?
Right now, for these cars, probably right around 6 months.
That's not bad.
No, it really isn't. But again, they've gotten it down to as long as there's no supplier hangups. Yeah. But yeah, no, they've gotten it down to a science now at this point. So.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. And just thinking generally about yourself as well, I mean, as I walk around this paddock, I meet all kinds of, fantastic people. What a job you've got, race car driver right the way through, and now look at what you're doing.
I'm very, very, very fortunate to get to do this.
And a quick word about the event as well then, the Velocity Invitational. It's like the first year in this format, new brand, and we are ticking every box as far as cars are concerned. What do you make of the event?
Oh, no, it's mega. I mean, it's far exceeded my expectations. As a kid, I grew up racing here at Laguna Seca. It's my home track. To see this kind of event being put on here, it is going to be the Goodwood for North America, for sure.
Yeah, it really is. The sun is shining, lots going on. One quick question. If you weren't going to jump in this one or this one, what car would you like to go and have a spin in this afternoon?
The one that I drove to the track, which you have to come take a look.
I don't know whether, I'm not sure if our cameras will reach it. We got time? I'm looking at my producer and my cameraman. We're set up on this one, but I want to have a look at it. So let's quick. Let's see if Matthew, our cameraman, can spin around, because you will not see a better prepared Ferrari anywhere in the world. So tell us about this.
All right, so this is built by GTO Engineering. This is essentially a part-by-part, 100% accurate 250 SWB. It starts life as a 250 GTE, something of that nature. They go ahead and redo the entire thing as if it just got pushed out of the Ferrari factory in the 60s. It's correct down to just every last little detail.
It is better than when it got pushed out of this factory. I'm telling you, if you can get down here this afternoon, if you are here watching the live stream, come and see this. It will be the best prepared Ferrari that is anywhere on site. Listen, Paris, thanks so much. I'm going to shake your hand. Kiri, our track reporter, is out and about doing something else, but it was a whirlwind tour of O'Gara Motorsports, and oh boy, thanks so much. Kiri, over to you. Thanks so much. Kiri, over to you.
Well, yeah, we are. This is something else indeed. Now, this is the GT IMSA category. Now, it was from 1966 to 1977. You're just having a look in with Ned Bacon there. Now, we all know the Porsche 911. This incredible machine, which is so difficult to drive. You'll see the first two cars that head out onto the track are the Porsche 911s. The first one, Ned Bacon driving 1975, and the second one also 1975. Okay, well after that there's some Datsuns in here and plenty of Porsches filling up this category. Again, the noise down here is spectacular. And these Porsches are certainly a crowd pleaser. Now we spoke to Rob Fuller yesterday. Rob raring to go once again in car 49. Then we're looking at car 47, Brian Frislell. He's in the Datsun. That's a 1970 Datsun, a 240 is there. Don't they look absolutely magnificent? I think the sunshine just brings out the yellow there. All right, well, it's about time that I hand up to you guys. It's a bit noisy down here.
So, as you can see, thumbs up from most of our drivers. It was great talking to young Jessica Hawkins. Big future ahead of her, just in her early 20s, and already connected with Aston Martin. And she was the driver of that single-seater car that we were hearing about there from Kev, which I find really interesting. Effectively, a Formula One car that you can literally run on your own, or not far off. But basically, you don't need the 6-man, 10-man crew to run it. And it'll run all day. It's depowered a little bit. Obviously, it's a very technical machine, but the bottom line is it does make it very accessible.
I mean, very solid head on that young lady. Very impressed by my first meeting of her and being around her.
I thought you'd like to meet her.
Yeah, she's where she'll be an asset, literally to anyone's operation. And I know firsthand from her just sitting in here, she wants some more opportunities over here in the U.S. So anywhere in that paddock, you're looking for a bright young lady who's got a good head on her shoulders and is rather rapid behind the wheel as well. Give her a call. Shoot her up and holler.
Jessica
she'll be happy to be here.
Yes, and you can see it at a movie near you. She's done the stunt driving in the Bond movie.
Very special.
That's kind of cool.
Very special to get to do that. So we got our next group going on up here. This is our Group 7 feature race. This is always a good group, a good fun group to have. A lot of Porsches, and you know how much I love a 911. I don't love it when they smoke like that.
Ooh, that's not a good look, is it?
A 911.
Now, what could that be if it's not what I think it is?
You know, that could be even overfilling with oil,
yeah.
You know, and having a little oil in the headers, because the way it would go away when he would warm up the tires one way, and then so if he's lost oil pressure, or if that's oil dumping into the cylinders and he's losing oil pressure,
that's not good.
Well, he would also see it, hopefully on the gauges, you know, would tell him that the oil pressure fluctuations. And a lot of times in these older cars, if they don't have a dry sump oil pump system, if they're previous to that technology and it's a wet sump, you really have to look at your oil pressure as you exit corners, because if you have an oil pressure drop exiting corners, that means your oil level is dipped and you may be doing damage to the engine as you corner.
I enjoyed this group yesterday, and I think I'm going to enjoy it again today, because it is, as you say, primarily Porsches, but this is the emergence of the 240Z, the Datsuns of the early 70s, made so popular and successful here in the States, but also a couple of really, really nicely prepared BMWs. A 3.5 CSL, well, in fact, two. One from 73 and one from 74. So really looking forward to seeing these. But these, I think these are just great cars.
Oh, our dear friend Eric Joyner is out there in his 911 having a ball with Good Boy Bob Coffee supplying all the caffeine needs for everyone in the paddock this weekend. And really great shot here, the corkscrew of every one of these beautiful cars of Group 7 coming down through here to grid up and start our first real race of the afternoon, right, Jonathan?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you could, the first race of the afternoon after having some exhibition races. But I think this is going to be a cracker too, because these guys know what they're doing. They'll go hell belt for leather, and we've got some very competitive cars out here. But also, it is another clever group. It's IMSA GT FIA Group 4 from 66 to 77, and again, another interesting period in American racing. And why I say that like that is because obviously it's dominated by Japanese and German cars and British cars, but they raced here to much success and continue to do so. Green flag waves.
Very much so. Good acceleration down in turn one. You can see the Porsches really getting a good jump on the Datsuns as they're going a hard braking zone here into the hairpin. Side by side for the front there. We're still getting a little bit of oil pluming out.
Yeah, it looks to be clearing itself up. I think it's what you said, though, yeah, which is good, because he would have stopped. They would have radioed to him and told him to come in.
Oh, for sure, 100%. So really good battle between Alan Turpins and Ned Bacon there through the Andretti hairpin, and then as they climb to turn 5 here.
There's the Datsun just behind. And already the field's spreading out. And a good strike, that's the other part, is that it's a big field too, very big. And I think we might see some lapping before the end of this race is over, depending on how much time they give them out on track. But it's great to see a full field like this. Some of them with headlights on. That's the smoky one. There's the BMW. There's one of them anyway.
Yeah, I love those BMWs. Got a beautiful, beautiful livery on them. The Castro BMW. The really neat cars out there too. But the 3.5 CSL is a really unique car. Big fan tail off the back of it. Really, I've always loved the profile of that car. As we see one coming through the corkscrew right there. Boy, Jessica loved that corkscrew, didn't she?
Yeah.
She loved the corkscrew. I love Laguna Seca. I love California. I love America. I just want to be here right now. She didn't want to go home.
She doesn't want to go home. I don't blame her.
She had to leave our booth a little bit prematurely because they had to get to the airport. But I'm sure we'll see more of her here in the United States, and we look forward to her next trip back.
Yeah, check out the W Series if you're an aspiring driver. Why not? Or at least follow it. It's great.
Ryan Frizzell, a good old friend of mine. I haven't found him yet in the paddock. We don't get much time outside the booth, but I would love it if he could come up to the booth and join us. He's one of the most entertaining people you'll ever care to be around. I'd love to know what it's like to drive one of those Datsuns, but we've had a lot of fun in parking lots around this country, teaching people, just the general public how to drive a little bit better if you can.
I thought you were going to say something else about what you were doing donuts in general car parks, but I'm sure that was part of the learning.
No, we were being smart.
Okay.
We were being smart.
I'm going to ask you this question as we look at Alan Turpin's in that Porsche 911 RSR. What is it about the 911 that makes it the perfect race car? And I say that because it's not the perfect race car, but it's had so much success. The silhouette, at least, has still, to this day, when you look at what Eric Joyner drives today, it ain't far off this. But why has it had such success? Is it because of where the engine is? Is it because of the design? I mean, obviously it's a pretty car, but why is it such a great race car?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's very efficient in all aspects, right? When you have a front engine car and you're rear drive, you're going to lose a certain amount of power through the drivetrain because it's got to travel a distance. When you have a rear engine car, rear drive, that all of a sudden you don't have that drop in power. So all of a sudden you can make the same amount of power to the rear wheels with a much smaller displacement, which Porsche has always proven.
Then how do you go about keeping it effectively down and not being tail-led?
That's the balance, right? That's where getting the oil coolers up front. Gotcha. We're getting the radiators up front. The fuel cell being located up ahead of the bulkhead. These are all ways. And then their answer, if you look at this era, as you see Eric Joyner going down to the hairpin there, their answer was rear tire, too.
Yeah.
We got to throw some rear tire at this thing. Look at how big the rear tire is on these 70 eras Porsches. And just a massive amount of rear tire to tame just what you're talking about. Because back then, I mean, it was a lot more like throwing a dart backwards. The weight was the inertia was all in the wrong place at the wrong time. And but you knew you were ready for it.
Yeah.
You knew it. Everyone said, "Wow, that's a great Porsche driver," because to drive a Porsche well was very challenging. It's still challenging, but I believe it's gotten much better. And the efficient package. And then you mentioned the design of it, aero-wise. It is one of the most perfect aero designs that you can have. That's why they don't need to shy away from it. It cuts through the air very cleanly. It creates a good amount of front downforce, as you talked about. Just you need a little bit of rear wing like they have, unless you look at some of the old fantails. But it's just a very, in one word, very efficient package.
Yes, and it was. It's interesting. I was reading some of the history about just how Ferdinand Porsche got to get to effectively the 356, and then the iteration after that, and so forth. It was first sort of brought as it came into his head as a car similar to what Henry Ford was trying to do, make a car for the people, the Volkswagen.
Yeah, the people's car. So as we look at one of these BMWs, there's a 103 of Thor Johnson.
Great name.
Yeah, that's a great name.
You're a good racing driver if you've got a name like Thor Johnson. You can't be called Bob Smith and be a racing driver.
Little schnitzer on the windshield, too.
Of course.
Love that.
And when I hear of schnitzer, I always say Charlie Lamb. And may he rest in peace, bless his cottons.
Byron Sanborn is what they had in that car. Yeah, that's who's driving that. Byron Sanborn. So sorry about that. Thor Johnson must be the owner. That's what I have on my paperwork. But in timing and scoring, what you have is Byron Sanborn driving that beautiful 74 BMW 3.5 CSL. Currently sitting right outside the top 10 and 12th place, respectively.
One or two, like I said, two BMWs out there. We've got an Alfa Romeo GTV, and also we've got a Triumph TR8. I think that's the 44.
Yeah, that's right. That's the Group 44 car right there coming in.
By magic, look at that.
You have been on it today.
I'm on it today.
I do believe
I have my Wheaties.
I do believe you need to go buy a lottery ticket.
Mark Leonard in that TR8. I always remember those colors in the Jaguars.
Yes. Yep, they were. That's what Group 44 got really famous with, you know. And Bob Tullius.
That's him.
Which is on the side of the car. Bob is a great man. We got to know him in the 50th anniversary of Trans Am. The team I drove for that anniversary year was ECC Motorsports, and that's what they did. They painted their Corvette up like a Group 44 car since we ran the number 44. And at Sebring, where Bob Tullius has his museum, as a matter of fact, is our season opener in Trans Am traditionally, and it was that year. And we were able to spend a lot of time with Mr. Tullius, got to know him quite well, and hear some wonderful stories. And thoughts always with him, and his, during the age, you never know where he's at health-wise. So always thinking about Mr. Tullius and hoping he's doing well.
Well, Ned Bacon at the front as we take a look at the 100 of Max Minchel. Max down in 14th position in that number 100. Having a good time. And there's the 93 of Glenn Choi. That's 260 from 1974. Yeah, and let's not miss the footnote here. For those that don't know, the Datsuns, when they came over to America, surprised everybody.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
it was a very different car, but the Japanese kind of went, okay, the Brits did that, the Americans did that, let's combine.
Yeah, really, pretty much so. Yeah, absolutely. Inline six, 6-cylinder engine in there, and it's still a mainstay to the Nissan brand to this day with the Z. So the Z Marquis. I remember, my oldest sister had a boyfriend who had a 240Z, and I mean, I don't think I particularly liked him as a person, but I loved his car.
Right.
And I dug just seeing his car around, and
wow.
It was just such a, like you said, it was such a unique car. You knew that someone was driving something unique and special.
Yeah, you better be driving something special if you roll up to the Andretti's house.
Yeah.
And you better have a decent car.
Yeah, the T-tops, it was, and then the little hood scoop for the turbo. It was really a trick piece. I really loved it.
I could see Mario at Thanksgiving going, what are you driving?
Yeah.
Oh, a Hillman Imp.
Right.
Oh, okay. Get rid of him. That's funny. So 6 minutes to go in our Group 7 action, and Ned Bacon in a good battle with Martin Lauber. And Ned had a good win yesterday, but Lauber at the front at the moment in the 64. As we take a look at the 78, currently in, I'm trying to find where he is. Where is he?
I believe that is in 19th place. Kelvin.
There you go.
Kelvin C.
Kelvin C. And that is a 1966 Porsche 911. Beautiful.
That is beautiful. And the one and only Corvette. You can hear that.
Sounds great.
Yep, you can hear that thundering down the front straightaway there. That's the number 50 of John Goodman. John Goodman does a lot of driving around here on the weekend.
Well, I've seen all his movies too.
Yeah, right. I like him in Monsters, Inc.
Yeah, exactly. I said that about Cary Grant in Trans Am series, and I got in trouble.
It never hit, huh?
No, it didn't hit.
No.
Whoa, that almost hit.
Yeah, that was definitely getting it done there. But I love the Americana on this Corvette too. The red, white, and blue, the stars and stripes, and I tell you, when that car's parked around and the national anthem comes on, you don't even look for a flag very far.
Yeah. John Goodman from Seattle, Washington, and as you say, he is actually a storied historic driver, and at the Corvette today. What number's that then, do you think? 58?
That's number 58.
I think that's 58. I'm not sure.
That's going to be John Norman. John Norman's in that 71 Alfa Romeo GTV.
So they're having a good little ding-dong, aren't they?
Love that green, yeah.
So Lauber, Bacon, Turpins, similar to how it was yesterday, and Ned Bacon brought home the bacon and the car.
So I love Pat O'Ward was driving, doing lap times of 1:10.5. So that's, roughly, 40 seconds faster than what these guys are running per lap. And he said, I was leaving a lot on the table in the higher speed corner.
Well, we were in the driver's lounge when he came by, and I just leapt up and said, how was it? And he said, expletive, great.
Yes.
But what else did he say about his drive?
Oh, is that, he still left stuff on the table out there. He didn't want to obviously put a wheel wrong because he felt, if this thing does a snap, it's going to be a quick one on you. And but yeah, he's so excited for his opportunity. Not only the opportunity he had today, but it's just such a likable young man. It's hard not to just really love that young man and appreciate having him around in the sport.
I love Zach's face when you told him 1:10.6. He went, oh.
So he's trying.
He's trying then. Because he'd been out in the car the day before. But I think Pat was impressed that the boss could handle himself in a Formula One car.
Yeah, exactly.
Fastest lap, 1:37.9 by Lauber, the leader, as he powers through into the hand-ready hairpin one more time. Good battle here.
This is going to be another one of those epic battles. I mean, you could throw a blanket over our podium here. I mean, these three are right on top of each other, not leaving anything to spare, kicking up the dust, trying to get into each other's heads.
Well, it should be white flag next time round, but as you can see, you don't need to be told exactly what's happening in this race. It's a three-way battle for the podium, and it's just getting tighter as they come through 4, a pass for an overtake, perhaps into 5. Here we go. Not quite. 37 holds him on.
Yeah, that would have been for second place. Alan Turpin's is looking awfully racy.
Yeah, good stuff.
So these are all 911 RSRs. The leader, Martin Lauber, is actually in a 1976 version, but Ned Bacon and Alan Turpin's are 1975 versions. Rob Fuller in a 72 Datsun 240Z is 4th, and in 5th place in a 1970 Datsun 240Z is none other than Brian Frizzell.
And I'm guessing not a great deal of difference between a 75 and a 76?
I don't believe so. I mean, I had to look on my notes to actually see, what I could tell they were all very similar. Obviously you can see the two of them are identical, but yeah, they're going to come into traffic here as they come to the white flag and possibly the white flag. Yeah, no, just going to get the move over flag.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Here come the leaders. And just topping 120 miles an hour as they cross the strip. And next time round, I think you'll see that white flag.
On themselves an extra lap by getting there underneath that little limit there, but a little bit of dust being kicked up there on that first apex of the Andretti hairpin.
Well, now the marshals are going to come into play because they're going to have to do their flagging well because these guys are moving fast through the group and coming up to back markers. As you can see, they're coming up on the Corvette now.
I see some slight differences in the bodywork from the 75 to the 76, just in the nose there. That had a quick glimpse that we saw there, but I would imagine maybe some even slighter upgrades in the engine compartment. Porsche being a brand and a marquee that never really rested on their laurels, so you could imagine that they didn't sit there just happy that they were a fast race car in that year, probably dominant race car in that year, but they want to come back and make sure that they keep that dominance. Rob Fuller, he's running P5 there, that 1972 Datsun 240Z.
Interestingly, back when Ned Bacon's car was running in the day, it was driven by the likes of George Follmer and Milt Minter, so it's
had some hot
shoes in it, yeah. 35 seconds to go, but a doozy of a race as they come down the corkscrew one more time. A couple of Datsuns and the 49 who had pole position or front row start yesterday. And that's the 240 of Rob Fuller.
Yeah, he's running a very respectable 5th position. We got the white flag being shown right here to our top 3 as they buzzed out. Now this is when all bets are off.
The race is on, as they say.
Seeing a very defensive line being pulled here by Martin.
Come on, boys, let's take it around. I love to see this. Laguna's the perfect place to go racing. Come on, racing driver next to me. Where are you going to go in the 37 and make your move?
So you're going to have to try and get a run here, between maybe 4 and 5. But really the most important thing is to make sure that run down the hill. You want to take advantage of turns 11 and 12. Those are going to be your best opportunity. That's where we tend to see most of our dramatic passes. You can see that the defensive line was put on there between turns 4 and 5 because that's another really good spot to go past. Between 5 and 6, it's pretty tough here. This is a pretty high-speed corner. He's being very defensive, Martin is, though, no matter what. And then if he really is gets to run up this hill It's a very risky move at the top of the hill for Ned Bacon to make that, and I wouldn't see that coming. But this traffic could...
this could come into play.
This could make a huge,
They're just going to hit at the top, aren't they? At the apex, they're going to come right
when you don't want to.
Yeah,
right
that's
when you
not
don't
what
want
they
to.
needed. At least they got a little room before Rainey to get past him, and they've done just that.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty good for Martin actually to get that gap, because he was able to get to the apex cleaner than what Ned would be in turns 10 there, Wayne Rainey. But going through 11, this looks like it's going to be all Martin. Bring him to the line, Jonathan.
Yep, here we come into 12 here at Laguna Seca, Group 7, and a great run. Look at this. Line astern. They come. Martin Lauber, Ned Bacon, and Alan Turpins. Coming across the line at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Take the checkered flag, and it is the 64, Martin Lauber, winning. Ned Bacon won yesterday, so it's all fair in love and war. But it's a Porsche 123, the RSR, and 911 from 76, 75, and likewise Turpins in a 75 RSR. Well done, Martin. Congratulations.
I thought for sure that Ned Bacon was going to make that dot. Oh, he really shoved it in there. Barely got it woe down in time to not have any kind of contact. But great driving between Martin, Ned, and Alan. Your podium here from Group 7.
Brian Purcell taking 4th place. Rob Fuller 5th. Jim Frola in 6th place. Eric Joyner taking 7th place. He'll be happy with that.
Yes, he will.
Ernie Spader in 8th. Jeff Francis in 9th. And Ransom Webster in 10th position.
With any luck, who knows? Maybe an Eric Joyner comes and visits us again today.
Well, we did ask. Anybody's welcome, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Come and tell us, regale us with your stories. Ooh, that Triumph TR8 had a photo finish too for his finish. Let's see where he finished. So that is in the books. Group 7, great stuff. Now, as you know, yesterday we had Stefan Johansson, who is a fabulous human being in a fantastic racing driver as well. And he is here this weekend, and he is down in the paddock with Kiri.
Well, yeah, you do join us in a slightly different location here with Stefan Johansson. Now, Stefan, you are one of the legends of the past, but you're also recreating a whole new future of art for us.
Yes, well, I'm trying. Well, I've been, in fact, painting for many years, but I've never made a lot of fuss about it. It's just been like something I do in my private time. But now I feel like I'm ready to show it to the world, if you like. So I've been... The last 6 years since I stopped driving, in fact, I've been pretty much fully focused on my art, yeah.
Do you find it very relaxing?
Yeah, it is actually. It's very therapeutic, and it's, I mean, in some ways it's a little bit similar to driving when you're really in the zone, and everything's kind of like a solitude almost, so you get in that space when, which everything kind of just flows, in a nice, beautiful way. So it takes a little while to get into that stage with the art, but when it does, it's great.
Yeah, well, certainly fabulous. I know the hat that you're wearing, and we saw Scott Dixon, I know Adam was mentioning that yesterday. Yeah. The mask he was wearing is all about the art. What is the latest piece that you've created?
Well, all these pieces in here, in fact, in the driver's lounge are the latest style that I'm doing with this sort of pointillism, if you like, where I incorporate, some of my old cars and some of the cars that's here this weekend, and, sort of try to combine the two in a kind of a little bit different way, I suppose, that hopefully our people will appreciate.
Okay, fantastic. Well, you come from an era of Formula One that I don't think will ever be forgotten, driving for Ferrari and McLaren. What are your big standout moments first from Formula One that will always stay with you?
Well, I don't know if it's one particular moment, but I think just to be blessed to drive in that era which I think is probably the best era in terms of the cars, because the cars were just insane, basically, but from a driver's point of view, they were thrilling to drive. And then obviously being hired by Enzo Ferrari personally is, I think every driver's dream in a way. So, that obviously always stands out.
Well, I was talking to Mika Hakkinen earlier, and I said, well, you've pretty much lived every young boy's dream. I think you've also done the same with the cars that you drove, winning Le Mans in a Porsche. We've just seen some of the Ford Le Mans winning cars out on track. What are your memories from Le Mans?
Oh, I mean, I love Le Mans. I've done it 18 times, and I was lucky to win it overall and in my class a few times. So, But of course you want to win, but even if you don't win and you just finish, it's such a achievement, and it's because it's an absolute grind, the whole race, but in a good way. I mean, it's and it brings out the best and the worst in everybody, I think, and the track is unbelievably challenging, and it's one of the few tracks left, I think, where you have to every lap you have to like really just dig a bit deeper to get the speed out of the car, and that's what every driver craves, I think.
Yeah, I bet. Well, as you head through the night, you are in a state of delirium. Yeah. Are there moments that you can remember? I know people talk about the heightened senses, smelling barbecues and fires. Are there moments that you can really take away from there?
Yeah, well, all of that, and then, you got the big Ferris wheel, and it's just, but it's the build-up too, because you're there the whole week. You got that whole thing downtown, where you almost put yourself to death sitting on these old vintage cars and breathing the fumes in the parade for a couple of hours, and but it's all tradition and it's lovely, it's part of the whole experience there, I think.
All right, well, you're a second-hand at IndyCar as well. We saw Pato Award out in Mika Häkkinen's car. What did you make of that? He came out dripping with sweat and quite overwhelmed.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see it, unfortunately, but I bet he would be, around here for sure, yeah. But it's great. I mean, it's great to hear those cars too. I mean, the engine sounds beautiful.
All right, amazing, Stefan. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to hand over to Kevin right now.
Well, as a reporter, I have to tell you, it doesn't get any better than this. I am in the nerve centre of McLaren Formula One here at the Velocity Invitational this weekend, where it is all going on. We've got corporate rides happening here. Mika Häkkinen just about to take somebody out in a two-seater there. That is a 2012 car of Lewis and Jensen, but just across the way as well. McLaren have done a fantastic job of bringing some great cars this weekend, including Mika's 1998 winning car that's just here. But one man who is having the time of his life and who has made all of this possible is Zak Brown. And he's just sending himself out onto the track once again in the 2012 car that was run by Lewis and Jensen. A phenomenal livery on both of those. The 2011 is just sitting across the way there, and the 2012 is there. The silver and the red of the Vodafone era of McLaren is just unmissable. You simply can't fail to recognise those. And Zak Brown, the CEO of McLaren, is no slouch behind the wheel of a car, let me tell you. And he's been having, I think, more fun than anyone this weekend. He's racing sports cars and he's racing Formula One cars, and he's just getting set to go just across the way over there. And this is where it's at, and this is what the Velocity Invitational is all about. And the great thing is, as Mika Häkkinen is just across the way, getting set with his corporate ride in a two-seater 1998 MP4, all the mechanics that are in here are the mechanics that were working on the cars in that era. So when you come into a garage like this at the Velocity Invitational, not only are you getting a sense of the cars, but you're also getting a sense of what was going on in the day. And the man that's made it all possible is just moving around behind me, Jeff. I'm just going to go and grab Jeff O'Neill. Jeff, just a quick word. I'm coming to you, sir. We're live on the live stream all around the World Wide Web right now. How good has it been having McLaren Formula One come down to Velocity Invitational this weekend?
Oh my gosh, it's been incredible. McLaren brought their entire team from England. They brought 5 incredible Formula One cars. Mika Häkkinen's right here. Driving a number of these cars. It's just been outstanding. I mean, the support we've gotten and the interest in Formula One is just overwhelming.
Yeah, it really has been, and I just said a moment or two ago that one man who's having a whole lot of fun is the man that made it all possible, Zak Brown, as he's strapping himself into a 2012 McLaren F1 car out front. We can just hear it revving up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can't wait to see Zak on the track, and hopefully we'll get a couple of more cars out there, and we'll be ready to roll.
All right, well, we'll hand back to Johnny and Adam in the booth, because, Jeff, you're probably, I know, chomping at the bit to get behind the wheel of something as well. So, Adam and Johnny, back to you. Zak Brown about to go live here at Laguna Seca in a 2012 McLaren F1 car. It doesn't get any better than this in the California sunshine. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
I get the feeling Kev Harris is enjoying himself.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
I don't think we should have ever allowed him, even though it was only a cycle car, I don't think we should have ever allowed him near the wheel of a race car, small as it might be.
Oh, it's over now, yeah, but I mean, I think that's
Small
probably
beginnings.
I think that's probably the most jealous you and I have ever been of him. You know, he's right on the gearbox of that MP427. Zach Brown's getting ready to go take on out for a spin, and also right behind that MP498T, which is that two-seater that he's behind, and then Mika's car, the MP413. But yeah, these are all just beautiful, beautiful renditions of the car, and I think my favorite, honestly, on this page is the MP426 from 2011. I just really, really love the side pods on that and where they located the intake for that. But Zach is taking off from pit road here.
You know he's going to be going on YouTube when he's got Ricciardo complaining about the fact that he didn't finish a race or something like that, you know, and say, hey, don't mess with me.
Do you think he wants me to put a stopwatch on?
I think he should. Absolutely. But maybe not to broadcast the time. We'll tell him quietly.
No. We'll be private. Although he's going to get the real data off the race car. Just like, although my thumb was pretty good. I was pretty dead on target with Pat Award's time.
Yeah, you were. So this is the CEO from United Autosports originally, and of course still running United Autosports, but the CEO of McLaren, Zach Brown, not in Brazil this weekend, where his team is racing in Formula One currently, and fighting Ferrari for the third overall position, which is pretty mighty when you think about it, given where McLaren were a few years ago with Fernando Alonso and a few others at the time, not going where they should have been. But they're back, and a lot of that is down to Zach's revamp of the team. Andreas Seidel coming from Porsche and doing what you'd expect him to do, which is turn around the team.
Absolutely, and I tell you, this is see him out here in this version of this car. It's got the right sound, and you know that he's out there just giving it his all and having a ball out there. This is a big day. He had that big grin on his face when he said, I'm going to get in the F1 car later this afternoon.
I mean, you know, like you say, you knew him the day before he was, you know.
Yeah, Zach Brown's track attack. You saw the look on his face when I brought that up. He's been around this a long time, very passionate about this, and it's been, I'm talking, when I say Zach Brown's track attack, that was a business that he had started over probably right around 30 years ago, and, so he grew everything in his business into where he is today. From that basis, that's the only question I really didn't get to ask him, while he was up there is what are some lessons that he learned in those early days of business there in Indianapolis and running the Zach Brown's track attack that he actually carries over even into today.
Yeah. Well, a lot of Americans have shied away from being in what was called the Piranha tank because it is a pretty tough environment. And you got to have your wits about you to be in Formula One as a businessman, and as a driver too. But that side of it, that putting the team together, spending $400 or $500 million of somebody else's money usually, and making it work, no mean feat.
No.
And even McLaren have had to restructure their finances in the last 2 years just to be able to do what they're doing and get in a position. So we've got 2 corners to go. I'll get you on the stopwatch in a moment. But Zach Brown at the wheel of his own McLaren, once driven by Lewis Hamilton and Jenson Button. To much success, I may add. Oh, what a sound.
That is a hell of a sound.
Yeah, I have to say I do long for the days.
Love to have that back, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, it's there's so much to love about modern Formula One and the speed of the cars, and it's the most horsepower they've had in quite some time. And but that's a good look at the exhaust there. Camera footage getting really good shot at the back end of the Coandra effect exhaust off the back end of the side pods because the FIA made them move the exhaust forward, the exhaust outlets forward, so that they couldn't take as much of an advantage to get into the blown rear diffuser. So they started to use the Coandra effect there. It's a really good shot at that.
Yeah, Lewis took, Lewis and Jenson took 8 pole positions. Hamilton took 8 pole positions and won 7 of the season's 20 races, including Hamilton's final win for McLaren when he returned to the US Grand Prix at COTA.
And these are the demo tires. That was something fascinating also to hear, because obviously they can't run, a competition tire. That would be against the rules, Formula One rules, the FIA rules. So
even at a circuit that isn't a Formula One
exactly,
circuit.
no, because they can gather data.
Yeah.
It's all about data.
How'd he go?
Well, he's gaining time. He's a long shot from Pat O'Ward. That was a 124.5.
That's nothing to be sniffed at.
No.
But what fun! I wonder if I don't know if you can enjoy it when you're.
What's amazing though is that Kevin Zinger car that Kev Harris interviewed Kevin about that he designed here in Southern California. It did a lap time raceway of a 125.4, and that's pretty incredible. When you think about it, that's really the Formula One car speed.
Yeah, another part of this, you heard Kevin mention it just a moment ago, but all the guys that helped Mika to his title in the car, the 98 car, are here helping him again run this demo time. And so that's it. And this goes into the Jeff O'Neill prerogative of having it as it was. Even the computers that we use and plugged into these cars are period, if you will, and that sounds strange to talk about period with something so modern, but if they certainly aren't putting modern stuff or extra stuff on it, or they're using exactly what was used in the day, from data collection to computers to starting it up to everything else. So, and it's something that the McLaren Technical Center is quite au fait with, because they run their something like 200 heritage cars. And they too regularly start them up and go through the cycle, if you will, of keeping them fettled, as I like to say. That distinctive silver and Vodafone colours is one that I'll remember. I hate the back wing, not a fan of that. It's too small, but I'm glad we've got a much wider wheelbase now and bigger wheels and finally a proper rear tail.
Yeah, no, they're definitely. I think. And I'm really excited to see the next generation of Formula One car too, because I think they're going to be even much more aesthetically pleasing. But I love some aspects of this era car. I just really I dig the fact that they didn't have the massive amount of barge boards coming off the side of it. Yeah, the subtleties right there. I really enjoyed being for that. But it's and now as Pat O'Ward and we were talking at lunch, he was just, the cars are so big. I mean, a modern Formula One car that raced at Interlagos today, that's like the footprint of a Suburban.
Yeah.
I mean, that's massive when you think about a race car.
Yeah, and I think the plan is to have McLaren back here. They're heading towards their 55 years young. The Formula One team started in 1966, and
hey, we're just talking about you.
We were just talking about the man himself. Just as we mention his name, we're doing a favor for you. Pato O'Ward, Patricio O'Ward, coming in here from San Antonio and Mexico, and a fine IndyCar driver who's been out there in these cars today. Thanks for coming in, Pato. I know you're busy.
Oh, thanks for having me.
But the boss is out there. How's he doing? We've clocked him. We won't tell you but we'll tell you in a moment what we clocked him at. We clocked you at 110.
Okay, not too bad. I think I think I was nowhere near the limit of one or two corners for sure. I mean, man, in turn 4, turn 6, and a bit on the brakes. The problem with these cars, they have so much to offer, but if you go over the line, the thing will bite.
Yeah.
So you have to be, specifically whenever it's not my car. So
yeah, and he is the boss after all.
Yeah. So
you don't want to put your bet at risk.
Yeah.
You won that bet fair and square. You don't want that to go at risk with a false move.
No, it gets me even more pumped for that.
In all seriousness, we saw you at lunch. Tell the audience, tell the world what you experienced.
I think it's phenomenal what, you see the Formula One cars now, right? They're bigger, they're heavier, they have more power, the engine's different, but you see the 98, the Mika's car that I drove today, and it looks so much more simple, but the thing flies, man. It's mental. It's 550 kilos, and the thing pulls.
That is so light.
and it breaks, it turns, it's so nimble. Oh.
Did Mika give you any advice, or just send it? Pato, just send it.
He said, "Hey, be careful. It's gonna be bitey." And I said, "Yes, okay, Mika." And I just went out, and I honestly I got to the reference points that I remember from IndyCar, but I didn't want to go over. But it's more than capable of going way faster for sure.
Spoken like a smart racer.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gauging where you're at and what we're here to do, and it's not to set the world on fire. And trust me, you more than impressed everyone here when we got out there in that car, and we know that you're a star of the future, and what you got ahead of you is a lot more further than what we're going to do right here today. That shows a real strong head on your shoulders.
Pato, we were just talking to a young female driver, Jessica Hawkins, who's here. We were saying that, the road to Indy and the road to Formula One is structured, but it isn't in everybody's case. You're a good example. You did just give us a sort of potted history, because you did Super Formula, you were in GP2, you did it all.
Yeah, I mean, man, I've had a roller coaster of a journey, freaking roller coaster, but I wouldn't change it for anything. Yeah. I've met so many great people. I've been to so many great events, driven amazing cars, but I gotta say the one today has topped my list currently. Mm-hmm. The one I drive in at the end of December might be the top of my list again, but it's crazy. Like, when people speak of Formula One, but then you get to drive a Formula One car, and specifically this one that was very successful in its age, it's just crazy. Like, they're pieces of art, and the car just does everything well. Yeah, I mean, I adored it today, man. It was so special.
Was there anything
cool.
you didn't expect that suddenly went, wow, I never thought of that?
So the IndyCar has 750 horsepower.
Mm-hmm.
I was not expecting to feel such a big difference in just speed, like coming off the corners, whop, whop, whop. But I know why is because it just weighs so much less. I mean, man, it's 550 kilos. The IndyCar is now like 885 kilos.
Big
like, I mean, it's a massive difference, and you can tell. But the noise.
And a naturally aspirated.
I can't even. Yeah, I don't even want to begin with the noise, man. It's phenomenal.
Well, okay, we'll let you judge the boss. He can't hear us right now, so we'll give you a hint. We reckon about 124 he does.
Come on, Zach. No, I think he's knackered, man. I know he's a bit sore.
No kidding.
Well, these things are very physical. How physical was the Formula One car around a rather physical layout here?
You know what is the worst is the neck.
Yeah.
Your head. I mean, man, for example, coming into turn 2, like down the hill, my reference point was the 2 marker, which is 200 feet, right, in here in America. But I think we were hitting 188, 189 miles an hour at the end, and we were going from 189 to probably 40 or 50 in, 150 feet?
Right.
But your body's going, 189, and the thing just stops suddenly, right? So, like, you feel it in the back of your head, your spine, the cornering, like turn 9 after the corkscrew. That's probably the one that's most savage on your neck.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the big stretcher there.
Yeah,
big stretcher there.
But yeah, man, it's amazing what these cars can do.
That's the coolest chiropractor on the planet. Is that
Yeah,
thing. It's going to stretch you out like that.
Oh yeah. These things bend the laws of physics.
Yeah. Listen, I know this is a bit of a fun weekend for you, but I got to ask you one serious question. I've followed your career, and obviously there was a lot of talk at COTA about Colton Herta and possibly Michael Andretti going into Formula One. What about your thoughts? I know as a young man, and you still are, but you were on the path to Formula One. Are you still thinking in the back of your head, if that opportunity came and it was right, that you'd go?
Oh, I'm taking it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's right now IndyCar, and I want to win McLaren's first championship in IndyCar for Zach and for the whole group, because at the end of the day, they're the guys that gave me the chance, and we've been having great runs in IndyCar, and I think we're not where we will be. We're working hard, and we're trying to do the best to get a better package for both me and Felix next year to fight for the title again. But so far it's been a great run, and this dream starts off with Formula One, and that's just something you'll never get rid of. I mean, it starts off with Formula One, and whenever the doors can open and there's an opportunity, then you take it, man. I mean, there's many circus, like I call it, I call the series like IndyCar, NASCAR, Formula One, there's many types of circus, but there's only one Big Daddy, and there's 20 seats, and there's millions of people trying to do the same thing.
But you strike me as the kind of guy that, a bit like Fernando, you go, oh, you know what, I wouldn't mind having a go at Le Mans. I wouldn't mind doing some desert racing.
Man, anything I can drive, put me in. Put me in, coach.
Well, go on then. What iconic race would you like to do?
Le Mans. I want to win Le Mans. I'm already doing the 500. I want to win that.
He wants the Triple Crown.
Yeah, I want the Triple Crown, man. No one's been able to do it. So
Montoya doesn't look as though he's going to get there. Fernando's not going to get there.
So I wanna try and see if I can if I can achieve it.
Dream big and manifest it.
I mean, it's it's right now. I'm allows me to get 1 out of the 3.
Yep.
So try and do that. Once I do that, then I can close, that early chapter in my IndyCar career. Maybe then go try Formula One, win some races there. Hopefully, in one of those will be Monaco, and then Le Mans, man. I mean, in a perfect world, that's what I'd love. But you know that life throws things at you that you.
But like he says, dream and manifest it. I love it.
And Aero McLaren SP, I got to say, between you and Felix, it's one of the nicest driver pairings in the paddock. You guys are a bright, light to a wonderful paddock already in IndyCar. But I think you two are two of the kindest drivers. I've seen you work with the fans. I've seen how you've been with all the press and the way. Most importantly, how you treat your team and those around you and that support you, that goes a long way. And I'm a big fan of both what you and Felix do, and I wish you guys all the best. Even though, obviously, my heart's always Andretti Autosport. I mean, that's my cousin Michael, so I always got to, my heart's always going to be there with him. But I do appreciate everyone that's in that paddock, and I really appreciate what you and Felix specifically bring to the paddock.
Thanks, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the people. We're the ones that drive the machines, but you need people to prepare them and to set them up and to give you the tools in order for you to get the championships you want and the race wins you need. So yeah,
I echo that about Felix. I spent a lot of time with him at Macau. He had so much success there, and
I love him.
Great gentleman.
Great guy.
He's such a neat guy.
Yeah, I love him.
I mean, scary stuff there at Detroit. I mean, I was genuinely just so worried because that was such a weird deal, such a freak deal to happen to him, for the brake bias control to come out and hang it. You get a hung throttle and 0 brakes all at once. I mean, that just doesn't happen in our sport, and did a great job.
You've been listening to Pato O'Ward, who's been entertaining us royally, both here in the booth and on the track, driving for the boss at McLaren. He, of course, is the Arrows McLaren driver in IndyCar and is going for the title, folks, next year. And he came very close this year, but he's going to be going for the Triple Crown. I love that ambition. Let's head down to the pits and talk to Kiri.
Well, you join us once again on Velocity Lane. This time it's the IMSA and Group C cars from 1982 until 1990. Now, of course, the IMSA was the sports car version in America, and then the Group C was that very, very popular category in Europe. We've got one of the Porsches. Now, Porsche ran across both categories in the US and the UK and is possibly the most successful sports car of all time in terms of racing. What you're looking at now is car number 33. Well, that's a Chevrolet, so that is an IMSA car there. That is a real machine, isn't it? Loving the livery on that. All right, now we've come down to car number 8 as well, which is a Chevrolet. So we'll have a look at car number 8 in the white there, giving us a wave. I know they can't hear us in there. And then what a name for the last car on our grid, car number 53. It's a Firebird from 1984, giving us the nod. These cars are going to enjoy it out there. Now, just a few cars. I did say we had a Porsche in here. We were going to have a Porsche out on the lineup, but we don't actually have it. But you can see the IMSA cars in full force. Johnny and Adam, I think it's about time that I hand over to you as they head out onto track.
Thanks, Kiri. Yeah, looking forward to it. And as always, there's Wally Dollenbach Jr., a famous name, the Dollenbachs. Talk about the Andrettis and the Unders and the Ray Halls. Well, the Dollenbachs are just as famous in American racing, and great to see. I see Mike Dollenbach all the time. Jake used to work with me in Trans Am, and Wally's in and out. Now, as these cars get ready to go out, let's head down to the pit lane again. And Wayne Rainey, who lives just across the way, it is at his home track, 3-time World MotoGP 500cc World Champion, is with Kev. Kev, down to you.
Lovely, thanks Johnny. I am indeed down here with the main man himself, the legend that is Mr. Wayne Rainey, an absolute gent. Wayne, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. We're sitting in the glorious California sunshine. You got a great Moto America display.
Well, the weather's always like this, especially here at Laguna Seca, but yeah, it's been a great event, and to be able to bring out the Moto America bikes and show the fans just what it's all about, because most of the fans here are probably here to see the F1 car, so
yeah, it's really cool. And I'll tell you what, you got the riders down there. I was just chatting to Billy Fong. What a nice guy, super friendly, and the fans are getting a real Moto America experience. And Moto America is in rude health. You're now in your 8th season, I believe, and it's just a great series.
Yeah, it's going great. You know, we signed a new series title sponsor, and you know, the sport's growing tremendous. You know, we're on Fox Sports, and we have 7 classes. We have over 240 entries at each race. A lot of outside sponsorship are coming in. It's really helping the teams, helping the sport. So it's a great time to be a part of Moto America.
And in the off-season at the moment, a lot of planning going on for next year and next season, and something that is very much part of the plans are the baggers that are back there, the Harleys with the side pods. They're causing quite a stir, and they are the real deal.
Well, you can call them side pods, but we actually call them baggers.
Okay.
But yeah, it was a phenomenon. You know, there's like 7.4 million registered baggers in the U.S. And so when I saw a photo of these bikes, and I thought we should get them out here just to put on a show for the fans, just for some entertainment. But with that came Indian and Harley, and there's a massive rivalry there. So it's pure hard racing. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, it really is. And I was, chatting to, your guys yesterday. This is not something that is just like an exhibition event. This is here to stay. It's proper racing. It's going to get built, and it's going to get good.
Oh, for sure. You know, both Indian and Harley are, they want to tweak the rules the way that they want them. Yeah. Us being Moto America, we just want them close on the track. So you know you're doing something right when you got both manufacturers not happy with the rules. Yeah. But on the track, they're within 0.2 of a second. Each manufacturers won 2 races apiece. Yeah. So next year we're going to start the season at Daytona Beach on the banks at Daytona.
Baggers on the banks, is that what it is?
On the banks, that's
right.
And
it's all about king of the baggers at the end of the season?
King of the baggers for sure. So, yeah, we're going to run, we have 7 races. So it's a proper series. You know, we're going to have over 20 of these baggers out there at each event that they race at. But, you know, they have Olin suspension, Brembo brakes, Dunlop slick tires. They weigh 625 pounds. But when you see them going around the track, they look pretty nimble.
Yeah, and we have seen them go around the track here yesterday, and I believe they've already been out today as well. What's the reaction been like from the fans here at Laguna Seca?
Yeah, they didn't know that baggers could actually go around the track, but what really surprised everybody is when they saw how fast the bikes were, the Superbikes, accelerating out of that last turn up to over 150 mile an hour before the start line bridge. That really got their attention. You know, that and, the motorcycle riders, they're so exposed. So when they go through the corners, you can see that they're dragging their knees and their elbows, and it's really exciting for the fans, especially when the riders are side by side.
Well, listen, Wayne, I can hear cars are out on track right now, and Johnny and Adam are waiting to talk about those, but thank you ever so much for taking the time to talk to us once again. Best of luck with the baggers, and best of luck with Moto America.
All right, thank you very much.
Johnny and Adam, it's back to you, I think, with some IMSA GT cars. Johnny and Adam, it's back to you, I think, with some IMSA GT cars.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Kev. Thank you, Wayne. My old boss, Wayne Rainier, used to work at Moto America, and I'm so pleased for him. He's worked very, very hard, and he had a distinguished career. Of course, a 3-time 500cc motorbike champion, taking on the likes of Schwantz, Eddie Lawson, and, of course, coming after the great King, Kenny Roberts. No mean feat. But he did it in style and now continues to use his acumen and sheer presence of brilliance to inspire these young motorcycle riders to join the championship and bring back superbike racing to its prominence of old. Group 8, race 2, 82 to 90, IMSA GTP, GTPL, and FIA Group C and Group C2. Looking forward to this, and we had a good run yesterday, and out is the number 99 into the lead. And that's the Toyota Eagle Mark 111 GTP, the American racing car. Charles Nurberg at the wheel. And the 1991 AAR Eagle GTP chassis 004, designed and built by Dan Gurney's team, the All-American Racers team. And like I said, it was Juan Manuel Fangio II saying it had excellence of balance, the chassis 004. Fangio drove this chassis in 23 races, claiming victory in 14 of them, 6 of which were consecutive, 92 to 93. 12 hours of Sebring, both times co-driving with Andy Wallace, another fairly fantastic peddler, I may add. And as a show of gratitude, chassis 004 was subsequently gifted to Fangio II by Toyota. Nice story.
Very nice story. Yeah, no, very nice story.
Small field this, but again, you know, an iconic time for both IMSA and these types of cars, and no mean feat to drive these. These are a handful, if you will. David Donohue at the wheel of this, number 10. And a shout out to my buddy Dave O'Neill, former Marussia, Jordan and Haas team manager, and preparing this car today. Hoping he might come up after this race. But David Donohue at the wheel. We heard Kev talk to him earlier about this car. He won Daytona back in the day, 95, and beautiful Porsche, Kramer Porsche. Another, you know, you talk about used Porsches, Kramer Porsches, almost just as significant.
Absolutely, that car looks very similar, right, to the RS Spider that Penske put out not too many years ago that we saw the captain himself drive at Goodwood Festival Speed this year. So it's got that really good that look of that car, but obviously, yeah, very successful. And the Creamer group was synonymous with building that, you know, that great power.
There's the Camaro, 33. Rockland. So like I said, a small group this, but some interesting cars all the same.
Small but mighty.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, small but mighty.
Have you ever thought of sports car? I mean, you know, most of the family have had a run at sports cars. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, of course. You know, everything is about, in our sport, is driven by funding and driven by, you know, those kind of opportunities with that as well. And I'm like Pat O'Ward, you know, put me in, coach. I'll take the opportunity. And but they got to be the right opportunities, and you want to make sure that you're calculated with those. I have had sports car opportunities that I've taken, and they weren't the right ones. And I think again, by picking the wrong ones, I didn't get better opportunities past that. So
yeah, no, it's important. It's a fine art, isn't it?
You got to be very calculated, absolutely, with those decisions you make.
Well, that car that Bill Auckland is pedaling around is the Chevrolet Duracell Camaro from 1991, 33, and this is the number 8. And this is the Chevrolet Protofab Camaro Z28, 1986, originally raced by Wally Downback and Greg Pickett, two names you'll know very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Protofab group was the same group that took Gar Robinson to his most recent 2 championships in Trans Am and TA2.
He had a good night last night, too.
Yeah, Jimmy Frazier and that gang over there. So yeah, that's a car that I know kind of well just by the stories I've heard from the guys that actually built that car, like Jimmy Frazier, and you have Norm and Dave and Ross. And
shout out to Stu, there he is, having a good time.
Stu on his perch.
Stu, I've got your stickers, don't worry. 9 minutes left on this, and as you see, the Toyota is gone. No real race this, but we can enjoy it all the same.
Oh yeah, he's definitely taken off and left the rest of the field here.
Like I was saying yesterday, I wasn't aware of Gurney's sort of involvement at this level of sports cars, as much so, historically anyway.
Now the entry has Charles Neerberg, that might be the owner of it, but I do believe on timing and scoring it has Rob Kaufman as our leader.
That's right.
Of the race here.
That's right. Well, we had that discussion last night, didn't we?
AAR Toyota Eagle. Yes, sir, we did.
So I'm guessing it is him. Kaufman, that is. What a wonderful afternoon it's turned out, and it's great to have people like Pato just popping into the booth. And unknowns like Jessica, right, relatively so. But also, like she said, you said the right thing, which is, look at Pato's career. Well, that's why I wanted him to talk about it a little bit. Don't think that you have to do everything in the order, the cookie cutter order of racing. It doesn't work that way.
No, everyone's different. Everyone's got a different path. I mean, my path has been way off of where the rest of my family has had to get to their point in their careers of racing. It's just, you follow your path, you follow your heart, you follow what your drive is, and you'll get there if you don't give up on it. What most people fail at is following through and keep persevering. And that's what you love to hear about Jessica's story, is when things came tough, she figured out a way to find to earn the money to go race. It wasn't about earning money to keep a roof over the head. It was earning enough money to keep a roof over your head and also to be able to go race. So those are, you love that kind of ambition. I see bright things ahead. Obviously for Patricio Award, I mean, obviously we all see that. That's a star in the making. But Jessica, who is the relatively, like you said, an unknown, if you will, she's got a bright future too. And I think she knows that, and but she's also humble. She's got a good head on her shoulders, and she's not there pounding her own chest and saying that, hey, look at me. She's going to do it with her performances, and I'm looking forward to seeing those.
Well, we had a great discussion at VIR with yourself and Al Unser Jr. and I was talking and asking both of you about the advantages and disadvantages in racing coming in with a famous name. Doesn't matter what part of the family you're from, people's expectations are different. When you're a Schumacher, when you're a Marco Andretti, when you're a Adam Andretti, when you're a John Andretti, or and so on. It's tough.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think anyone holds the expectations as high as we hold for ourselves. I mean, you watch, we're all super impressed with the laps that Patricio turned today, and you talk to him though, he wasn't all that impressed. Like I could, but you don't want to overstep, if you listen to him, he left so much on the table in his mind, so we put ourselves under enough pressure, for, I think little Al said it best, you just wanted to go do the best job and make those around you proud, but really do the best job for yourself, because at the end of the day, you're who has to look at yourself in the mirror, and you want to make sure that you didn't leave anything on the table. I love that, spitting the flames out of the exhaust on the downshift.
Well, talking of which, here's Mark Donohue's kid. David Donohue's had a very productive career himself, and as you can see, a handy driver himself.
Absolutely, again, and the bigger the shadow is, the tougher it is to make your own shadow. So, and then for him, his is a totally different situation where he's very, very young when his father passed, and but he lives with that legacy, right? But not knowing a whole lot about the legacy in the sense that he didn't get to experience much of it with his father. So, he has a totally different experience. But love David Donohue in many ways. He's a great person. We talk about that a lot. It's important to be a great person outside of the cockpit, and he is certainly one of those. And also a handy little, as Jonathan Green would say, a handy little peddler.
No, sorry, that's a very English expression.
Handy little peddler.
A handy little peddler. So the 1995 Porsche Kramer K8, a Daytona winner in 1995, and in the hands of David Donohue, rolling around here in second place. A long way behind that Toyota, but it doesn't matter a jot.
700 horsepower you're going to find out of that little Porsche engine, so it's definitely putting out the power output. Right, when you talk about 700 horsepower, which these two cars also have, these two, if you will, stock cars, they're like GT cars, GTO cars. So if you have those, when you look at those, they're similar horsepower, but they weigh almost a third more than what you find in that prototype. under 4 minutes to go with Group 8 here. I noticed that Zach must have not. Maybe he was a little tuckered after his Formula One drive because he did not get in the Lancia LC2. Although there's good excuses with that car lot quite often. It doesn't seem to run quite as much as it does not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sadly the Lancia LC2 not on display today. We tried to get it out. Zach was going to run it, but didn't. It just didn't come. I don't know what the mechanical issue was, but there was some sort of thing with it. As we look at the Chevrolet Proto Fab Camaro Z28, and on camera now the Chevrolet Duracell Camaro from 1991. Small field, but a good one.
It is a good one. Small but mighty.
You know, and I know it was good to see Jeff O'Neill. By the way, it was Jeff O'Neill who brought Pato up here. So
that's right.
He is doing the business. He's racing the cars. He's organising the event, and he's doing PR.
He brought Zach up here too.
Yeah, he's doing PR for Formula One and IndyCar drivers. Love it.
Yeah, it is.
Hats off to you.
Fantastic. Yeah, he's.
There's no snooty nose sitting in the bar drinking wine.
No, he's definitely a promoter. Definitely a promoter.
Good. Really good. Well, this is early days for this event. This is only the second time for this invitational, and I think it's got a huge future. I was talking to some ladies who are around motorsport. They've been to Monaco, they've been to everything, and they love the way and the approach with the picket fences and the asphalt.
Were these the young ladies you were charming at lunch?
That was those said ladies, yes.
Yes.
Well, you know, you were talking to racing drivers.
Turning the English charm on. I couldn't help but
we
put
were talking about Stewart Grand Prix.
I had my peripheral hearing on.
Yeah, you saw me chatting away. Bill Auckland has been around this form of racing a long time too. I know that name. I've seen him out there a fair few times.
Yeah, he's running a strong third place. You know, I mean, it's hard to keep a close gap with the two prototypes ahead of you when you're inside a GT car. But he's doing a great job. Both of those drivers there, Rick Jeffrey too, holding a pretty wheel.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I remember that Duracell 33 car. That was a mainstay. We saw those almost every IMSA week. You would see that car doing its performance and its history that it built, and that was kind of neat. This was an era that I grew up in. These were cars that were all in my youth, from age 5 to like 11, 12 years old. For this example right here, I was 12 years old, rewriting GTP racing and IMSA, and really it was such a special car to see go do its thing, and with the drivers that it had behind the wheel. It was a fun car to watch, but it absolutely uphanded the dominance of the Porsche 962.
You know, I went back to the hotel last night and I caught the last 40 minutes of Petit Le Mans, the famous final race, if you will, for IMSA, and I just thought, you know, when you start talking about golden ages, we spent most of yesterday talking about some of the golden ages of motor racing, and you always wish you're in a golden age, as we see the white flag waving now for the Toyota as he crosses the line again. But it just made me think, watching IMSA last night and watching Ricky Taylor go head-to-head with Felipe Nasr. You know, I really do feel with the way Formula One is, with the way Indy is, with the talent of Pato and so many others, I feel I'm pinching myself. It's taken a while, but I feel like I'm experiencing another golden era of great racing at the very best, with some fantastic drivers and some fantastic manufacturers in competition.
Well, it's the old adage, you wish you knew they were in the good old days when you were experiencing them.
Correct.
And you never know. And but yeah, that's a great assumption. I feel the same way. There's
Trans Am too.
The amount of talent that we're seeing. I mean, it's and I think we pay tribute. We talked a little bit to Jessica about it, but these simulators are getting so good, and the cars, and even I'm not talking about just the simulators for the drivers. I'm talking about the simulation programs for the chassis setups are getting so good. I mean, you have teams now like in Formula One, IndyCar, top teams in NASCAR, that they have a test team at the shop with a car on a simulated pad called and they're putting in the active conditions that you're in right then, and then they give you an optimum setup that they think is at, and that gets you in that ballpark. And that's why we see all of these cars and all these drivers, even in Formula One where everything is so unique, that the lap times are right on top of each other. And it's because everyone is really using these new simulation programs to make these cars just drive so well, and the drivers are up on their game, and it is really getting to be a great, great time to be a race fan.
You know, I smiled inside when I heard Jessica say that she was going to do some sim work for Aston Martin, and she didn't seem, and I don't want to be unfair to her, but she didn't seem, she's a racing driver, she wants to race cars, but she was like, yeah, I'm going to get to do some sim race, some sims, and I was like, when you think about Brendan Hartley and what he did for Mercedes and, at the time, for Red Bull as well, and now what Gutierrez does, fantastic drivers. And to be honest, that role of simulator driver for Formula One is unbelievable. And there's no question about it that the role of the simulator and the driver that can make a big career. No question about it. So Jessica, get in that simulator and show them what you got. Now, we've been talking about Zach Brown most of the afternoon. Let's talk to him again.
Love it.
Kev's with him down in the paddock.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. I have caught up with what is the busiest man in town, Zach Brown. I know, Zach, you've been up in the booth with Johnny and Adam already. They've been chatting to you earlier on. But what people might not realise is that you're here. Obviously, you've got a great display of McLaren cars that you've brought along, huge sponsors of the event. But you're here as a race car driver yourself, and you've just got back in off the track. Tell us what you were driving.
Yeah, it was. It's a great event. We've got some great cars here, and everyone's brought some stunning cars when you look at the paddock. We brought out 4 McLarens, a few of them being actually customer cars, people that are famous inside the paddock here are big car collectors. And so we have an MP426, which was a Lewis Hamilton car that won. I'm still trying to figure out which race. I think it was Turkey in 2011. Then Mika Häkkinen's World Championship 1998 car that he won Australia in. He was out in it. Pato had to go in it. He loved it. Then we have the 2-seater, which is also from the 98 season, and then my car, which is the MP427, which is from 2012, which is the car Lewis won his last 2 races with us in, and so I was just out in that, and not driving it as fast as Lewis.
Not driving it as fast as Lewis, but driving it very fast indeed, sir. Every time I look up, you're out in a car and racing around this circuit. And you like bringing cars to the circuit as well that have history. You're here with McLaren, obviously, just reeling off some fantastic cars, but I know you've got sports cars and another F1 car here as well.
Yeah, I've got the FW07, which is from 1980, the Alan Jones World Championship car, which is a great car. I remember it like it was yesterday. My first Formula One race I went to was 81 when Alan Jones won in Long Beach in a very similar looking car, just a year on. And then I've got out Lancia that sat on pole at Le Mans in 84, which is a great looking car. And then I just noticed they wheeled out my 935, but that's a leftover from the last race. So I love looking at all the cars that are here.
And it's a really exciting event as well. The first time the Velocity Invitational has been in this format at Laguna Seca, and McLaren, huge sponsor of it. And, how do you see the weekend playing out as we find ourselves nearly at the business end of Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been safe. It's been on time, which is something that's, tricky on historic weekends. It's been great racing and some awesome cars and, all the big collectors from around the world. So I think for a year 2 event, since took a year off last year because of COVID, I think it's a huge success and looking forward to many more.
Yeah, and one just last quick question, because I was following you on the social media. I know this week you were up at the COP26 summit, talking about the Extreme E, unveiling the livery there. And on Friday night you had a sit-down forum about the future of motorsport and sustainability. This is something, obviously, that you're really tuned into at the moment.
Yeah, it's critically important. I think, sustainability is a huge topic for everyone, both on the corporate and personal level. I don't think there's anyone that it's not impacting, and so we decided to enter Extreme E to really get deeper into that topic, feature what we're doing, work with our partners on it, our fans, and see what we can do to not only be great sport and entertainment, but contribute our technology and our know-how to making the world a better place. I think we all have a role in that.
Brilliant. Zach, thanks ever so much. I won't take up any more of your time. You've probably got another car to race before the day's out. Kiri, over to you. I understand you're a pit lane. Thanks ever so much, Zach.
Thank you very much.
Kiri, over to you. I understand you're a pit lane.
Very definitely motorsport moving with the times, but for now we're looking back over the times. Okay, 1957 to 1965 cars. These are under 2.5 litres. Now, it's the first time in a while that we might have been able to grab an interview. Ranson Webster, if you can hear me in there, which I hope, because it's a little quiet here, can you tell us a little bit about the car and how it came into your hands?
Well, this is one of 20 Abarth Carreras built. This is the car that ran at Sebring in 1962, driven by Strela, and it's just a great car to drive. It's more fun than you can imagine.
Well, that is what a lot of people say about these Porsches. So much fun out there. So heading out onto Laguna Seca, that's got to be a dream come true.
I can't hear you.
You heard me for the first one, so we'll take that. You enjoy it out there. Thank you so much. All right, well, we managed to get a little bit of a word. It is very difficult to hear because even if all of the engines aren't running, you can still hear that it is so loud down here. All right, well, this is Robert Stoker in the Alfa Romeo. Robert, if you can hear me, can you tell us a little bit about this car and how it came into your hands?
Sure. It's a 56 Julietta Spider. The reason why it's number 163 is it's the 163rd off the production line and the oldest one still racing in the world, but it's a blast to drive. It slides, it does everything perfectly. It's really a pleasure.
And how did it end up in your hands?
Say that again?
How did it end up in your hands?
Oh, I'd been looking at it for about 10 years before I was able to buy it 3 years ago. And I don't think I'll ever get rid of it. Racing out here in an event like this and having all these cars around me, it's literally like a museum come to life.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Enjoy it out there. All right, we'll head down to car 96 now. Now, this is David Perkins. He's also in an Alfa Romeo. So, David, we'll just sneak in here. How you doing? How did you come by this car?
Grace of God. And a little help from my wife. She helped pick it out. She thought it was pretty.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about the history of this car?
About the what?
The history.
Well, it was a street car that saw no life in races, so it was coddled, and I'm taking it out and really romping on it. So, yeah. I'm trying to give it some race history.
Fantastic. Well, you enjoy it out there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we'll walk down the line now because it is a bit of an Alfa Romeo show. Now, we'll leave it as the engines roar. It does become very difficult to hear. Now, car number 11, slightly different to the rest of the cars out here. It is the Triumph that you're looking at from 1961. And then, of course, another Alfa Romeo. But right now, you are looking at that Triumph driven by John Ganaway. All right, now car number 69. Again, another Alfa Romeo. Just absolutely fantastic, aren't they, out here? A big lineup of cars. We've got 24 cars lining up to head out onto Laguna Seca in this category. All right, well, we've got cars rolling out now, so I think they might actually be moving positions, so we'll keep showing you for a minute. This is car number 56. I'm just looking down my list to see if we can find a driver for car number 56, but it might be an illustrious driver that we haven't heard of. Car number 19 is in my sights now. Now, this is Steve Schmidt. Steve, I doubt you can hear me, but are you looking forward to heading out on the track?
Absolutely. This is the best event. We are really having a good time. The guys did a great job. We want to be back in October.
Enjoy it out there. I know you will. Okay, well, that is, as we said, car number 19, and it is a Porsche Speedster. Okay, well, guys, as the engines start to rev, it's probably time to hand back to you.
Yeah, beautiful sound, and it's starting to rev up again. Thanks, Kiri. Thanks, Tony. Great work. And as we look at Velocity Lane, great concept specifically for this weekend, but we do have a plethora of wonderful Porsches out there, and it is thumbs up all the way here at Laguna Seca. Guess who's joined us again? James Alden. You've been talking to some of these drivers in 4B. What have they said? Who have you talked to?
I tell you what, it's just a great group, and like many of the participants here, they live to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, was it, Adam, you might know the character of which I speak, Michael Delaney.
Yes.
He was, of course, the character that Steve McQueen played in the movie Le Mans.
Yep.
And famous for saying, racing is living.
Yep.
And everything else is just waiting.
Yeah, I always want to come and find an expression that'll be as good as that, but there isn't as one I've ever come across.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
That's what I've lived by, so yeah.
Yeah. We feel the same way. As I mentioned to you earlier, there are some local people here. Max Jamieson from Carmel Valley, number 47, in a 57 356 Speedster. We have in the TR4, one of two Triumphs here, I believe. The other one is the Group 44 TR8, but this is a 61 TR4, early TR4. John Ganaway also lives here in Carmel Valley.
Wow, what great shots by Tony. He's really phenomenal at this.
Well, it's a dolly, surely. He can't be walking through.
No, he is. Did you see his shadow?
No.
Yeah, his shadow. You can see him.
Some people say he doesn't have one.
Oh, yeah, but we just saw it, so we get 6 more weeks of fall. If Tony Garcia sees his shadow at Velocity Invitational, it's 6 more weeks of fall.
Oh, no. Nice one. So what are the conditions like out there, James? You've been racing out there. How's the track holding up? Is it really?
Wonderful, yeah, it's great. I mean, it's gotten a little warm. When I went out early this morning about 8:30, it was just absolutely ideal. But, the driving here, I mean, this event, I don't think that Steve Earle could have arranged a better weather conditions.
Yeah, no kidding. And Adam, you know this circuit well. How do you compare it? Forget the famous iconic names and corners. As a track, is it grippy? Is it slippy? Does it rubber in well? What's it like?
I don't think we've ever had grip at Laguna.
Okay, good.
It's because you've got sand. I mean, it's always got the airs blowing the sand on the track. So yeah, I tell you, it's a challenging place for that reason. The conditions are always changing. It is rather, as we saw last night, or after we've seen both evenings that we've gone out racing, is once the sun disappears behind the hill and quits beating down on the pavement, the lap times really actually start to drop because the grip levels really come up. The engines love that cool air and that dense air that we end up getting in the evenings. Any kind of downforce that the cars are generating are going to generate even more. So it's really, really fun from that aspect. But this is a driver's track. So and it's a driver's track not only for the layup, but like you said, the surface.
So really, we should go and race in Finland more often.
Oh, of course. What'd be wrong with that? I'm sure Miko would be okay.
Yeah.
Looks like Renson Webster, who's from Reno, is either on the pole or right next to the pole position. He is number 49 in the Porsche Abarth. That's a very rare car, one of 6.
Wow. He's got 2 of the 6.
Yes.
So that's good. That's a good ratio. He's got like 33% of them.
Right. And then Marnix Delenius, nicknamed the Demon.
The Demon.
He's in the Alpha GTZ, and it looks like he's gridded way up there.
So being led round a big field, a huge field with plenty of Alfa Romeos, plenty of Porsches.
In fact, it looks like Marnix is right next to John Ganaway. They're in about 5th and 6th, respectively.
Well, we got to get things gridded up here out of turn 10. Coming into turn 11 here, nice and tidy.
Yeah, let's see if we can group them up and bunch them up together as best we can, because we don't want the stragglers to miss out on a good race. We've had some excellent racing so far. As you can see, they're all hurrying to get into line.
Yeah, the pace car really needs to keep it slow, get them all caught up. But boy, the butterflies are really big right now, going around 11 and then starting to look for the green.
Here we go. Group 4B, a huge field, and away they go.
The Alfa Romeo there, Mark Leonard, really taking off on the start, but that's going to be contested as they get to turn 1 by the number 49 of Ransom Webster.
Look at Ransom, look at that. He's trying to close that door. Let's see how the brakes hold up going into the Andretti hairpin. Whoa.
That's what you want to do with a car that they built like 20 of, is just go ahead and make it as close as possible.
6 in that case.
Actually, yeah, 20 is my notes, but yeah, it could be 6.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But yeah,
I might have it wrong.
But nonetheless, it's rare.
Yes,
no matter how you look at it, it is rare, rare air.
When you're racing historic cars, James, what's your biggest fear in terms of parts that could go wrong? I mean, I know you're not in hell bent for leather all the time, but what do you worry about?
Well, I worry about what happened to Bill Rookledge when his axle broke. I mean, I've broken 5 axles over the years, and the wheel separates from the vehicle. And whenever you lose a wheel on a vehicle at speed, generally speaking, nothing good happens. It's all bad.
You're a passenger at that point, for
Yes.
sure. I've been there, and you're along for the ride.
Yeah.
But good race here going into the corkscrew. No one really taking any chances, but see where they tend to find a little bit more time under braking, especially Robert Stoker there in that 1956 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider.
Well, Ranson has really got the bit in his mouth, it looks like.
Love seeing those 356 speedsters come through that corkscrew. That's a really special sight.
Yeah. Ganaway, it looks like he's in 4th position in the TR4. He's got some hot competition there. One of the cars is pulling off there into the hot pit lane, so something's going on right there. Ganaway now is in 3rd position. And look at that. Oh, man, that's double overhead cam 4-cylinder Alfa Romeo out accelerating Ganaway.
Nicely.
Yeah, Robert Stoker is in that Alfa Romeo.
The older Giulietta. Of course, there's a modern version of the Giulietta these days.
Yes, there is.
The first original Giulietta Spider. Stoker in 4th place at the moment, just holding off Michael Sweeney and Horatio Fitzsimon in the Lotus Elan, just behind in 5th position.
Opened up quite a gap.
Yeah,
opened up quite a gap, yeah. Getting to get a little bit racy up front again as David Perkins is closing the gap here on Ransom Webster.
Looks like Mark Leonard was the car that went off.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah.
Yes.
We lost them from timing scoring.
And he was in 2nd position there.
Yes, he was.
Now, this car that Horatio Fitzsimmons driving right now won, I think, yesterday. No, excuse me, that's the Alfa Romeo of Marnix Delineus in that number 7. There's a couple of number 7s out there.
Well, that's the GTZ. Marnix has been racing that car for, I believe, longer than I have been racing the XK120 for.
Wow. Down the famous corkscrew. What a wonderful shot. Good job, Lake. You're doing a heck of a job, mate.
It's shaping up to be a really good race again in position 1, 2, and 3. That's amazing. And vintage racing, they have it this tight.
This is
well, that Lotus just got sideways there.
Totally,
that green Lotus got sideways big time.
Yeah.
It's a good little battle this then.
Oh, yeah. And again, you want to see the race within the race. Look at that early 911 dicing with the Lotus Elan right behind the Alpha GTA or GTV.
Yeah, that's
Lotus on the inside makes a great pass there, coming right in the middle of 11.
Yeah, this is the battle to stay in the top 10, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
That's what I was saying earlier, Jonathan and Adam. You want to find the race within the race. It could be for 15th position. Looks like the brakes on 09 there are going out a little bit.
Yeah, that's Matthew Polk there in Alfa Romeo GTA. Having a good little scratch there with Ed Matsuishi in that 1965 Porsche 911. They got a good little scrap going there for about mid-pack here. 6th, 7th place.
Good start to this one. The field spreading out here. Mid-afternoon here at the Velocity Invitational. We've got through some good group racing and we've got some great exhibitions already and more to come. So stay with us. We've got a 917 exhibition and more McLaren races to come, or racing McLaren cars to come, as well as we finish off the day with the Mini Mustang Enduro race. I bet you enjoyed that.
Oh, that's amazing. And the opportunity that they have to race into dusk and into night. I mean, that's really a bucket list dream. You know, you're like you're at Sebring, Le Mans, Daytona.
Well, they all feel like they've saved the best for last, and I agree. They put on such a great show. It's so entertaining. I think they're really catching on to something here in the United States, and this David versus Goliath, that's a great story.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, we love it here.
Well, in motorcycle racing, we used to have the sort of America versus Britain in motorcycle racing, and there's no reason why we can't bring that tradition back here.
Exactly.
So you just throw a blanket over that top four
that
just went across us. I mean, that's just absolutely incredible racing that's shaping up here. I mean, there's still plenty of time left in the session that we got going on here.
Nice little 356 speedster. It's Robert Can.
So we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to our friend James Alder for now. We're going to welcome in a new guest.
Thanks, James. Perfect. If I don't see you, drive safe back to Reno.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Lovely to have him in. And look up James Alder on the internet. You can see plenty of shots of his XK120, man from Reno. And he loves his historics, and he's been a big part of American racing over the last 20 years. And we're delighted to have him as part of the Velocity Invitational. Just one of the drivers of many here this weekend. And we welcome in, and as they say in my country, and now for something completely different. Welcome, Ryan Lewis.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at Matt Johnson. What have you been up to? We saw you interviewed earlier today.
Yeah. Indeed, this is unheard of.
Well, this is great. You get more coverage in it.
It's the famous Ryan Lewis. We weren't going to go without talking to you at least half as many times as we talked to Zach Brown today.
We've even got your name up.
Wow.
How about that? So you work for McLaren, and you're a driver coach?
Yeah, do a lot of driver coaching, a lot of manufacturer work. Not as much professional racing anymore.
What part of America are you from?
Sparta, Kentucky.
Gotcha. Yeah, me too. I'm from East Texas.
Yes.
Way east, London town.
Way out there, yeah.
Andretti, you're an Indianapolis boy, right?
I'm just outside of Berkshire.
Okay, good. But you guys know each other from Indianapolis, right?
We know each other from working, actually. We don't ever see each other at home in Indy.
And we think we're both of that age now, aren't we, Andrew? Adam, we're like hermits, really, aren't we?
Yeah,
I don't really leave my house that much anymore.
No, when you get home, when you live on the road like we do, when you get home, you become a homebody. And, you know, my adventures are out to dinner, to a park, go a little hiking, but everything is very private, nothing really too exposed. And it's so funny because we run into each other while we're on the road. We're like, okay, it took 3,000 miles.
It's a racetrack. It's not really in Indianapolis.
So what's your job in this weekend specifically?
So this weekend I'm just looking after some hot lap rides for McLaren Automotive and McLaren Racing guests and customers.
Well, I've always been interested. We don't have to put names out, but what are the kinds of folk that get to do that? Are they McLaren owners, or are they you said guests, but what kind of cat comes to come and do
it? Certainly I'm a little bit less informed on the McLaren racing side. These are people that are guests of McLaren that McLaren have asked you want to come do something fun, something interesting involving the brand. Certainly more on the side when it's involving a car dealer, automotive, it will be people that are existing owners, people that are prospects. What's a better opportunity to try and convince someone to purchase your vehicle than sticking them in a car with Patrizio Award?
Yeah, that's a good sell. That's a good sell.
Yeah,
one for sure. Have you been getting hot laps out there?
Yeah, I've been doing a bit of driving. Me and Pato have been sharing the time.
What have you driven today and yesterday?
McLaren 720S Spider, so absolutely brand new car. I think it had 200 miles on it when it showed up here.
I had not realised. I'm well aware of the automotive side of since the mid-90s or since the 90s and how it's developed, but I didn't realise how many different types and iterations of McLaren road cars there really are now. It's becoming quite a fleet now.
Yeah, it's definitely exploded. Since the days of say the MC12, over 10 years ago now, and it's really expanding the product line with the Sport and Super Series cars, and now obviously the most prolific, the ones that you'd see most of, Top Gear and such, cars like the Senna, the Sabre, and I'm sure Lord knows what they have.
What is the price tag on a Senna? We were speculating earlier. I was around $2 million.
As a McLaren pseudo-employee, I would not care to speculate on the market value of a Senna.
I cannot confirm or deny anything you speak of.
Oh, come on. Yeah, like we're being live streamed somewhere.
That's exactly, by the way, what Ron Dennis would have said if asked the same question.
I know, but I have to ask, right? I'm in these positions now. I get to ask the fun stuff.
I stick to my side of the business, which is looking after customers and the driving side.
Smart man.
I stray away from products.
Yeah, so you can send a product specialist up here, and they'll
could do
that.
Someone from corporate, preferably.
There you go.
Someone their head can roll instead of mine.
I know this is another question you can't answer, but which car do you enjoy driving?
Which do I enjoy driving? The 765 LT. I didn't think the 720 could be any faster. It was already a complete spaceship on the road. It's a very comfortable car, but just incredibly fast, terrifyingly fast. And then they build the 765 LT, which is the next step up, the next iteration. So LT stands for long tail. So this is part of McLaren's heritage of going back to the F1 with the long tail McLaren's racing at Le Mans. And this car is just another step forward in performance again. I remember the first time I drove it last year in California, and I was sitting with another McLaren driver, and we both kind of just looked at each other like, oh my God, how fast is this thing? This is crazy.
Well, I remember we were at Brickyard doing Pure at the Speedway.
Yeah.
And just the speed that we were doing down the front straightaway, I mean, it rivaled what we do in a GT1 car.
Oh, yeah.
It was absolutely incredible.
And road cars now, I mean, all manufacturers, the road cars that they can produce and how fast they are, it's just incredible. Like at Coda, you're sitting in a 720. It shows you how easy these cars are to drive now as well. It's like without fail, even if you had somebody that had never driven on a track before, they're sitting, obviously they have one of us instructing them, but 175 miles an hour, lap after lap, no problem.
Without trying, yeah.
Without trying.
Without breaking a sweat. No, that's
Boys, we're watching a heck of a race here.
This is a phenomenal race. These are fun. Do you ever get out there and do any vintage stuff? Have you ever been able to?
Not as much recently. My last vintage race I did was the 50th anniversary Formula Ford race at Road America.
Oh, okay.
That's
good stuff.
Dominated the field.
There you go.
What's your history?
Ryan Lewis style.
Background, well, so started racing back in the United Kingdom, series called T, and then moved into Formula Palmer Audi in 2002, won the championship in 2003, British National Formula 3 champion in 2004, and then did the International Series 2005, didn't win the championship. But and then I came to the United States in 2006 to race in Champ Car Atlantic.
Okay.
And I've been here ever since. The authorities have tried to get rid of me a couple of times, but I've managed to stay.
Incognito in Motortown, you'll be fine.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
That's why he leaves in Indy. He can just go hide in the cornfields.
Exactly.
That's it. And then sports cars after that. So a bit of a here and there, a lot of endurance racing since then in prototype cars. So last year raced at Daytona in a 24, finished third with Era Motorsport in an LMP2 car.
Nice. I bet that was a great experience.
Surprisingly easy car to drive.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Heck of a race coming here, too. As they come around turn 12 here, they might see the white flag this time by, but maybe not. No. I think they're going to get one more lap.
Well, I hope we do.
I do, too.
This is going down to the wire.
This is coming in. I mean, the 961 of Ed Matsuishi has just
did
come
his fastest
from
lap
nowhere.
the last lap, and now he's done it again. Taking the lead.
He's been cracking them off. And then 1965 Porsche 911.
Like, how cool is that picture as well? You've got two Porsches. Is that Bizzarini and then got a Sprint Veloce?
Yes.
Fourth?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, going hammer and tongs.
Yeah,
really good.
This is what we love about this race. I mean, what has been your impressions? You've been to a lot of these. I've known you for quite a few years. What are your impressions of the Velocity Invitational and how they pulled this event off?
But yeah, I mean, knocked it out of the park for that first event, really, at Laguna Seca. I've done this sort of stuff for a long time. It's so hard to pull all these things together and put an event together. And this is I think for the United States, this is a big step up in trying to make an effort to welcome the fans in and trying to make this a big kind of blue ribbon event that's focused on the fans having some enjoyment. This is definitely a bit of a different theme. Some fantastic cars. I mean, I've been around a lot of vintage racing, coaching guys and doing some racing myself, and there's some stuff here that I have not seen.
Right.
That has come out, that people have pulled some stuff out. I was like, wow, that's pretty special. So there's some stuff that's come out that I have not seen before. Really,
and that's saying something, folks. I've known Ryan for quite a few years, and he's not a man that'll sit there and just blow smoke. If there's something there that he's seen that's impressive, that's saying something.
And how many 3 GTOs racing this weekend?
I know,
right. Racing, not just on display, but racing. They're going to come to the white flag right now.
Well, since Ed got the lead in the 961, number 961, 1965 Porsche 911, he's taken off. He's got back markers in front of him. Could be a heck of a lap, though, for the battle for the podium. Side by side out of 12. And an almost three-way now behind. Here's the white flag. Look at this, guys.
This is good stuff. This is what this stuff's all about. And if you think that they're just out there, cruising around Sunday Drive, this is, it couldn't be more mistaken. This is definitely, outbreaking themselves and doing their best to hit their marks. And
everything's an opportunity here.
Right.
You haven't got to rely on downforce or a big slick tire. So like every corner, you've got half a shot of actually getting it done.
That's right. No, that's a really good point. That's a really good point.
David Perkins leading this group of three on this last lap. Ransom Webster, who led early on, and Robert Stoker just behind him in fourth place in the Giulietta Spider.
We were talking yesterday, how like the race cars of the era were more the boogeyman. Like that's what got blamed for some of the darkness of the era. But really, the circuits have made such huge improvements that we would now have concrete 3 inches from the edge of the track at a at a 100 mile an hour, 90 degree corner approach.
There's a bit of context now.
Yeah. So I think that's really what has made vintage racing the wonderful sport that it is too. Is the circuits have gotten so good with their safety.
Well, and then I think there's probably a few of these cars, a lot of vintage cars that run now that are probably quicker now than they ever were in period,
right.
Especially with the tyre technology. To a certain extent, people are probably a bit more willing because they've got a modern cage. They're probably a bit more willing to take some more chances.
The aggregate too, even the pavement.
I have an update.
You do?
The transponder on the actual leader is car 7. It's got no transponder.
Oh.
We've been fooled.
Wonderful update. Yeah, well, we don't want to make that mistake.
No.
And that's who just took the checkered flag.
There you go. So, just in time.
Just in time. Way to pick it out.
Who'd have thunk it?
Now, this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jonathan Green. Not only is he your commentator, he is your fact checker. He is also your transponder.
Well, I acted quickly when a British car crossed the line in America.
Well, Horatio Fitzsimon, comes home with the win. Look at him.
Who won yesterday, I may add.
That's impressive.
But his transponder's not working, which I suppose is a fireable offence, or at least, shot at dawn.
It's really not working, because it has him fifth.
Well, it is a Lotus, so I assume he removed the transponder to add lightness.
Yeah, it's probably an idea of Chapman. Make it lightweight.
Either that or is British Electronics.
Well, there is
steady.
The transponders by Lucas.
No mention of Leyland or Lucas shall be had in America from here. We're far enough away where we can slag them off from here.
Very good.
Amen to that. That was a great race. It was a great race, and enjoy our guests that we had up here with James Adler and obviously Ryan Lewis. Thank you for joining us. And you're not at the McLaren Pure event that was at COTA this week.
No, I was dispatched here.
Yeah.
Special envoy.
Last
minute. I would have been at Pure, but
I figured this much. Yeah, because they even called me. And that must be because you had
they're really scraping the barrel if they're calling you.
Goodness gracious. Boys, you could take this to the bar. We'll pause for a moment there, and more action from Velocity Invitational in a moment. Now, Sergey Gay Jr. is down in the paddock, and he's with our Kev Harris. Kev, over to you.
Thanks, Johnny. I'm down here in the sunshine once again, and I found a man who's been working his socks off all weekend to produce two fantastic pieces of art, Serge Gay Jr. Serge, firstly, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Tell us what you've been up to this weekend. You've been working very hard.
Yeah, so I teamed up with Road and Track, and they got me painting from Friday, and we kind of doing 4 hours each day from Friday to today, and get these paintings done, raffle it out, and 2 lucky winners is going to get 2 beautiful paintings done by me, I guess. Good for them, and I enjoy doing it, but it's hot.
It's hot, and you've worked very, very hard. Produced some amazing pieces of art in the form of the GTO here and the GT40, 2 iconic cars that fit this event perfectly. Tell us a little bit about your history, with that car over there, and why you chose to perhaps do that one.
Well, I went to school in Detroit, CCS, which is known for a big design, transportation design in cars. And Ford is a company I worked with before, and I also had two friends. One of them designed the last GTO, and then my other friend Camelo, who did the one previously, and he's an amazing painter. So I kind of like a little bit of a tribute to them, but kind of go to the original one because I don't want to outshine them. No, they outshine me 5 times, 100 times. So yeah.
They're great pieces of art, and one thing that just blew my mind just now, you told me how long it took you to do each of these pieces. Just tell us the time involved in this one and this one.
So yeah, 4 hours, so it's pretty much like 2 hours each, so I've been going back and forth each day, so 4 hours a day, and I guess I'm a very quick painter, so this is nothing new to me.
You're a very quick painter, you're a very good painter, you're a very modest painter, sir. But it's not just painting you do, is it? You know, creative visual arts right across the board.
Yeah, definitely. I'm an all-around visual artist, and every medium, every content, so, and painting cars is another passion of mine. So,
and somebody's going to win both of these come the end of the weekend. People have been signing up. That's the deal that Road and Track have been doing.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
All right. Well, the draw is taking place a little bit later on, Serge. I know that you want to get out of the sun. You've been in it all weekend. But if people want to find out more about you, where should they go? Where should they connect with you?
Definitely go on my Instagram, which is my full name, @SergeK Jr., or contact Road and Track and check out the latest issue because I'm obsessed with it right now. Yeah.
There you go. Check out the latest issue of Road and Track. Serge K. Jr., thanks ever so much for talking to us.
No problem.
A well-earned break for you, sir, but not for our Kiri, who's working hard down in Velocity Pit Lane.
Well, it is, of course, Velocity Lane that you join us in once again. These are the historic Trans Am cars, and this is Ken Epson. These cars are just absolute beasts, aren't they, Ken? Can you tell me a bit about the history of this car?
Oh, this is a great car. It was built in 1970 by Penske for Mark Donohue and Peter Revson. They finished second in the championship. 1971, gave the cars to Roy Woods. That was Vic Elford and George Fulmer drove with Roy Woods. And then to 72, George Fulmer and Roy Woods drove these cars and won the championship in 1972.
Well, it is a very special car. How did you come by being with this car? Was it something that you'd focused on for a few years? Was it something you'd fallen in love with?
You know, I was looking online in some one ad in 1988 and saw this car in Guadalajara, Mexico on a newspaper ad. Off chance I called and they said, sure, we'll sell it. It's still for sale. So I bought the car and the guy says, well, it'll take me 6 months to send you the car. I said, well, okay. So he said, wire some money to a bank in Tucson. So I did, and then a few months later I said, hey, how's my car doing? Oh, soon. So it was past their deadline. I thought the money's gone. They delivered the car, extra motors, extra wheels, all the original travel boxes, had all the good parts and pieces with it, lots of spares. It was actually very fortunate.
What a fantastic story. Enjoy it out there. I know you will. How they come by these.
Well, sorry, we've got a bit of intermittent problems there, but not to worry. Tony and Kiri doing a great job. Thanks, Kiri, and thanks, Tony, but we'll take it away and get ready for our historic Trans Am race. And they put on a show and a half last night. Let's hope they do it all again. Last night we had a great race. Ken Epson and Fieber and Bruce Caliper involved. Jeffrey O'Neill will also be out there, hopefully, if they've got that car fettled again. It had problems. So he didn't get to run yesterday. But listen to the glorious sound of American muscle, folks, as we get ready to relive the glory days of Trans Am, which, no question about it, Laguna Seca was very much a part. My thanks to Ryan Lewis coming up and joining us. He'll head back to enjoy a little bit more fun with McLaren, and we're going to have some real fun. I've got an actual Trans Am driver here, and that is all that matters. Historic Trans Am. Adam,
a lot of fun yesterday, and I think we're in for some more today.
Yeah, I love this. You know, actually, that was Ryan and I just talking on a side note there before he took off, was about driving these. He asked me if I'd ever driven one of these. I never had. I figure the way I see them out there is it reminds me of what a TA2 car feels like. I've never driven one, so I wouldn't know, but it just feels or looks that way. But yeah, these things just look like an absolute blast. But Ryan said they're absolutely just a gas to drive, and so everyone out here is going to have a great time. Not only that, we get to, when they hit the green flag here on the front straightaway at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, they set off a seismic boom that measures on the Richter scale here in California, and it'll make the news here at night. Now, obviously I'm teasing, but this is really a thunderous noise. It's one of the greatest things that we hear all day long here.
And for those that have never been to a motor race and they come to the first time and they see Trans Am, you know, that instant kind of, it's a bit like Formula One, it's that instant connection with that thunderous sound of ominous foreboding, isn't it? It's like, what is about to happen?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think that looked like Billy Johnson. Well, it's fun to see someone with a Ford racing uniform on and a Camaro. You wouldn't have seen that in the area, period, but that's fancy. Oh, there's Chip Fudge, our good buddy Chip Fudge there. Peace the old-fashioned way with the bomber. Love that. That's good stuff right there.
Bruce Canepa and Robert Canepa racing this particular group.
Yeah, Bruce was strong yesterday out there in that Javelin, I believe is what he's in, if I'm not mistaken.
I know if there's people tuning in from New Zealand, and I know there are, they're going to be enjoying the heck out of this. They love their muscle cars. And they have a robust historic Trans Am series themselves.
Oh, they do, for sure. Yeah, no, it's very popular down there. I've been told many times that I could have a second career Trans Am driving down there.
I'm sure you
down
could.
Under.
Come down in next summer. I'll be there.
Yeah, that'd be good fun.
In fact, there you go. I'll give you some commentary work to do.
There you go.
And you can do the Trans Am historic.
Good fun. Good fun.
Started behind the pace car, as ever, a full field of historic Trans Am cars. And yes, these are the very cars that raced in the late 60s and early 70s. And they continue today. And that's what makes it so special. Bill Auckland also involved in this one. He was in a previous race. James Farley, again, the man from Ford, also racing. Now, you mentioned John Fudge. Taylor Fudge is also out there.
Oh, yeah. Well, then which one's Chip?
I see what you did there. And Robert Canepa as well as Bruce.
Yes, yeah. Robert is in a Ford Boss 302, and Bruce would be in that 1970 AMC Javelin. One of 4 of those ever built.
Slight haze coming in from the coast. A little bit of mist out there, but or low cloud anyway in the valley. But absolute glorious sunshine here at Laguna for now.
This is always a big field, just like the modern day Trans Am. Always grabbing a nice field of cars here. I believe we're looking at like 26 entries in this class.
I love the fact that they're waving to the marshals too. It's a real sign of respect that they're being noticed, you know?
Absolutely.
Because there's no crowd in this part of the circuit anywhere, so they are purely racing to the flag marshals and our cameramen. So
and the marshals' enthusiasm is infectious as well, because they've on more than one occasion actually greeted the drivers after the checkered flag and shown their appreciation, because they understand what's at stake here. These are priceless works of art.
Well, I hate to say many of the marshals have been here as long as the car. We're probably marshalling in the day.
Hey, they might have been.
I don't mean that rudely. I mean it with absolute love, because that's what they love to do.
Oh, they have a commitment, and they are the unsung heroes of our sport. They get the best seat in the house, I will say that. Like they sit in spots that you would fight to get into, but they do that out of sacrifice as well, and they put their lives on the line, quite literally, for what we get to do out here. So our gratitude to them, they should know our appreciation wholeheartedly. As we grid them up in turn 11, Jonathan, they're coming down. This is Group 9, We love the 1966 and 1972 historic Trans Am cars, don't we, my friend?
Oh, we absolutely do. And here we go. Trans Am at its finest, the golden age, I think, is here right now, but this was the original. Back in the late 60s, early 70s. Race on Sunday, buy on Monday. And so it came to be. Here we go, folks. Enjoy.
It's shaking the water in the water bottles as they go by.
The water bottles in our booth are literally shaking. I love it.
This is rather exciting stuff. So as they get down in the turn, the Andretti hairpin here, they're 3 wide in some cases, trying to make the arc there. It looks like Bruce Canepa might have got out to an early lead.
Yeah, Bruce in the 1970 AMC Javelin. Bruce, of course, a Californian. And pretty famous in these historic
For
eras.
sure. Yeah, no, Bruce is absolutely, he is a household name within this paddock. Everyone here knows Bruce Canepa. He's a mainstay. Many, many wonderful classic vehicles like that AMC Javelin is that he puts out here on display and puts them through the ringer out there racing. We've seen him poke noses in more than one peculiar area, and same with him. Like he's been here so long and racing vintage stuff with this paddock for so long that they love to race against each other too, him and his competition, like a Ken Epson and a Joshua Felber and Billy Johnson is out there, right? Billy, I thought we saw Billy Johnson inside that Camaro.
And guys, just
or Ford Mustang.
Just squint your eyes for a second, put yourself in black and white, and imagine being, well, you don't need to be in black and white, but just imagine yourself in the early 70s, where life was a little different, a little bit more freer, a little bit more fun perhaps, but definitely a fantastic era for motor racing in America, a real highlight.
What's so fun is that's the same shot that we saw of the era, right?
Yeah.
Like if you lived in the era and you were here live, that's what you saw.
Yeah.
There was no black and white in real life. You got to see exactly what we're getting to enjoy here today, folks.
Tom McIntyre, James McGovern in the Boss 302, and Kem Epsman in the Javelin. 6 follows 2. 2 follows 6. Oh, come on, put some metal down. Just put the foot straight down there in the 16. I love it. That's James McGovern in that Ford Mustang Boss 302.
Yeah, he's making it happen back there, isn't he?
Great stuff. Field starting to spread out now through 3. Now you drive a current day Trans Am Mustang. Is it still the car as it was back then? Because when I say it was the car, because the pony wars were never complete, were they? Because Javelin had their day, Chevrolet always were in competition, the Mustangs always there. But how is it today? Is it just as competitive?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, just as competitive. Now, the manufacturer involvement's not there. We don't have, we have not raised that kind of interest, and it's going to be hard nowadays unless, I truly think, unless you're doing something electrifying your racing series in any way, shape, or form, whether it be fully or with a hybrid system, it's hard to grab some manufacturer support with money, and I think that's why we're seeing even NASCAR talk about hybrid, is to keep the manufacturer money there. But yeah, we got a great race here. Great battle coming out of turn 12 up the front straightaway.
Go on. Jim Haig doing a heck of a job in that number 16 1970 Boss 302.
Yeah, that's
taking on Canepa.
Quite special there for sure.
Yeah, at the end of 1970, in preparation for 1971, Carcroft provided 4 additional cars, and the bodies were in white, and Bud Moore then took those cars, painted them up, and identified as 1 to 1971 through 4 to 1971. Once in the possession of Bud Moore, these last cars were christened BME.
It's a battle for 8th here. Richard Goldsmith and Daniel Goldsmith. I'm imagining those are relatives right here going back and forth. Two very different cars, though, right? We've got a Chevrolet Camaro up against a Dodge Challenger.
And there is Daniel Goldsmith in the 92. Yeah, it's great. This season we've had the Challenger making its way back in the hands of Boris Said. And it's good to see the Dodge getting amongst it again with the Camaros and the Mustangs, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've driven the same.
I forgot.
Yeah, I've driven that same. We had success in that car and won in 2019 at COTA. And yeah, the Dodge is still proven to be a serious powerhouse within the Trans Am paddock, and it's just so competitive. I mean, it really is. It's much different than back then. You know, there's every car. All of our cars are tube frame cars, no manufacturer support. The bodies are built from a third-party construction or manufacturer, Five Star builds the bodies, where these were all, these were factory cars.
Yeah, these were production cars.
Yeah, you bought these from the factory, and you did them yourself, or you bought a factory-ready car. Not looking good there in the Camaro.
Yeah, and holding true to that tradition, we continue it still with production entries in Trans Am. So we have 5 categories: Trans Am, TA, TA2, and then XGT, SGT, and GT. That's currently. So keeping to the tradition of keeping the production part to it. By the way, Adam Andretti, one of I think the only men to have won in all 3 major marks.
We've won all 3 marks, yeah, and we've won the Ford and the Chevy and the Dodge. And
which was the most fun?
Yeah, well, they're all fun. They're all fun. I guess when you're...
All right, which is the hardest?
When you win in a Dodge in the backyard up in Detroit, that was pretty special.
I'll bet. Yes, actually that is special.
There's the Ford Falcon that we love so much.
Yep.
Great to see that. Mike Eddy getting the wheels off of that thing. It's got a checkered pattern there, too, to keep the headlights in. We got to love that.
I like it. Nice style.
Love that Ford Falcon. That's one of my absolute favorites.
Yeah, originally a 1963 model, was bodied up to a 1964 to race at a lighter homologated weight. First, a sedan in SoCal region in SCCTA, and the sedan history race Riverside Trans Am to score points for Ford and win the TA championship in 1966.
And that was not a thunderstorm that came through here just now at Laguna. That was actually the top 5 you could throw a blanket over right now. They are having a heck of a race in the top 5.
Great stuff. Here's a pretty car. Love the colors on this.
Yeah, that's a great livery. We dig that. That's the number 7 there. That's gonna be Tony Hart.
Tony Hart, yeah.
He's running P16 right now, respectively.
1967, C28.
I tell you, we catch that top 5 again. They are right on top of each other. The top 5 was within a half of a second the last time they crossed the line. That was really exciting stuff. First and second crossed the line less than a tenth. We got the number 6 here, Camaro. This is a beautiful shot right here. Got Tom McIntyre, P16. Doing a dandy job. I believe that was a famous car from Mark Donahue days, possibly.
Yep. Ha! Wow, this is a heck of a race.
It is a phenomenal show up front here.
Just crossed the line again in front of us. Well, here it is, coming into Andretti. Look at this. Battle for first place. 5-way, 6-way battle.
Bruce Canepa locking the rear brace, getting that thing rotated, hitting the second apex. Power slide out of McIntyre.
Into 3. Nail-biting stuff.
Oh, sorry, James McGovern. That was a big power slide out of the 16 to James McGovern.
Yeah, the problem with a race like this, you've got 3 18s, 4 6s, and 3 16s, number-wise.
It's unbelievable.
but we know that this man, Bruce Canepa, is leading the way in that AMC Javelin.
I mean, he immediately went to cross correct to oversteer, opposite lock. What a beautiful, beautiful job. As we like to say, opposite lock, butterflies open.
Exactly.
It's getting a little more tame up front, a little more single file than what we've had over the last couple laps. But wow, what a great race there at the front with should be winding down on our time left here in the session, in the race.
So into 11.
Very
Lovely
defensive.
shot. Yeah, and a nice shot to see the line through 11 from the drone.
Very
Look
defensive.
at this, side by side into 12. And now past our position, a drag race towards Andretti. Side by side racing. Who says this is vintage racing? It's certainly not an exhibition. This is great.
Oh, that's entertaining.
See God and back off, as Kevin Schwantz once said.
Ken Epsman is not leaving anything left on that table. That was an outside pass, not only out of 12, but outside of turn 1, outside of the Andretti hairpin, pulls it off, and stretches out to a little bit of a lead.
Well, the five-way battle is now becoming 6.
I mean, I feel like we're calling a modern-day Trans Am race.
It's exactly like
phenomenal.
a modern-day Trans Am race. I feel like Rapper and yourself are out there. Billy Johnson, fastest lap, 1:43.2.
Yeah, he was going to come through the field here. Great driver there. He's got to save his blushes, right? Oh, absolutely. You certainly can't let a javelin win this thing.
No, absolutely not.
He's got to go hunt.
Get that blue oval going.
Looks like almost making it 3 wide up here towards the corkscrew. Going to hang tight in P4. Probably going to take his opportunity down there, maybe turn 10 and 11. Seems like James McGovern is sliding around, slipping, sliding around quite a bit right here. He might get this run right through here as we watch him get through turn 10. That's the blue car there in the middle of the picture.
And our man Ron got the best seat in the house as he brings them into focus here on the main straight. It's hard to keep up with all the battles, and he's doing the best he can. 2 leaders going through, and then this great battle for third place into Andretti.
Ooh, big lockup there by, it looks like, might have been
through
chip
2. And now into the inside of the circuit, side by side again through 3, but through, just sneaking through goes the number 2, but it's not over, this little battle.
And we have some traffic just up ahead. That's going to definitely play a role in what goes on between these racers. As we see, this is the traffic that they're going to catch. And not much of a gap between them. And this is going to get really nice and hairy coming up. But I'm going to tell you right now, the 2 people having the most fun here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, besides you and I calling this action, is Bruce Canepa and Ken Epson.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, you know that this race has got everybody's attention.
And look who showed up. Billy Johnson is showing up to the party, tucked himself inside. I think discretion was a better part of valor. He backed off right at the top of the hill there and went ahead and let that battle transpire in front of him with the javelins. But this is going to be one heck of a run to the checkered, as I believe they're going to get the white flag when they come around this time around.
Yeah, could well be, yeah. Yep, just looking into the start-finish line. Just see out of our window. Here we go then. What a race. We had a good one yesterday, but this is just as good, and it ain't over yet.
Traffic is definitely, the white flag is out. Traffic playing a little bit of a role here. Billy Johnson, did Billy Johnson grab the lead? He certainly seems like he's right. Nope, P2 though, right behind. He's going on the chase with Bruce Canepa. Now we know how difficult Bruce can be to pass. This is going to be a run to the finish. This is going to be exciting, folks.
Really good stuff. Billy Johnson then hitting the front. Or
look at Billy.
Second place anyway.
Nice done. What a beautiful slide. Didn't lose any time. Kept all his forward momentum on the throttle, getting through turn 4. Accelerate up to turn 3. Accelerate to turn 4. What do you think, Jonathan? Is Billy going to pull this off? He's got a little bit of a gap to make up there.
Well, I've been listening to you all day, and I think what he's got to do is wind himself up for a good run up the Rahal straight. Through goes the number 6, but then, get up that Rahal straight, maybe make a dive bomb at the top of the hill at the corkscrew, and if not there, then he's going to have to get a great run out of the corkscrew and have a go down at turn 10, possibly 12.
Yeah, Bruce is not making it easy. Bruce is really putting together a lap right here. He's not taking anything to chance, because I know what kind of quality, too, that Billy Johnson is, and I know he's laying it all on the line. You can see it with the car movement, but that Bruce Canepa, I believe he's got this one in the bag.
He has, as we can see it. If I've watched enough races at Laguna, if you get through 11, it's very hard unless you're right on the tail to do it at 12, and here comes Bruce to finish off another cracking historic Trans Am race. Billy Johnson goes wide, may lose out that second place, but here they come. Drag race for the finish, but it's going to be Billy, I think. Yes, just sneaking through into second place ahead of the number 2 of Kemp Epsman. Nice racing, gentlemen.
What a race.
Yeah,
what a race.
Excellent stuff.
What a great good time.
Well done, Bruce, in the 1970 AMC Javelin. So as you can see, we are on the slowdown lap for the historic Trans Am, a wonderful, wonderful sight at the perfect venue, no doubt about it, Laguna Seca. And while we've got a chance to take our breath, let's remember the Laguna Seca Foundation, a very important cause. We had Ross Merrill up here yesterday telling us about it. It's an important part of Laguna Seca, and it's what effectively keeps them going. Adam, wouldn't you not agree?
Yeah, it's phenomenal to see that. And these are locals. These are people in the community. As you mentioned, Ross Merrill, and I race with his son Thomas in the Trans Am Series. They're a great racing family. Thomas grew up at this track, so I mean, there's a lot of sentimental value, and they understand the history that they have here. I grew up in Indianapolis. You know, we have the history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that's so well preserved. So it's wonderful to see a group here that is so passionate and taking action, wanting to make this the ultimate premier facility.
Now, while we've got a little break in the action, I think it would be nice to have a look back at some of the action from Friday's Mini versus Mustang. And I have to say, if you haven't seen this already, it was held in dusk to dark with headlights blaring out for all to see, as it was David and Goliath, quite literally, as the Minis took on the Mustangs. So here we go, the pace car is off and we are racing at night for the first time in Historics at Laguna Seca. And this is truly a first for Laguna. No floodlights, just the headlights of the cars. So forgive us if we get the wrong call occasionally on the cars, but it doesn't matter. It's a fantastic spectacle. I can see one of the Mustangs already going high and wide to the outside, but it's a three-way run to Andretti by the Minis. Now all they do need to cause a fourth there and hold back all the Mustangs for as long as they can.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what Mini Coopers love, is just getting into the corner. So this is the part of the section here where they're going to work their gap on the big high horsepower Mustangs before they have to climb the hill getting up to the corkscrew.
Yeah, as you can see, that the Mustang in fourth place can do nothing about those Minis as we go through 3 and 4 for the first time. A beautiful sight. We've
We've got 20 or so minis and about just under 10 Mustangs, I think. And yeah, we've got an array of different Shelby GT350s. We've got obviously another GT. There's a Ford Falcon out there, the black one. That's Fudge at the wheel, one of the historic drivers for many a year here in the United States here as they head up the Rahal Straight for the first time, and the Mini still leading at the moment.
That was an incredible sight, guys, just sitting here in the commentary position, just watching them go down the straight from our right to left as we're looking at it. What a sight on the opening lap, just incredible.
Now, let me just also explain, there is a pit stop in this race. It's an hour-long enduro race with a driver change. So that could add a little bit of spice to it all as we go through. As you can see, those Minis absolutely relishing the prospect. Side by side, why not?
Yeah, that's some good stuff there. Now, those Minis, definitely the corkscrew was built for a Mini Cooper, as you can see right there. They just, like you said, point and shoot, going down there full throttle, and they're pulling quite a gap on the big V8 there, the Mustang that's actually in third place. I believe that's Dwight Matheson in the number 5, 66 Mustang. But these top three here are really going at it hard.
Well, we had a look at the inside of some of the engines. They may only be 1,200, 1,300 cc's, but I tell you what, there's been some fettling done under the bonnet, as we would say.
There has been a lot of fettling going on at the bonnet of some of these, and incredible scenes. I mean, some of them, to be fair, are Minis in body panels alone. Some of the engines and some of the sway bars you were looking at on that blue one. I forget who owned that one, Adam, but a lot of aftermarket work got into that.
Yeah, the only thing that was Mini about that was the body panels, yeah. and I don't even know if they were Mini, but it was... right now, Andrew Nelson and Nick Swift, that driver combination was winning this race after the first lap. You got Dennis Racine, the team group of Dennis Racine and Dylan Wittenauer are in second. And then Harinda Da Silva and Timothy Da Silva are going to be third. The first of the Mustangs is going to be Gilbert Hakem. He's in a 1966 Shelby GT350. So really, really good racing right off the bat. And side-by-side racing here with these two orange ones.
Yeah, and just, you started going into this, but talk a little bit about driving a muscle car around Laguna and what it takes and where the advantage or disadvantages are.
Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly thought the huge advantage was going to be coming up the hill, go to the corkscrew, but after the first lap, it looked like the Minis opened a gap coming up the hill. So I don't know where they're disadvantaged, honestly. Like you said, a lot of these have had quite a bit of work done underneath, so the weight-to-power ratio might be pretty similar between the Mini Cooper and these Mustangs of yours. So this is that might be what we're seeing here. But, you know, who also knows the much bigger car, you know, depends on tire wear too. You know, if you're hustling a Mini Cooper around and you melt the tires off, I know one of the things we were catching out there is there was at least 4 different tire manufacturers we saw, right?
Yeah.
You had Hoosier Tire, you had American Racer or McCreary, you had Yokohama, and then you had this other brand I never actually heard of, and so it might just been especially a tractor tire that they found here at a Tractor Supply warehouse or something.
The Hoosier looked like the one to be on if you were in a Mini.
It did. It really did. And even down there, you're talking to them, they seemed to, some of the competitors felt like if they were on the McCreary tire, you really had to be careful with it through a couple of heat cycles for it to last. Where the Hoosier, you could kind of just abuse it right from moment one.
I'm keeping an eye on the number 6 of Matt Johnson and Ryan Turry for 2 reasons. Matt Johnson used to do commentary with me at the X Games. He's in 9th position at the moment. And Ryan Turry is actually one of the organizers of the event. And I asked him this morning, I said, you're not really going to race. You haven't got time to do that. And he goes, I'm going to try. So if he does get in the car, I'll be well impressed. So Ryan,
nice.
do your best. He said if I don't get in tonight's race, I'll try on Sunday when hopefully things have settled down by then. But it's never easy being an organizer. That said, Jeff O'Neill will be doing several races this weekend in several different cars, as he always does at these historic events. And I remember from Sonoma 2 years ago, he kept popping up on almost every group. But that's Jeff's won't. Ryan, I think, will be less. He's more hands-on with the actual running of the event, so I think he's got less time to be a Jeff.
Right. That sounds about right. And also, there's in 10th place, you have Joe Huffaker in that Austin Cooper S. And there's a fun story about Joe that you were talking about earlier, John.
Well, yeah, I didn't know this, but the Huffaker's, I mean, everybody who is involved in historic racing here on the West Coast knows the Huffaker name. They've been synonymous with engineering and fettling cars for racing in the States since the 50s. And all the Huffakers, the Huffaker Genie, you'll see probably a Mark IV out there. But Joe Huffaker actually used to race minis and has got 7 titles to his name racing minis here in the States. So he is out there again. And so, yes, the Huffaker name continues with Joe and Chris Kearney, and a good story too. So he's going back to his old haunt, effectively, by racing the Mini. Good story, you're right. Now we're starting to feel as though we're at Le Mans or Daytona. But first time ever at Laguna, they've run in the dark.
That's really neat. I mean, you don't hear about any endurance races at night at Laguna. They're strict here, right? Engines have to be off at 6 o'clock. So only can you take advantage of falling back with daylight savings time would you be able to get a nighttime race or any kind of nighttime running here at Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
One on the Minis pulling offline there, slightly slowing. I don't know if he's just getting out of the way. But some more bright lights on that orange. I think it's orange.
I think that's so they could tell them apart at night, the team that runs those two cars.
Well, and I'm sure Kev would agree with me. We grew up watching these cars. We didn't know anything about muscle cars growing up, but we knew about Minis.
Yeah.
And we saw what Paddy Hopkirk did. And in fact, in 1964, Mini won the Monaco rally and had, certainly in the hands of Paddy Hopkirk, a huge era of success in what was never designed to be a rally car.
Not at all, and never designed to be running around Laguna Seca
No.
up against Mustangs. And I like what's written here in the kind of souvenir program. It says, while indeed Mini Cooper did win the Monte Carlo Rally in 1964, as you just said, all bets are off as to who will win this modern version of this historic rivalry. And I think all bets are off because the Minis are holding their own and they look great out there.
Well, first driver's getting out. I know you're looking from above Laguna Seca, but we just happen to have a fantastic view of the pits here because they're right in front of us. So we're just giving you that story because it is a good one. He came in, did the 37, the 1963 Austin Mini. Came in and had a intermittent light problem and came into the pits with no lights on at all. Now they're doing their driver change, and I think they hope they've got it going again, because it would be very hard to drive one of these cars with no lights on. Well, there you see the pit lane, and there are our pit stops. It's not a rushed affair, as you can see.
I believe, I would guess, and I haven't looked at the rules, but I imagine there's a minimum amount of time that you have to spend in the pits. I would guess that'd be a 5-minute stop. So that would be... but they did put some makeshift lights, I saw.
Yeah.
Like you can see here on pit road, they have these stanchions up. And even around the racetrack, right past the bridge here in turn 1 on the front straightaway here, we got a set of lights that are up on the outside there. So that you know where the apex is, I guess, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it gives us enough light.
And I think that's a great scene looking down pit lane like there. That's away to our right as we sit here in the commentary. And a lot of excitement, a lot of hustle. Like they're taking their time, but if you're one of these guys that owns one of those cars, that's quite something to be here at Laguna Seca in the dark, doing that at night. A lot of excitement down there for those guys.
I can't believe we can just get the last bits of the sun remnants and then actually see the bay and the sea out there. And that's a lovely shot. Beautiful. I see. Yes, no, I concur now. The 1966 Shelby GT 350, definitely leading.
Yep, Chris Hines, the number 26.
And then Dennis Racine, not far behind in that Mini Cooper S, who had been in third, now up to second. And Nelson and Swift lost 2 places down to third now. So yes, I mean, it's typically British, this. It's impolite when you're visiting a country
you can't just
not allow the other team to lead a little bit.
Nick Swift is an Englishman, and I know that because of the Union Jack on the car. Mini's been in the US for a long, long time. But yeah, he's just doing the right thing. He's just being polite. He's
getting very thick in here, ladies and gentlemen. Very thick.
He's just being a gentleman.
Inside this booth.
He's just being a gentleman.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I get it. Absolutely.
I say, sir, after you.
I say.
Do carry on.
I say, this is your track.
I hear your muscle cars need lots of air. Go ahead.
I think it comes down to just our headlight technology was far superior.
That's probably it.
Hey, listeners, we've got this shot on screen here. I'm just saying again, some of these Mini drivers are really going for it.
Oh,
they are clipping the inside of that curb down there.
Yeah.
They are nicking the racing line and then some. This is really good stuff.
But yeah, this is a great race going on
And
here.
by the way, these 3 minis are in a cracking race.
They're having a battle of all of their
That
own.
was some late
As someone
braking.
makes a move up the inside, late on braking. Look at that.
Very good. Out of turn 11 they come onto the main straight. 3 minis wide, 2 side by side and 1 behind. And let's take a look at the top speed as they come underneath there. Oh, just missed it.
93.
95 miles an hour. Nice.
And here we go. He's going to take the long way around the outside. This is super stuff.
Excellent stuff. In the middle of that is the 61. That is Donald
61 and 62.
Racine, yeah, Richard Patterson. I think it will be Patterson at the wheel now. They're currently in 16th place, but enjoying the heck out of it, clearly.
Yeah, they're absolutely having a ball out there, that's for sure. Tossing those things around.
So this is how we kick off Velocity Invitational for 2021, and I think it's a remarkable way to do it. A lot of fun. It shows the essence, actually, of Jeff O'Neill and Ryan Turi's vision for this event, which is very laid back, very fun, but some very serious history and cars here with some very serious historic and current drivers at the wheel of all of these cars. You can't be a fool to be out there, for sure.
No, I can't imagine any better way to kick off our weekend than what we're doing right now. And with all the hype over the last couple of years and the movie, the blockbuster movie of Ford versus Ferrari, no one's expecting Ford versus Mini. So this is,
Yeah.
this is definitely,
This is a movie, surely.
Yeah, they're showing a nice quorkness to
The Monterey job.
Yeah, the
Not
Monterey
the Italian job,
Yeah.
the Monterey job.
But just absolutely brilliant in that aspect of kicking off the
I
weekend.
know what we could call it. Laguna or bust. We'll take our bloody minis and we'll take on the bloody Mustangs at Laguna. That's a silly idea, Michael.
And Johnny, we've got a Mustang leading Johnny, by the way.
It's a one-eyed Shelby.
The one-eyed Shelby. Who is it out front?
It's actually John Lindfest and Chris Hines. Probably Chris Hines, having done the pit stop, should
Yeah.
be at the wheel.
Yeah.
And he's got a healthy lead, but it's interesting. Both the cars leading the race. The Shelby is a 1966, and the Morris Mini Cooper S is a 1966. Dennis Racine and Dylan Whitmire at the wheel. And then behind them in third place, a 1962 Austin Mini Cooper, and that is the De Silva brothers, I'm guessing, Timothy and Harindra.
That's the white one. That's number 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which you said at
Yeah.
the start was going to be one to watch. And then there's your Andrew Nelson and Nick Swift. In them, Cooper S from 1963. Dwight Matheson and Christopher M, as he is known, in the 66 Ford Shelby. Just behind him in fifth place. And Andrew Waite and Martin Lauber in the Austin Mini Cooper from 65 in sixth place. Greg Wohl in seventh. Dave Morgan at the wheel now. Like I said, 2 to a drive. Matt Johnson, who I mentioned before with Ryan Turi, in 8th position. Ryan should be at the wheel if he has chosen to deciding to take part. And in fact, they just did their quickest lap in 7th place. Sorry, excuse me, 8th place. And then John Shearer and Brian Ferrin in 9th. Michael Levin and Seth Huntley. That rounds out the top 10 with the Austin Mini Cooper from 66. Most of these mid-66s, these minis, and again, similar for the Mustangs.
What's awesome about this too is just they can lay it on the line the entire time they're out there for this hour, and they get to share it with the driver. That always kind of adds to the specialness to it. Having someone out there that you can, bounce the things back and forth off of. Did you feel this, or was it doing that to you? Did you have that experience or whatnot? So this is also a lot of fun from that aspect to get to race in these kind of races and get to feel it out that way.
So we are watching night racing from Laguna Seca, and very much a first, an Enduro between Mini from Great Britain and Mustang from the US of A. And a wonderful sight it's been into the night. They'll race during the day on Sunday, so a couple of days to both talk about the event and get settled and ready for the next one. And I think there may be a few adjustments once they see the results and once they get amongst it. But it looks as though Goliath is going to get his way against David tonight.
I think, if the attrition stays the way we're looking, it looks like it's going to be that way. But I'll say lap times, the Mini Cooper turned the fastest lap of the race. So, the Mini Cooper is a faster overall lap around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca tonight. But there is, you have to be consistent. And the consistency, I believe, has fallen into that Mustang right into their lap. So having a very consistent run here towards the end of this event. Maybe the cooler temperatures, too, as the sun absolutely went down, probably helped the big, heavy Mustang out there doing his job as well. But if I was finishing second, I would protest that the Mustang had a headlight out. That would just be me.
I definitely.
Dangerous racing.
I mean, any advantage you can get.
You know, we're all proud of that.
Spoken like a true racing driver.
Absolutely.
Headlight out, against the rules, out.
You got to find it. You got to find every little edge.
I would be all about the headlights. Johnny, if I was driving one of these Minis, I want one with 4 headlamps on the bonnet.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
I'd go full on rally.
Yeah.
I'd go Paddy Hopkirk on this and get lights everywhere.
Just a light bar across the top.
Absolutely.
Right on there.
Flashing lights. But you're right, Nick Swift.
Ooh, some
with
sparks coming down. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, just
dragging the front bumper, it looked like, coming down the corkscrew. I think that was the Falcon, which would be Fudge inside the Falcon. I just like that, driver named Fudge.
Is that all we got? Is that all we got?
That's all I got is Fudge.
Wow.
Not to put a fine point on it, and not that I'm a poor loser, but I will add that the 3 fastest times on track were Minis.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go into that.
What sort of times are we getting around here?
1:47.6 by Nick Swift and Andrew Nelson, currently in 4th position, the fastest man out there. The leaders, 1:50.3 is their fastest time. And then everybody else is pretty close.
Well, Mike Bakayoko in the Mustang did a 1:48.8.
Yeah, but he's at 13.
Yeah, well, still a lap time. We're just going on lap times.
There's a great battle that we're seeing on screen
Would you
here
like
at the
another
moment.
straw to clasp at, Andrew? Adam? Might we call you Andrew as well?
No.
Okay. I think have you got any straws you could give Adam?
He's reaching for him, isn't he? He is reaching for him there.
Hey, we go reach for whatever we can get. Gotta grab a hold whatever we could get.
The field is stacked though in our favour, Johnny, as we're seeing here. There's about 15 and maybe Mini Coopers out there, and half a dozen Mustangs, something like that. We got more balls in the draw.
If we can block them on the streets of Monterey tonight, I know who'd win.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The Minis absolutely would hit that wharf with aplomb.
Yeah.
Well, just over 5 minutes left in this race. I don't think that 13-second gap was going anywhere.
That's going nowhere. That's going nowhere.
I could be wrong.
I mean, that is the gap. We just seen the gap as the
right
lead
here,
Mustang goes down through the corkscrew there. And then our LED.
Whoa!
Whoa! That is what we're talking
A little bit of Rally
about.
64 going on there.
I love that. I love the Falcon
the
dragging the front. That's just beautiful through there.
But what we just saw there with that Mini is an example of just how blind it is going into the corkscrew. If you get it wrong, you are off.
And you don't have to get it wrong by much.
No.
I mean, it's a few feet will throw you right off the front of it. So, yeah, you don't have to get it wrong by but a little bit. Some of these guys are right on the limit as it is. And, now it's later in the night. You're tired. Tires are worn out. You're low on fuel. I mean, all these aspects are coming into it, too. So, shocks when they, what a lot of people don't take into account is the suspension. Shocks when they get hot, right? The fluids inside will get thinner. The shocks aren't going to work as well. So you lose that support. So there's so much that goes on to any car over a course of an hour-long race that some of you are just not prepared for.
Yeah, and as we were talking to Graham Reed about the fact that these cars weren't designed. These 1300 engines are being pushed to their very limit right now.
And they're
8,000 plus RPM, and you're really putting them through their paces. Whereas the Mustangs were designed to be just for this kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no, they were designed to be mean from the start, right? I mean, it's designed to get the blood boiling from the start. And as we've said many times, the Mini Cooper is meant just that, to get you to and from point A, point B, and just that. And it took the creativity of some crazy, British entrepreneurs, if you will, to go ahead and turn them into the racing machines that they became.
Yeah.
Well, I can confirm that it is 26, Chris Hines, followed by 177, Dennis Racine in second place. So it's been first, second, and third goes to the... So really, in a numbers game, the podium is absolutely dominated by the British mark.
Which I think is, fitting as we are dominating the commentary on this first outing this
Do you think there'll be perhaps a telegram from the Queen?
One would expect that to be the case, Jonathan.
Oh, she's here.
Should get it.
She was here just for this.
In at least the Christmas speech, at least.
I believe she was here just for this.
So one light on his wagon. And
white
the
flag
white flag
is
out. That you'd never know.
No. That's the only flag you can see here tonight, is the white flag. Makes sense why that's a surrender flag. You know, all of a sudden you can see it at all. No matter what, you can see that white flag.
So it's the one headlight of the 1966 Selby GT of John Lindfest and Chris Hines leading the way by almost 13 seconds now. But it's been a great display and a great race to watch, both from day to night.
Yeah, it really has, John. I tell you what, some of these mini drivers, they've had a lot of fun, but at the end of 50 minutes of this, they're going to be quite pleased to get out of the car and take their foot off the gas. And I think the little engines of some of these minis will be pleased with the breather.
There's one that looks like it just let go there. Maybe,
yeah, on the left, we got one off
the
there.
Rahal straight.
Yeah.
I'll say this: if Carroll Shelby would have come back tonight and take a look at this, there would be a wry smile on his face to see what we've put together.
Yeah, I think he would have liked to seen a Mini Cooper with a V8 in it, though. I think
yeah, that would have been his first
would have
thing.
been more about
How
his
big
style.
an engine can we put in that
What
thing?
can we shove in that?
Yeah.
As we get through the corkscrew with our leader there, as they're coming through, navigating the last part of the track and getting back to playing the victory, the first victory of the weekend.
So, yeah, who we ended up with in second place, Johnny? Who are we looking at there in that mini?
Dennis Racine and Dylan Wittenauer. And like I said, Dennis, one of the guys that is basically the driving force behind a lot of the minis. And here they come. Here comes your winner. One headlight, you can't miss him. It's quite distinctive in its own way. Taking the checkered flag and winning. And actually getting his fastest lap on that last lap. A 150.1. A good lap time from Chris Hines in that 1966 Shelby GT350, and a great race also from Dennis Racine coming across the line now in the Morris Mini Cooper S from 1966. Some 13 seconds adrift, but all the same, very, very impressive. And Hindra De Silva and Timothy De Silva coming across in third place. So first set, I'd say, to Great Britain, wouldn't you?
Yeah, fantastic result for the Brits here on the US soil, Johnny. And,
How do you figure? I mean, we won.
Well, no, maybe like 2-1.
There's only one winner.
Domination of the podium.
Domination.
Domination of the podium is by the winner.
66 to
Stands
33%.
on the tallest part of the podium is the winner.
There's the official score. We'll argue long into the night. We'll head down to Monterey, as will everybody else, and have a similar discussion.
Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational, where I have found somebody who is a lifelong car guy and is responsible for bringing perhaps one of the most unique and priceless cars that the whole show has seen. And right on cue, Bruce McCall, we're about to have a chat, and we're at a car show, and somebody's revving an engine just across the way over there. You couldn't make it up. But Bruce, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. You've brought along a car here, a Mercedes 300 SLR, that perhaps is one of the most unique cars here. Tell us a little bit about this one.
I think the SLR may be the greatest car of all time. It's, to many people it is. It was the peak of technology in 1955. And when I look at the car today, it's just, I'm marveled about how advanced this car was and the effort that was put in to building an extraordinary car. The body is all magnesium. It's extremely light. It's an 8-cylinder direct port desmodromic valve engine. Yeah. The sounds are unbelievable that it makes. It has big inboard drum brakes that are just next to the radiator inside the car. It's like nothing you've ever seen before.
And the history of this car is really unique, because obviously in 1955, Sterling Moss and Dennis Jenkins did an amazing thing in the Mille Miglia, but it was in a car that looked just like this, but this one's actually never been driven in that way.
Well, this car was never raced, but it was their practice car. It was driven at every event in 1955, and it was driven by every driver in the Mercedes team. It just wasn't raced. It was always kept as a spare, and it's a practice car so they could keep the race cars fresh. But the history is extraordinary, because some of the other cars weren't raced all the time. This car has been driven by everybody, everywhere, and it's a magnificent history.
Listen, Bruce, we're going to wrap this up because we're in the sunshine. I'm aware that we're both sitting here sweating right now. I'm going to stay around and have a bit more of a chat to you, but thank you ever so much for talking about this fantastic car, and thank you for bringing it along.
Well, thank you. This is an incredible event. I thought this would be a great place to bring this car. It's so special. We don't take it out very often, but it's special to be here, and I'm so pleased people are so thrilled to see it.
Bruce, thanks ever so much. How about that? Perhaps the most special car on the entire event site. Kiri, back to you in Velocity Pit Lane.
Well, this is a very noisy and incredibly amazing Velocity Lane. All right, well, we're looking at Bruce Canepa at the moment in this glorious red Porsche Le Mans car. Now, we've got some big names driving out in this Porsche demonstration lap. So Billy Johnson in the white car behind. Stefan Johansson is buckling up in the blue car too. And then Christmas Callister will be at the back in the final of the blue Porsche 21 Le Mans car. These are absolutely glorious in sight and sound. Such a treat to be able to see these cars on Velocity Lane. And they are getting ready to head out onto Laguna Seca. So I will let you just for a moment take in the atmosphere of these incredible cars. The sound alone down here is just absolutely spectacular. So you are looking at the Le Mans cars, the Porsche Exhibition 917 cars.
So here we have it, the Porsche 917 exhibition laps from Velocity Invitational. For me personally, to see those two Golf Blue car 917s in the hands of two very, very capable men is absolutely great. I've got a great story for you. So a guy comes to this race, okay, and he's just a simple artist. And he's here to show off his wares. He also says, sells the odd watch. And he's an ever nice fella, very underspoken. He's from Sweden. And he was going about his business, enjoying his day. And somebody said, would you like to drive a 917 Porsche? And he said, you know what, I would.
What's this guy's name?
Stefan Johansson.
Stefan Johansson.
Yes.
As A.J. Foyt used to call him, Steve Johnson.
Steve Johnson, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he would. If he raced in NASCAR, he would be. He can't be...
No, it's so funny. It's funny, I tucked my head in to the 917 to talk to him, and I was like, it's so cool to see you driving this thing around here. And he goes, oh, well, I'm just going to take it easy. And
yeah, right.
And I go, yeah, I know, but, I know being a driver, you're going to get out there and it's going to change. He goes, I'm over that part of my life.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, like I said, he's a simple artist. Turns out, as he gets in the car, he's actually done Le Mans 18 times and won it in 1997, as well as the 12 hours of Daytona the same year in a Ferrari.
Really?
Yes.
You don't say.
Not a lot of people know that.
You don't say.
I do say. He told me himself.
Himself?
He did.
That's impressive.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that must have happened at a campfire one night out at home.
Absolutely. We hang out a lot. And then there's a couple of Eagles.
Oh, yes. This is, and I believe Gunnar Jeanette is behind the wheel of one of those. I'm not 100% certain on the other one. Maybe it's Pat O'Ward. It looked like a pretty colorful helmet.
Joking aside, we went down to the exhibition where they're holding these cars, and we saw Stefan, and I bet he's delighted. I don't think he expected to be in this car, to be honest. I'm really serious.
Well, he had all his kit with him.
Yeah, okay.
But then again, drivers don't leave home without it. That's like the
true.
American Express card.
Yeah, exactly. So, also Billy Johnson's out there.
Yes,
Bruce
sir.
Canepa's out there.
Yes, sir.
Fairly handy himself in a sports car. Who else?
Well, I might be mistaken, but I believe a lot of these cars are out of the Canepa collection.
Okay, that makes sense then, yeah. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And to run these cars that ran in the mid-60s and early 70s, fantastic.
Green flag's out.
Away we go then. But yes, if you recognize the Golf.
And here's Stefan, who's going to take it easy already, poking his nose in there.
Yeah, I can see that.
I can't wait to see him afterwards.
This is great.
Taking it easy.
Stefan Johansson, of course, his current day job, managing Scott Dixon and a fellow Swede in Felix Rosenqvist in IndyCar. Not a bad couple of pedalers to look after, actually.
No, I've already spoken my piece on Felix Rosenqvist and what I think of that young man. I think he's a fine individual. I think he's a really talented driver, and the future of IndyCar is certainly bright with the talent that they have. I really like Felix. He's a really fine young man. I mean, you want to talk about a guy who. Very Dan Weldon-ish in the sense that if he sees a room, if he goes into a room, he goes to the faces that he knows the least and introduces himself and makes him known to those people because he wants to know everyone in the room. And I have a map for that.
That's a smart move. By the way, in the 21, just behind Stefan, is another great driver, Chris McAllister, in that beautiful 21. And if you ever saw the film Le Mans, the number 20 was made famous, of course, because it was driven by Steve McQueen. And in fact, a lot of the filming was driven by Steve McQueen. And I know because Brian Redmond was the driver of that car, both during the film and in the Le Mans beforehand. And they literally took 3/4 of the field when they filmed the film and had the actual drivers from the previous Le Mans. They filmed it, I think, September. They had special cars made up, with race drivers with cameras. Steve McQueen was not only the actor but also one of the directors. And I asked Brian about it because he had a relationship, if you will, with the car afterwards. He actually sold it to Steve, and he said that he'd never been more impressed with an actor come racer like Steve McQueen. So it's not just Paul Newman that was fairly handy. Steve McQueen himself, from some of the greats, say Steve McQueen, if he'd chosen to, could have been a fantastic racing driver.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure of the case. I never got to witness anything up front, and he's a guy he probably very understated in that sense. And wow, I mean, I'm telling you what, Chris McAllister's racing, going right to the point of this field, and for this exhibition, and just going to go ahead and head this one out with the 917 up front.
I have one of those 917s in dinky fashion still on my desk today. I know that's how sad I am.
Look at Stefan there in P2. Hey, mister, I'm going to take it easy.
I was watching the engineers showing him all the buttons, and he's quietly listening as he does. But Bruce Canepa pokes his head in and says, don't show him all the bits and bobs, just show him where the power is, how to turn it on, and how to go fast in it. That's all he needs to know.
He had to remind him how to shift gears. It had been a long time.
I bet it's a little different than the 97 Jost Porsche he won.
Oh, big difference. Yeah, big difference.
And for those who don't know, Stefan Johansson had a storied career in both Formula One and sports car racing. Raced, of course, for the teams like Shadow, McLaren, and Ferrari.
Yeah, for the great Enzo Ferrari himself. Considered himself to be a good friend of Enzo Ferrari.
And I know this to be true because he told me yesterday.
Mm-hmm. No, you and Stefan got to be very close yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, exchanging recipes for your Swedish meatballs. I was very impressed.
Hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah, very impressed.
Very, very good indeed. Here we go. Here comes Billy Johnson in that white LM, waving.
I think there's might be a turbo issue on Billy's car because he hasn't been able to accelerate.
No, okay.
So I'm guessing he has a turbo issue.
Oh, and those Eagles sound so good.
Those do sound good. Those Ford engines.
Yeah, as the sun goes down here, we're having a bit of levity because it's only an exhibition. We've got more racing to come, but for now, this is a wonderful exhibition of some of the world's finest sports cars, and talk about period and back in the era. And I think you're absolutely right. These are all Canepa-owned vehicles, I think.
Yeah, my only regret was in the moments that we had down there, I didn't have enough time to really ask him for just a little bit of history on each one of these.
Yeah.
We do know that the car that I believe Billy Johnson is in was driven by George Foreman.
George Foreman, yeah.
So that's some interesting history there. Would love to know the history on these 917s. These are obviously anything that's a 917 out of Porsche. Mr. Taking It Easy is in the lead, just so everyone knows.
Yeah.
Stefan is gone. Nobody anywhere near him. And I believe we're going to get a nice little look here of the Gurneys, which is going to be a nice little shot as the sun falls on the hills here in Monterey, California, or Salinas. We're pretty close to either one, and beautiful, beautiful, beautiful drone shots that we have here overhead.
I bet you he hasn't done a book yet, but can you imagine what Stefan could write about from his era, from the 80s, with Shadow, Spirit, Tyrrell, Tolman, Ferrari, McLaren, Ligier, Onyx, AGS, and Footwork. Drove for all of those teams, did 103 Grand Prix, 12 podiums, and scored 88 career points.
What a beautiful Gurney Eagle coming down the front straightaway here. This number 88, the blue and yellow. Just what a gorgeous, gorgeous car. Looks like a praying mantis, just like grabbing the ground.
I used to have table mats when I was growing up. Now I'm showing my age, but used to have these cars on, and I thought they showed some of the BRMs and the Coopers coming over at the Nürburgring with all four wheels off the ground, and I was like, wow, that's special.
Yeah, it looks like a bug jumping. Yeah, it's so cool. I love that era. It's just such a great era. Look at the exhaust, the headers on.
I know.
That, and just the spaghetti strings that it is.
They sound absolutely magical.
High above here at Weathertech Raceway Laguna Seca. You see the sun is peeling down on us as we're watching the Gurneys exchange front position. I do believe, we're looking at Gunnar Jeanette there.
Yep.
In the 36.
Yeah, we had a brief chat with him at lunch, enjoying his weekend and loving the opportunity.
And if it's not Gunnar, you can hear me on the loudspeaker. Come up here and
tell us why.
Yeah, prove me wrong.
But he said he really enjoyed it, didn't he?
Oh, he was. I mean, the guy. What you love about Gunnar, for many reasons, about his energy. He's got such a high energy about all this. He loves doing it. He's got a passion for it. You know how I feel about his talent, his abilities, and what he can do behind the wheel. And I just really think he is one of the more underrated drivers on the professional scale. I think I would love to see him get more opportunities, like in IMSA and the WeatherTech Series and any of those endurance cars. He's so valued in this part of our sport, in the vintage part, because he shows such great speed all the time, but he takes care of stuff. I mean, the equipment is always underneath him. He's very mechanically sensitive. He's very mechanically aware. Like, he knows. I mean, his father, Kevin Jeanette, one of the great legends of the sport, spinning wrenches, he knows. Gunnar was raised with that, you know, acute sense. So he doesn't push anything. He knows how to massage something, and he understands what's at stake here. And it's not about necessarily where you finish, or even if you do get across the line, it's that car needs to go in that trailer exactly the way it looks.
Yeah, and also part of the Florida-based Revs Institute.
Yeah, he is, and actually he is part of the WeatherTech family too. So he currently resides outside of Chicago and works with the McNeil family and helps them over there with their classic car collection and exercises their classic cars, as we've seen him at other events with some Ford GT40s, you know, that have actually never saw the light of day until he took them out on track.
This is great. Putting on a show.
Really, really good stuff here.
And it's almost like this time of night at Laguna. And I mean, I've not been here in November, and I don't think many have, because there's very few major races at this time of year here. So it's really exciting to be here. The sun goes down quick and early, and so we don't get this sort of dusk kind of almost Le Mans feel.
I don't know why we don't race out here more this time of year. I mean, this is the time of year to come out here and race, I would think. I love what we're experiencing here. And just like you said, the way the dusk hits the race cars, as we're going to get Bruce and Stefan get a little racy. And Stefan's like, nah, go ahead, man. These are all your cars.
Yeah, I'll bet Bruce is enjoying just being out there with Stefan just as much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both ways.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Stefan's been a super, you know, he's always a treat to have around. He is a fantastic ambassador for our sport. He loves this sport and a great deal, and he's does such a great job at managing, you know, the two talents that he manages and the numerous others that he's got in the wings that are not the household names of American racing.
And you know what? Scott Dixon's got a fair few accolades in sports car racing himself of late. And I'll bet when Stefan sees him next time and says, yeah, I took the 917 out for a spin, he'll be like, really?
Yeah, right?
Really? Because knowing Scott as I do, that would be ultimate for him.
Yeah, I know. He's a historian of the sport. And most of the legends are historians of the sport. They understand the past, they respect the past, and they love the past. And of course, if there wasn't history in the sport, then what are you out there going to do, right? You were out there wanting to make your own history within the sport. We were talking earlier about Sebastian Vettel, and Jessica was talking about what a gem and what a treat he has been. I mean, she couldn't speak highly enough about the man and how everything is on the surface with him, and what you see is what you get. And
he has no reason to put any time into her career or spend any time and just...
But he has.
He has.
And that just says something about his status and what he'll leave on the sport. And he's a historian of the sport. He loves the history of the sport, and he's got a steady place in it, a four-time world champion.
You know, and I think that someone like Sebastian will involve himself in events like this in the future. Like Mika.
We'll see a lot of Sebastian, and he will be so accessible. He will be so fun to have around because of his accessibility.
Yeah, and there are very few in the modern era that'll be like that. I don't think, I'm not being rude to Lewis, but I don't think Lewis will make that many appearances where and be that interested in following.
We'll see Danny Rick.
We'll see Danny Rick, absolutely. I've got a feeling we'll see Lando Norris too.
Yeah, I think so too.
But he's got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, you know, they both do. And I want to see Danny Ricciardo. I want to see his career keep going long and long and long. And I mean, his personality, you can't miss. I mean, he is one of the few true, just genuine, wear it on the sleeve personalities. He always has that smile on his face. He's great with the fans. A great social media presence. He's just definitely a favorite.
Yeah, I love telling the story. I used to do Formula BMW in Asia, and one of the first seasons I did it, and as you know, Formula BMW very similar. As the checkered flag is out for our demonstration of 917s as they come to the final two corners here.
It's going to be Stefan.
Of course it's going to be Stefan.
Mr. I'm going to cruise around.
Good to see you again. Sorry, I'm just saying hello to our next guest. But I better turn the mic off. But here comes the checkered flag, and guess who? Stefan Johansson takes the checkered flag, as he's done so many times before here in the United States. And a great demonstration of 917 Porsches raced as they were supposed to be here in the sunlight of Monterey, California. Well done, Stefan. And I think it was Bruce Canoper just behind him, and then Billy Johnson. And here comes the Eagles. They were line astern, but now they're finishing on their own. Oh, we're not far away from each other. So great stuff, and a great exhibition of fantastic history. Some of the most iconic cars you'll ever want to see, and you don't want to just see them parked up in the paddock. You want to see them out on track, and that's what we've done here. Hats off again to Jeff O'Neill and to the Canoper Collection for allowing these cars to be seen at their finest. Absolutely superb. And I want to thank Stefan for his time too. Like I said, if you are here, go and have a look at his art in the driver's lounge. Fascinating to see, and more impressed than I thought I'd be. I hadn't seen his art before, and he's a very, very handy artist, and what a difference, a racing driver to artist. But there you go, an artist in every way, both on track and off. So that concludes our 917 exhibition. And we'll get ready for our next bit of action on track. So, into the paddock come the 917s, and a look down my list means that we should have Group 5 coming up very soon. We've also got another exhibition of the McLaren Racing team, and we finish off the day with the Minis versus the Mustang. David versus Goliath. Looking forward to that. So stay with us here if you're watching on the live feed. And down in Velocity Lane is our girl KB, as we call her, Kiri. What's going on, Kiri? Is our girl KB, as we call her, Kiri. What's going on, Kiri?
Well, Velocity Lane is still alive. We've got one more demonstration run, and then we've got the Mini versus Mustangs. You're looking at John Shirley here, car number 10. This incredible Ferrari in all white. Now, some say their favorite color racing car is white. So a spectacle to be desired indeed. I might try and sneak in and see if I can have a word with John, but at the moment they're just doing their seatbelt fastening, gloves on, all the gear to get yourself out on track. All right, well, we have another Ferrari also heading out onto track, and then the fantastic Mercedes, which we've seen earlier on, is the 300 SLR. So eyes just on John Shirley. I'm going to see if I can sneak in. He might not be able to hear me, but we'll give it a go. John, are you looking forward to heading out onto the track?
I am. I haven't been out for quite a while, so this will be fun.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about the history of the car and how it came to be in your hands?
The car went to England and raced in England 62 to 65. It was raced by a lot of people. Richie Ginther once drove it, and Graham Hill once drove it. They raced at Goodwood, Silverstone, the usual tracks. And then in 1970, it was bought by gentleman Jack Sears, who was the man who introduced stock cars to the UK. He kept it for 29 years. Didn't do much of anything to it, drove it to the store to get groceries, and sold it to me.
Fantastic. Well, you enjoy it out there. The sun's just about to set, so it is the perfect setting for a ride around Laguna Seca. Okay, well, we'll just head down this way and have a look at the second of the Ferraris. Now, the Ferrari here in the red is actually taking a passenger out, so we might try and sneak in. Again, I don't know whether they'll be able to hear us, but it is the car number 20. I think you might be able to start your engine in a sec. Are you looking forward to heading out there?
There we are. We're excited.
You've got a passenger in there. Are you feeling nervous?
Yeah.
a very special gentleman who's never been on a racetrack before, so he's going to have a good time.
He's putting it in your hands. Okay, can you tell us a bit about the history of this car?
This was from 1963. It's one of 36. It raced at Le Mans 1963 in the Tour de France, both in 63 and 64, and has been raced most of its life. So great history and a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible machine. I know you're going to enjoy it out there just by the smile on your face, so have fun, guys. Thanks so much. Still got, of course, the Italian flag on there. Steeped in history. Every single one of these cars, so much history, and more history than you could possibly ever imagine. That must be quite nerve-wracking, never being out on a racetrack before, and he's going out in a passenger ride in this car. So that's the three. They're heading out for this demonstration set of laps, and then, as I said, the evening will come to a close with the Minis versus the Mustangs. Okay, let's try and head up to the top here and see if we can have a look at the Mercedes. Now, as we said, we have seen and spoken to, but it's got a different driver in it this time. So it's the Mercedes 300 SLR. We can see Stefan Johansson is actually taking a passenger in this car. So all hands changing over now, and things are unfolding in front of us. I'm not sure we knew that Stefan was going to be taking a passenger, but we'll see if we can have a chat to his passenger. Now, can you tell us how you came to be so lucky to get a passenger ride from Stefan Johansson?
So I'm Win McCaw, Bruce McCaw's son. So my father's had this on loan for about 9 years now from Mercedes, and we thought it'd be a great time to join Stefan in the car.
Well, what a great time it is indeed. Are you looking forward to heading out there?
Yeah, really excited.
What a treat. Okay, well, there we go. Some fantastic passenger rides. The Minis filling up the back of Velocity Lane. Stefan stepping back into the car, a little hot and sweaty from his previous run out there. I'm sure he's enjoying this very much, taking it all in. Some very, very cool cars to be heading out at the end of the day here at Laguna Seca. All right, well, engines will roar very shortly indeed. Engines will roar very shortly indeed. It's such wonderful moments, isn't it? It's the past, the history of motor racing, all captured in these moments as they head out. So Johnny and Adam, I'll hand back over to you.
Great stuff, Kiri. Yeah, and what a thrill. I'll tell you what, that local artist doing a pretty good job. Just kidding. Stefan Johansson steps out of the 917 and straight into a 300 SLR, one of the most beautiful cars. And as you heard from Mr. McCraw, a moment ago, he feels one of the greatest cars ever to race. And I wouldn't go far off saying that's not far off the truth. And of course, won the 1955 Mille Miglia in the hands of Sterling Moss. This particular car, well, not the one you're looking at now, but the car from the Mercedes anyway, was driven by Hans Hermann. It didn't finish that 1955 race, but still a fantastic car. And in the hands of Stefan Johansson, quite a thrill for all of us here. And very nice to see Stefan getting a passenger in Bruce McCaw's son. What an opportunity for him. And then that Ferrari that raced in 1963 at Le Mans, one of 63 only, the number 20, and that is a beauty. That is one of the most beautiful Ferraris I've seen here this weekend. And if you hear a little chatter in the background, it's because we've got guests, as always. It's been a popular place to be. Adam, you've been chatting. I've been kind of concentrating on what we've got, because what we've got right now is an exhibition. We've got the 300 SLR that we saw earlier in the weekend, the Mercedes from 1955 that Hans Hermann drove at Mille Miglia. Sadly not to a finish. They had a petrol spill which spilled over both the drivers, and they had to pull out while leading, which allowed Sterling Moss to carry on and go on to win. And I say allowed because I think Sterling did a pretty good job, a pretty sterling job, you may add, by averaging 97 miles an hour in the exact replica of that car, or a very similar car to it. There were 4 in all. Fangio drove one as well. He was second, but it was one of Sterling Moss's greatest drives, and many would say one of the greatest drives of all time.
So we're joined once again by Ross Merrill and Jonathan Merrill. It's like we have got the whole family here. It's wonderful. And of course, we mentioned the Laguna Seca Foundation. And before we get into the action of this exhibition, Ross, again, just to reiterate, you were here yesterday, but we showed the promo of the foundation. Just talk a little bit about it.
Just to raise funds to finance improvements in Laguna Seca Raceway, independent of the operator and the owner. And it's such an iconic racetrack and so deserving of the world-class amenities that it deserves. So that's what we're all about. And we're here spreading that message at the Velocity Invitational.
And I bet you boys at Laguna aren't going to forget the day that the SLR came to town.
Never forget that.
And we've also got another mini Merrill. I know Thomas. This is Jonathan. Good name, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Good to be here.
Don't tell me you're not a racing driver.
I was born a racing driver, but I chose to be a farmer instead.
Good move. There's money in farming. There's money in them there hills.
I know. I chose the rational
Proud
way out.
father there.
Yeah.
Well, at least one of the family's sensible because mother races as well.
She does. Yeah, she was one of the best in her group, too. She's kicking the butts of all the guys out there.
Thomas once told me about how he, as a little kid, and probably yourself, used to go around at lunchtime in the Porsche with her, and he got the bug instantly. And, of course, I think earlier this year, Thomas won, or certainly in the last couple of years that we've been coming here, Thomas won one of our Trans Am races here. So, yeah, great to have the Merrills in full song here. But how about this car, guys? Let's just talk about it. Ross, I've mentioned it a couple of times. This is not one of a kind, but it's such a rarity. Talk about a unicorn.
Yeah, I don't know too much about this car, individually, but I'm sure you guys can fill in what I don't know.
You've seen it plenty of magazines, right?
Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned, it was Mercedes basically entering their latest car in 1955. And, of course, they had factory drivers like Moss and Fangio on hand. And they both entered the Miniology, which is an unbelievable race. 1,000 miles through the streets, dusty roads of Italy with people and cats and dogs and chickens running out. And to do it in just over 10 hours at an average speed of 97 miles an hour. I've driven some of the Miniology roads while I've been in Italy and just, been aghast at anybody. I mean, I was probably driving about 40 miles an hour, and that was fast because it's just windy. It's like being in England at that point. So hats off to them. Absolutely incredible. So what kind of farm are you in, Jonathan?
Well, we do a bunch of leafy greens down in the valley. So everything that you've driven past down Highway 101, so broccolis, cauliflowers, leafy greens, celery, all that kind of stuff.
I love it. Well, and of course, we're just... Yeah, that's why they look so healthy. Actually, exactly, yeah. Salinas just down the road. If you're not familiar with this part of the world, of course, literally the hotbed for most of the vegetables that America eats, if not the world, for avocados and broccoli. And, well, of course, it's a great wine country too. But great to have you guys on board. And the Merrill tradition continues here at Laguna. And Ross, again, we talked about the foundation, but what are your hopes, perhaps, for the future then, for both the foundation and the revamping or the future, if you will, of Laguna Seca?
Well, the foundation is being revitalized now after a period of dormancy, and we're getting activated. We got a fresh board. We got making presence at events this year here at Laguna Seca. This event being one, the Rolex Reunion, and of course SVRA, Trans Am Speed Fest, and we're getting the word out that we're here, we're active. We've got a brand new website. We're on social media.
What's the website?
Website is lsrfnd.org.
Okay.
And Facebook or Instagram, and it'll take you there. It explains all about the foundation, its history, and what its purpose is. We've got a couple of events on the calendar for 2022 here at Laguna Seca, so please follow us and learn more about those as details become available. That'd be very exciting.
Well, I always
meaningful fundraising activities for the foundation.
Good. Well, every time I come to Laguna, I first sort of discovered Laguna for myself when I was doing both MotoGP and World Superbikes back in England. And, of course, back there for the Laguna race, we had to get up at like 2 in the morning just to be there live
to do it, to do the live coverage of the race. So it was always a hard one to do, but we always came out with a huge grin on our faces at 6 a.m. in the middle of London. Everybody else wandering around drunk from the night before, and we've just come out and watched Laguna Seca live, and we're like, "What's up with you guys? You know, we've just experienced a real life-changing experience." And it was fun to see this track for the first time and see the corkscrew in its glory. So yeah, I've got a fond memory of watching Laguna from afar and finally getting here some 10 years later.
Well, we as a family have fond memories of Laguna Seca.
I bet.
Literally, our kitchen table is 4 miles away from where we're sitting.
Well, I bet it rattled a little when the Trans Am cars went by.
Yeah, when the historic Trans Am fires up, you definitely know things are happening. And so we're happy to be locals. We're happy to be close by. I'm the 3rd generation farmer in the Salinas Valley. Jonathan here is 4th generation. Very proud of that legacy. We're very proud of the legacy that Laguna Seca represents, the valuable county asset that it is, the importance to our community, and the wonderful it should and will have.
And don't think that those of us who don't live in California but do watch the news are aware of what for the last 10 years you've been dealing with. There's been droughts, there's been fires, there's been everything, trying to hold you back, as it were. So we appreciate the fact that you've kept on going and keep on going, because were it not for the farmers of California, we would not be eating our fresh vegetables ever again. So thank you for keeping going.
Well, you're welcome. And, the racing business can be a lot like agriculture.
Very true.
It takes a lot of patience, it takes a lot of tenacity, and it takes a lot of teamwork. And so here at Laguna, we're looking forward to working together with the ownership, the operator, the volunteer association, and the many supporters that this track has for, making its future all it can be.
Thanks, Ross. Nice words. And thanks for coming up, Jonathan and Ross. And thanks for spending some time with us this weekend. It's been fun. Is there one car that you've seen this week where you think, I'd really like to have a go around this track in there?
Well, I really like that orange 70 ST that ran around in the dark last night.
Yeah?
Yeah, that was fun. And it ran in the middle of the day today and on a fresh set of tires and ran pretty well. So no vintage tractors at the farm. What we have works every day. We do have a 2-cylinder John Deere that's sitting over on the side. It hasn't run in a long, long time, but yeah. But no Porsche tractors in the Merrill household. Yeah, no Lamborghinis either. But anyway, thank you, Jonathan, for having us, and Adam.
My pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. And we follow your broadcast wherever you guys go, and you do a super job.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. So thanks for having us. We really appreciate it.
Anytime, and any chance to come to Laguna, I'm here. I love it. I think I want to do a race school here. I think this would be the good place to come. I've done a few race schools, but never here, obviously. There you go. I can do that, and I'll sign up when I can. But we're watching Stefan Johansson in the beautiful 704 from 1955, the 300 SLR. And the man who brought it here, his son, is in the passenger seat right now. And also in one of the other cars, the passenger is a man who's never been on a racetrack, which is pretty impressive. So that'll be a passenger ride for the day, that's for sure. Brave man. Great stuff. Thank you to Jonathan and to Ross for coming in.
Yeah, I tell you, the more I learn about this Merrill family, the more I like them. The more I want them to feed Thomas less vegetables, so that
maybe at picking time we can volunteer.
Well, now I know the speed secret. So many vegetables, so maybe I'll step that game up, get them to feed them less, and then we can get something out of this. But no, the more I learn about this great family, the more I love them to death. So so happy that they're here and supporting this great facility, but also I had no idea that you supported us the way you do with your agriculture, so we certainly appreciate that. I think farmers are definitely underrated. I had both my grandfathers I was telling you about were farmers, and so it's definitely a thankless job. It's one of those things where you go pull stuff off the shelves, go pay with it with our own hard-earned money, fair enough, but we do that without thinking a second on what you all go through and the risk that you take. And that was something I always saw my grandfather. Every time he threw $1 million worth of seeds in the ground, that was a risk. on if floods would come, a freeze would come, any of those things would happen, and you all know this. And I mean, and that's what the general public, what so many of us take for granted. So know that you definitely are appreciated, and definitely appreciate you guys on even a more level than I had before.
Well, we appreciate that immensely, and it's a labor of love. We're out there every day because we choose to, because we love it. And the community is a big part of what we do, and we love being a part of Laguna Seca, and everything that we can do to make it a better facility and a better community is everything that makes us and the job worthwhile.
Well, I think this facility should be supplied with Merrill leafy greens from now on. I mean, I think that should be just the perfect fit. You know, I mean, let's get the catering all involved.
I like it. I like the idea
that we're getting that stuff on our plate that's just 4 miles down the road. If not, I'm going to that kitchen table that's just 4 miles down the road you keep bragging about. We're going to have ourselves some Merrill leafy greens right there.
Anytime. You're welcome in anytime.
And if, like my mother, your mother says, don't leave your broccoli.
Yeah.
Eat all your broccoli.
Oh, she'd be mad at me right now.
The Merrills will be on the case.
My self-invite, she would have been flicking me in the ear for already.
Beautiful scene here at Laguna Seca. We're coming to the closing part of this wonderful weekend of racing and exhibitions. We've had McLaren Formula One, we've had Porsche exhibitions in 917s. We're now looking at the number 10, which has got a car here, that the Ferrari that has had Graham Hill and Richie Ginther driving it in the days.
What an exhibition here, too. I mean, you're looking at, you want to talk about there's priceless works of art circling a track all at once. That's what we are privileged to witness right now. I mean, this would be like watching, the Mona Lisa float around the neighborhood, and just get to be on different family room walls. This is just incredible to actually see this. And I'm telling you, Stefan Johansson right now, no one is having more fun than him. He has sat and he has stayed in that Mercedes and lapped continuously this whole 20-minute session. And I'm not 100% sure that was right to plan. I have a feeling that he just got out there. I mean, that has got to be such a ball to drive. Just the sound alone, every time they drive by this front straightaway, it just gets my blood curling.
I've been trying to make a parallel for other sports, but you wouldn't see Franz Klammer going down in an historic downhill anytime soon, or Lindsey Vonn, would you? I don't think you'd even see Carl Lewis going another 100 meters just for an exhibition either, because it just wouldn't look quite the same. But we can have Mika Hakkinen, two-time world champion, drive his own car and have his own mechanics that drove him to that world championship right here today. I love it.
Yeah, that's special. I mean, that's just so special. That's something you can't find anywhere else, and that's something that Velocity Invitational has given us this year. We look forward to the upcoming events. I know we've had a date already set next year, and mid-October, October the 14th, I believe, is what I understand. But this is going to be really good.
So we have just one more special little tidbit for you coming up, and that is more than just a tidbit. It's going to be a great way to finish the day, I assure you. Let's head down to Kev Harris, newly made racing driver over the weekend. He had to start small, but he is growing in stature as he gets around the paddock. Kev, over to you.
Johnny, thanks ever so much. I've only found the man who's responsible for all of this. What a great gentleman as well, just catching up with Don Racine. Don, firstly, thank you for organising this, Mini versus Mustangs. You're responsible for bringing it to the US and the Velocity Invitational.
Yes, it's been a great pleasure doing it. Really been a lot of fun. A lot of satisfaction.
And you've opened a lot of people's eyes bringing all of these minis here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. People that didn't understand what mini racing was all about are now ready to jump in and do it themselves. They really are.
And some of these cars are road-going minis, Cooper S's and Mini Coopers that have been converted to track racers, but some of them were out-and-out track racers from the 60s.
Absolutely. There's probably 6 or 8 of them that were race cars from the beginning almost, and are still now been restored and running them again. Just unreal.
And I understand when the event was being put together, Ryan Turi said to you, I want to do a mini race. And you said, hold it, whoa. We should do Mini versus Mustang.
Yes, absolutely. Far more fun, far more crowd appeal.
Yeah.
It's actually a David and Goliath story.
It is a great David and Goliath story, and in our announcer booth, the commentators out there, we've got Johnny Green, who's very English, he's an effervescent Englishman, and we've got Adam Andretti, who is all about the US of A. So we got the battle going on in commentary.
Absolutely, yeah, it should be, yeah, absolutely. It'll be a great race again tonight.
And listen, just quickly, you had a great story, and I love the way you delivered it. I said to you, when did you get into minis? And you told me that you used to have a Porsche that you raced.
Right.
And then, go for it.
When I was a kid, I was racing on the East Coast in a 356 Porsche. And I decided to move to California. I sold the Porsche, bought another one when I moved to California. The insurance company came to me and said, "You're a kid, we got you."
Yeah.
I sold the Porsche, and I remembered when I was racing back there, the only thing that used to beat me was a little gray-haired old man in a Mini. And now I am one.
There he is. Don, what a fantastic story. On that note, I will shake you by the hand. Thank you graciously for putting this on. And I'll hand to Kiri, who's at the front of the grid, chatting to some excited drivers. What a legend. Thanks, Don. Kiri, over to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, what a story that was. There's plenty of minis up here, though, with their own stories. Now, Andrew, wait, you'll see the bright orange of car number 62. Andrew, what a contest this is. Mustangs versus minis. Obviously a big Mini fan. Tell us a bit of history about your Mini.
So this car was built as a race car about 35, 40 years ago. It belonged to a guy called Randy Unsby, who ran it in club racing for years. And then I think he sold it to Don. I don't quite remember when, and Don has preserved it very much as he got it. And it's just a huge, huge amount of fun to drive. These things are absolutely brilliant. They're great.
So much fun and so many minis out there. Obviously, you're heading into the dark as well. This is the perfect setting for a Mini versus Mustang.
Oh, I mean, drama, right? I mean, and cuteness, right? A lot of cuteness as well.
Yeah. Well, we are in California, so we may as well have the Hollywood setting. Thank you, Andrew Waite, for talking to us. Well, we've actually got Matt Johnson. He's waving in the air. I'm not sure he's waving for us, but Matt, I think you want to start your engine as well, but in your Mustang here, can you tell us a little bit of history about this car?
Yeah, this car was it's a 1966 Shelby GT350. It was bought by an ex-Shelby board member, Jeff Berge, in 1970. He raced it in SCCA from 1970 to 1975. It was put in storage for about 10 years and then resurrected in vintage race from about 1985 through 2006 or so. And I just picked it up about 6 months ago. So it's an inaugural event.
Yeah, well, what a perfect way to enjoy your purchase out here at Laguna Seca. What do you make of the minis? Can you take them?
It's a blast running with them. I mean, you know, you come on the front straight, there's a pack of 5 of them. You got to figure out which way you're going to split them up, but we're having a lot of fun out there, and there are some quick little cars. So it's interesting. It's making it fun. Running into the dark has been a blast as well. So couldn't ask for a better event.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Enjoy it out there. Thank you so much. Okay, well, it is Mini versus Mustang. It is the perfect Hollywood setting. The sun setting behind the mountains. Can the Minis take on the Mustangs? Boys, what do you make of it?
Absolutely love it. We loved it the first time. I think it's going to be second time around, and really looking forward to this. No question about it.
Yeah, this has been a highlight of the weekend that we haven't been able to shut up about since it happened on the first night there, Friday night. This was our first broadcast that you and I did this weekend, Jonathan, and it was just such a gas. We had Kev Harris up here with us and calling the action as the lights fell off, as the sunshine fell behind the hills. You can see it just there in the far corner of the shot that we have, giving you these wonderful drone footage. But, yeah, this is a favorite. This is quickly becoming a fan favorite, and for good reason. You can see they blasted some holes in the back of that one to get the air out of it, you know, as back window to be a sail. Jonathan, do you see that?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just for the record, Mustang did win the first iteration of this new race.
Well, I'm glad you can admit that.
Oh, no. And Mini dominated the podium. They were second and third.
Well, no. I can't say dominated the podium, because the domination of the podium
Well,
is
there's only
top
3
step.
people on a podium.
But there's only one top step.
There is only one top step.
And that's the dominated point of the podium. That's worth all 3 steps.
Well, luckily it's
you
not
trumped the other 2 steps by being on the top step, because the other 2 steps
don't matter.
Would give up a limb to be on that top step.
That is spoken like a true racing driver and an Andretti, I may add. True. But I'm trying to fight the fight here,
and I appreciate it, and just like in 1776, I'll win this.
That is made of cheese. That is made of cheese.
That is made of cheese.
Yes. So
and again, that's why you may have lost in 1776 is believing.
By the way, I believe that shot was Ron Bigford, a fine cameraman. And a great man for getting the moon.
Yeah.
But we're going to be over
Was
the moon.
That Bob, the cameraman, right? That's Bob that's up there on the moon?
Yes, that's Bob, our cameraman, but actually known as Ron for his actual mates.
Oh, gotcha.
But to be fair, again, and I don't want to get, controversial here. But the Mustang...
You know what follows that up?
But the Mustang that won only did have, if this was an SCCA Pro race, it only had one headlight.
Just like the wallflowers, one headlight is all you need.
Just one headlight.
Yes, and I'm telling you, I thought it made our broadcast really much easier to call, Jonathan. So I think you're being very picky here.
I know, and our cameraman admitted it was about the only thing that helped them get
That's what helped them find the leader. So I think they're going to ask for someone to lose a headlight if they get in the lead, and that way we can find them easier. But this seems to be dominated the front right now by the minis. There's the Mustangs. There we go. They're going to have a little bit of work ahead of them.
Joking aside, the Mini is a mercurial car because nobody would have pinged it, for a race car. It was never designed as such. And it was literally not a family car, but it was, a regular car of its day in the 60s. And it's interesting because once it got in the hands of Rally and the likes of Paddy Hopkirk and many others, though Paddy obviously is probably the most famous exponent of the Mini Rally, it just never stopped. And clubs, the Minis you see out here have come primarily from California, but there's a group from Texas that have come here as well. So we actually asked some of the Mini guys, how many Minis are around in America? And they said, more than you think. And it just seems so odd to think of Minis in Texas. One, I live there, and the roads are massive, and you can put 2 Minis in a parking spot in Texas.
Oh, easily. You could run them side by side down one lane in the highway.
Yeah, you could.
It's phenomenal.
You put 4 in a 2-way garage.
Yeah, until you get in a construction zone in Texas, and then they give you half the lane of it anywhere else in the country. But yeah, I agree. And that was the thing too, Jonathan. There was not too many right-hand drives. This first one's a right-hand drive, and then the second one's an American, left-hand drive. Then another right-hand drive. But almost all of them were, American or left-hand drive cars, and that just goes to show you how many. And I knew that group from Texas would be near and dear to your heart.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, because that's where you call your son, call home, and you and your parents right there as well. And it's just, we were just in that area with you with the end of our Trans Am season. But everyone's getting heat in their tires. It's the sun has fallen, and as we've mentioned all weekend long, once the sun disappears here, so does about 15 degrees of ambient temperature. Right, Jonathan?
Absolutely. And just to give you the displacement competition, we said David and Goliath, but imagine this. A Mini's got, I don't know, basically the standard 1,200, probably up to 1,300 with a bit of fettling around.
A Harley Davidson engine.
Yeah. So what are we talking against the Mustangs here? 500 plus?
Oh, yeah, I mean, but it's weight to power ratio, though, right? That's
exactly.
What it's all about.
Well, why don't you explain that? In all seriousness, a circuit like this is perfect to show off the nimbleness of the Mini and also the power and glory of the mighty Trans Am.
Well, I'll refer back to what Pat O'Ward was saying up here. He got in that 600 kilo Formula One car that Mika Hakkinen won the World Championship in, and as opposed, or 500 kilo, what was, I think it's 500 kilo. 500 kilos. And then comparing that to the 800 kilo
of his car,
of the Indy car. And, same horsepower technically, but the weight to power ratio, he said the acceleration of the Formula One car, which is, remember when he even did all the way through the gearbox, and so I think that's really the best way to explain it is exactly how Pat O'Ward discussed it with us when he went from the difference in the between the IndyCar and that beautiful World Championship winning Mika Hakkinen.
And in my Beth Pathé voice, let's take you back to the 60s as the mighty Minis take on the Mustangs as David and Goliath here at Laguna Seca take it away. WeatherTech Raceway has never seen the like, and away go the Minis. Absolutely superb. Our Group 10 Race 2. Take it away, boys.
Folks, I mean, he got into the role. He buttoned up his collared shirt.
I put the bow tie on.
Yeah, he put the bow tie on, hands in pocket, and we stood up and was at charge. But beautiful, beautiful stuff.
I'll bring the trilby next year for it. Look at those, like you said, those Mustangs don't know which way to go, do they? They can't run on the race line. Look, they're all over the shop.
No, and I tell you, they're going to, right here is when they're going to get eaten alive by the Minis, is this section from turn 2 to turn 5 is a handling portion, and that really is right up the Mini alley. But then as we get here, right as soon as they turn that apex of turn 5, it's an uphill battle all the way to the corkscrew, and that's when you're going to see the mighty of the Mustang.
Is it me, or can I hear that song? It is a self-preservation society.
See, now you can see the Mustangs are going to make their move all the way up this hill, right? So it's just half of the track is really in the heart of the Mustang.
Just a few notes there from the Italian Job, made so famous by the Minis. A wonderful film if you've not seen it.
I believe that's Matt Johnson. We just saw a picture go through there and got a little interview with him beforehand.
I love the way we asked the art of driving a Mini down the corkscrew, and our answer from one of the Scottish Mini drivers, Mr. Baird, was Graham Brad, I think it was. He said, you just throw it in and hold on.
And stop it.
Stop it and hold on and stonk it. I love it. Well, the Minis are leading as we expected, so the Brits, as expected, here on foreign soil, doing the business, showing the Americans the way. A 1, 2, 3, 4, almost impossible, surely, for the Mustangs to catch up at this stage, wouldn't you say, Andretti?
Well, you know, this is too, and we saw that play in the earlier race on Friday, and I think the Mustangs were happy to let these Minis kind of dash it out and race against themselves and burn their tires down, and then you know, let that American muscle swoop in and do its job.
What inch tires would be on these 60s Ford Shelbys and so? How big?
Oh gosh.
All I know is
28-inch tire.
20-inch tire. So you're up at a 28-inch tire versus a 10-inch tire.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the wheel size would have been, you know, probably 15-inch wheel or 16-inch wheel on the Mustangs.
And by the way, on a serious note, we're having a bit of fun. It's the end of the day, but think about this in terms
that looks like an 18-inch wheel.
Yeah. Think about this in terms of logistics. There are hundreds of boats out in the LA Bay right now because we all know what's going on. There's there's a problem with basically distribution everywhere around the world because of COVID. It's caused a huge blockage. And imagine this: there's a bunch of Mini tires out there, so they didn't get here for the weekend. So they had to import special Mini tires from Australia just so they could go and race.
There you go. I mean, that's one way to go about it. You know, I do know that, you know, Hoosier builds
They could have got them from Indiana.
Yeah, Hoosier builds tires right there in Indiana, and I know that a lot of them are on Hoosier tires. But also, it's all on what your preference is. You may have your car set up not to and the amazing amount of grip level they provide. But yeah, this is a good race coming forward here in the front. You know, Dennis Racine, and then you got Harinder da Silva and Andrew Nelson and Andrew Waite. You can all throw a blanket right on all four of them as we got a pass there for second place. A little bit of a lockup.
They are side by side, missing out the 52.
That's Andrew Nelson with a little bit of a lockup, trying to get around.
That's what they call a half Nelson.
I love these two. They wag the dog a little bit. You'll see him hike up the inside rear tire. It's kind of fun to see sometimes, especially around the Andretti hairpin. You can catch that.
You know, I've seen some demo minis where some sort of what I would call, demonstration stunt riding in a mini, and they're some of the finest, and they can literally get on two wheels.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, a little Joey Chitwood action, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look it up the hill. Is this going to be a pull up the hill? No. Going to tuck back into the slipstream.
Now, here comes the first of the mighty Mustangs on its way to challenge the Minis. But if I know my Minis, they'll get 4 wide and stop him in his tracks.
Well, you got to be very 4 wide because that thing is
maybe
coming.
6 wide.
That boy is coming. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, I would love to
Mike
be out in the Mini.
Bakayoko.
Here he
that
comes.
Mustang is coming.
Well, we had a close look at this car, particularly beautifully prepared, the 111. And it's in fact, to be fair to all those Mustangs, they weren't in the historic Trans Am race, but they're here and showing their wares here. That 66 Mustang in these amber glow colors that's coming quick. Mike Bakayoko and Ken Adams, like we said, they do a pit stop very soon coming up as the sun goes down. But as you can see, he's now bearing down on them using the mighty muscle of that Mustang, Mike Bakayoko and Ken Adams.
Bakayoko. So he is driving nice and tidy. If that's indeed Mike and not Ken behind the wheel, whoever that is behind the wheel.
I think Ken's the replaced driver,
is driving really nice and tidy behind the wheel of that, and is definitely making ground on that British contingent in front of him.
Right, stiff upper lip, boys. You've got to hold the Mustang back now. He's in 5th place at the moment, but for how long?
You've got an Italian inside of a Mustang. He is ready to go. I can promise you that. I can speak from experience.
There you go. Coming into turn 5, he's already over them. Surely by the time we get to the Ray Hall straight, he's going to use that muscle.
Well, I love the camber that you see in the front of these cars. Give him to turn on like that 30 car. You see that camera on Harinder de Silva's. You can see the lean of the tires when I'm talking about the front tire. You can see how they're leaning in towards the top. The Mustang, horsepower up the hill.
Yep, here he comes up that Ray Hall straight.
Mike grabs a spot from Andrew Waite, and he's a P4 right now, and he's on the hunt to get to Andrew Nelson, who'll be next on his crosshairs.
Into the corkscrew. Well, he hasn't made any impact on that front 4 just yet, but here he is, he's passed. Or he's got 1 Mini behind him and the 3 in front of him. Down the hill they come into Rainey.
So you're back into a little bit of Mini territory here, going down the hill from Rainey all the way through 12. But then you're going to climb the hill a little bit to turn 1 down the front straightaway. So then you're going to gain, again, the Mustang will gain a little bit there. And then, like I said before, turns 2 through 5 are pretty much Mini territory. But you watch out for that Mustang climbing the hill 5 to the corkscrew.
All right, spread out over the Andretti hairpin. Here he comes. He's sneaking around the outside. He's taken 1. He's taken 2. He's up to 3rd place.
Oh.
The race is on. Goliath is coming, and David's in trouble.
Yeah, David does have nothing in his slingshot.
He's got nothing.
As we got a driver off there, that was the number 52. That's Andrew Nelson. Doing a little bit of rallying in that rally car.
That was a full press, not a half Nelson.
Yeah, right.
So he gets it back in gears. The sun is going down, but the racing's just heating up here in our final race of Velocity Invitational. What a weekend, what a fun time everybody here has had, including us here in the commentary booth. Thank you for all those who've visited us, and my thanks to Kiri as well, and to Kev for putting on a great show down there in the paddock and entertaining us. And look at this, great mini race too as well, just behind the 3rd place now, Mustang.
He might be taking the lead right now.
He's taking the lead.
Yeah, that's Mustang taking the lead.
But remember, there's a pit stop.
Yeah, that was for the lead, and he is gone. He's been lapping about 3 seconds a lap faster than these minis. So once his tires came up to temperature, this really became Goliath's race for sure.
Wonderful, wonderful sight. Look at how nimble those minis are. It's great to see. I honestly think I've just fallen in love with my own country's car again. If I want to go racing, I want to race a mini.
So we're going to see you cruising around Trans Am paddock in
my Mini.
Yeah, I can see it. Your Mini attached to the back to your RV.
I mean, you know, I could put it on the back of an RV, to be honest.
Pretty easily, yeah, pretty easily.
Love it. So into the lead goes the American muscle car, the 111, the 1966 Ford Mustang.
Mike is doing a great job. Like I said, I mean, he is really driving this course to perfection.
Yeah,
he's hitting all his marks. Driving the apex as well. Gets good drive off the Andretti hairpin there into turn number 3. It's going to be hard being a Mini to beat a guy who's driving that tidy, honestly.
Yeah, to prepare. Ken Adams is going to get in the car, and we may see, as this battle for 3rd place continues, we may see a little bit of jumble of the field when we get those pit stops. And we saw yesterday that, or Friday, excuse me, that that pit stop for that automatic or pit stop they have to take. I forgot the word for a second. It's getting late.
It is getting late. It's been a long couple days, my friend, and They'll get. I believe if I read that right, the first broadcast that we did on Friday night, they get
mandatory.
They get a double. It's mandatory, and they get a double yellow too, around the midway point. So right around 20 minutes into the session, they're going to get a double yellow for 5 minutes. And I think in that 5 minutes, that's when you have to get your pit stop done.
Gotcha.
And I believe you have a minimum of 3 minutes that you have to spend in the pits.
Just got a shot of the 88. That's the Austin Mini Cooper S of Greg Wald and Dave Morgan. Dave Morgan about to get in. There's the 51. Quick glimpse of him. That's a British Leyland Mini 1275 GT. We saw that GT, if you remember.
We did. It was. We went and walked through all these, and they were just so much fun to look at. And these are drivers that we've also seen just in absolutely every aspect of our weekend, and drivers that participated in this entire weekend. So it's really quite eclectic group, not only from the muscle cars to the minis, but also from the driver's point of view.
Good little battle here between the 52, who's been grass tracking a couple of times already. Got the little orange Mini as he locks up, does the 52, the orange 62 goes high and wide. And at the wheel, that's Andrew Waite. He's not in the mood to do that right now.
No, he's hustling, that's for sure. He's definitely getting that thing in there. That's nice. That was a good rotation.
What a wonderful spectacle and a great way to finish the day here at Laguna. The sun is definitely going down. We're going to be in the dark very soon. But we just got a little bit more light than we had on Friday night. They started a little bit earlier.
They did, I think so. And we're going to be done. It's going to be, session is built to go till 5:30, which that's been pretty dark here around 5:30. So it'll definitely be, again, hard to see for us in the broadcast booth. So we're counting on the 111 if it's still leading to lose a headlight during the pit stop, and that's going to keep us honest. But in all honesty, this is going to be a lot of fun. The footage that we got, the in-car footage from the earlier race on Friday, it was just absolutely spectacular.
That must be quite a feeling. I've come down in my own rental car down that.
I have my nieces that'll call that Tickle Belly Hill.
Tickle Belly Hill.
Yeah, because you get that tickle belly when you
tickle
your belly when you come down the hill.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
A little Tickle Belly Hill.
Now, interestingly enough, we've already got one of the minis in the pits. It's the 32. Or is it the 22? I'm not quite sure, but he's not far away from our position.
Boy, they're getting defensive down the front straightaway here, too. Yeah, it does look like a mini chicane. A moving mini chicane. And boy, we're off track again here in the number 30.
They really do want to turn that hairpin into a larger corner than it really is.
In a driving school, we call that an OCE.
Now, that's
an off-course excursion.
An OTC. Okay.
OCE.
Oh, OCE. I'm OCD. So that's De Silva's there with Timothy, his son, I believe. So that's good. So we're going to swap over father and son racing here. We used to do the three-legged race with father and son at school, but not racing cars.
It'd be a three-legged mini race. That'd be kind of fun, right? You have to share the gas pedal.
That would be real fun.
No, stay.
Oh, me and my dad would be arguing the whole way around.
I think we just created a new sport.
I think so. My dad used to race minis and rally.
Three-legged mini races.
Yeah. So here's your leader coming down out of the corkscrew in our final race of the weekend. Who needs Formula One when you got this?
I'm telling you, who needs it? It's been a fantastic weekend, and to echo your sentiments, Jonathan, I hope everyone that's tuned in with us and will watch this in the future really enjoys any of the coverage that was provided here. The amazing camera shots, the crew that's behind the scenes working with us, they're the ones that make us look great up here. And just these fantastic shots all day and all weekend long. And so again, a huge thank you to everyone behind the scenes, everyone here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The entire staff is always just a treat to come here and be involved and be a part of this, any event here at this great facility. And a special thank you to our guests that we had, and just wonderful, wonderful guests that we had through here in the weekend, and Velocity Invitational and the team, Jeffrey O'Neill and the whole group there, and just the phenomenal job of the execution of this event. You would have thought that this is literally the 100th anniversary of an event like this, the way they pulled it off.
Yeah,
so
remember, this is only this.
Yeah.
I was about to make that point. This is only the second ever Velocity Invitational. We had one 2 years ago at Sonoma. And listening to Jeff and listening to Ryan over the weekend, they're making notes. They want to improve. They want to grow the event and grow the interest in the event. It's had great interest already. We've had great sponsors and great guest sponsors. We've had McLaren Formula One. Can't ask for more than that.
No.
And I know that Zach Brown is committed to coming back again next year.
You know, and Zach sits on the advisory board
Right.
for this event, so you know he's heavily vested in this, and you could tell by how accessible he was for us this entire weekend. You know, he came up here to the booth and spent time with us and shared some wonderful sentiments. He spent, I would count at least 2 interviews with Kev and Kiri down there. So just great work from that point of view. And I think they're only going to attract more and more. And Ryan Lewis said it best when he was up here. And I've known Ryan a lot of years, and he would not just sit here and bark these things just to say it. But there's cars that just, you've done these for a lot of years, and you see cars that you've never seen before, and you're like, oh, wow, that is like straight out of it. We saw it with Stefan Johansson with the Sterling Moss Mercedes-Benz out there cruising around and just making beautiful, beautiful music out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it reminds me of what I read in the program about this sort of, you know, David and Goliath challenge, and it says Ford versus Mini rivalry could be said to have started at the famous Monte Carlo rally of 1964, where Ford featured a V8 powered Falcon and BMC ran its greatly underpowered Mini Cooper. The rivalry has continued over the years. The incarnate of the Mini versus Mustang vintage races will take place this weekend, and here it is. I love it. And there's your top leaders. Well, we've had one pit stop. We've got another one right in front of us. The 32 car is in.
And I think I was wrong with my assumption that there would be a caution at the halfway point, since we have exceeded the halfway point. So they're not going to do that. This is just, I believe the pit window is open for you to be able to do your driver change.
Yeah, I'm just watching that now. The first of the Minis is in. And at the moment, as we say, it's Ford Mustang from 66 leading. From the 1966 Morris Mini Cooper S of Dennis Racine, the man putting this all together. There's your pit stop window open, and there is pit lane with, 4 Minis in at the moment. No Mustangs just yet.
I feel like it should be...
Or Michael Caine going, come on, boys. Right, we've got this. We can do this. We can do that. Just blow the bloody doors off. Beat those bloody Mustangs. I could see it right now. Michael, if you're over there in Hollywood, come on down.
Nice shot at the leader, accelerating up and making short work here.
Yeah, he's got some traffic to deal with, though, that's for sure. But he hasn't pitted yet.
No, he has not. No.
The Minis are not done. The Minis are not done. By the way, Ryan Turry is about to get into Matt Johnson's car. And I asked Ryan. Ryan is one of the organizers with Jeff O'Neill of this event. And I said, you're surely not going to race in a weekend. I know Jeff races, but that's what he does. Ryan's running the event. He's in race control most of the day. If Ryan does get out there, hats off to him, because I think he should.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean 100%.
In comes the first Mustang.
Enjoying the race.
So the first of the Mustangs is in. The bonnet is off
6?
one of those Minis.
Was that the number 6 that came in here?
Or for the Americans tuning in, that's a hood.
If it is a number 6, this would be the one that Ryan Turry would get in. I do not see them making a driver change, though.
Okay.
So I think you might be right in assuming that Ryan did not get out of race control to get down in there in that car. But he's going to make his mandatory stop.
Well, we obviously want to keep an eye on the 111 coming in, because he's at the top of the hill at the moment, just about to dive down the corkscrew. Here he is.
Yeah, you figure his stop's going to come any second now. You don't want to miss the window and suffer a penalty, because I'm sure there's penalties for that.
And there's the Andrew Nelson Nick Swift car. Andrew out of the car, having done a little bit of off-tracking. And here comes your leader through turn 11. Now, is he going to pit this time? He's certainly coming towards the pit lane, but no, he's on the race line.
Fades right back to race line.
Okay. Another lap completed. He's gonna hold on till he
till he's lapped the field.
And let me guess, you're going to try and get a black flag for not having his lights on yet?
Well, I don't understand. There seems to be a problem again, falling foul to the rules here. No lights on the Mustang. I think there will be an inquiry at the steward's office. Anybody from Great Britain, please head to the steward's office and crowd it immediately.
So I think we just lost all our Greenlight TV crew to that request, Jonathan.
Okay, yeah, they're all down there. No, it's definitely that the bonnet is off that. Couple more minis coming in. So that mini, I don't think in the foreground is going anywhere.
May not be surviving, to go out again.
76 has got the
but
doors
they're removing
open.
the bonnet of that 76 as well. I mean, it is like a sheet of paper on top of that is the bonnet on these cars.
In comes the 19 as well. Doors open. The 424 just popped in as well. That's a driver change. I think Gary Dreen is actually driving that on his own, so he'll just hold station and then go back out again, which is also an option. You don't have to do a driver change.
I'll also tell you what we see here, too, is a really neat signal by one of the drivers trying to call the driver in. He's got a little strobe light.
Good idea.
On pit wall.
Or is that to distract the opposition?
Trigger the epilepsy of somebody out there? That would be a cruel trick.
It would be. So down the hill again, we're seeing a push now for the 37. We've got 3 men behind one on the minis. Out goes the 61. We're watching what we're watching out the window as you look at the leader coming into 11. Will he pit this time, we wonder?
No. Looking at a no.
Now he's got some traffic in front of him. Out goes the 37 and the 61 back out on track. So there's plenty of action in the pit lane at the moment.
I mean, he's only got a 1.5 second 177 of Dennis Racine, so he's not exactly just pulling away from second place. This is still a race,
this is not over.
And Dennis has not pitted either to do their driver change. So this is very This is very Mercedes-Benz Red Bull Formula One fight here. Who's going to do the undercut, Jonathan?
Can you imagine all Formula One drivers doing a mini race?
David versus Goliath race here.
That would be fun.
Oh, you could certainly get, I believe, a Sebastian Vettel involved in that, a Daniel Ricciardo, a Lando Norris. There's definitely a list we could put together, the modern Formula One driver that would jump on board with that in a heartbeat.
Well, actually, probably even more fun would be getting retired Formula One drivers.
Oh, that would be good times too, right? Well, that's a driver switch, right? Modern Formula One driver has to switch to a retired Formula One driver.
There you go. So the lights are sparkling in the darkness now as dusk settles here over California and the Monterey Bay. A beautiful weekend. It's been beautiful weather, great racing, spectacular cars. Hats off to the organizers and to the Scenic Route for putting on this event. So many of the other organizers, Laguna themselves. It's been a long wait to get this race on. They had to give it up for a year, which was a real shame because they were ready to go, but obviously COVID stepped in and got in its messy way. There's Gilbert Hakim in the Shelby GT350, beautiful car. Out goes the 65 from pit lane, one of the minis.
Mark your calendars, though. 2022.
Here we go.
Mark your calendars, 2022.
Here comes your leader into the pits. Now, he should be handing over to Ken Adams.
October 14th to the 16th, 2022. If you want to be a part of this invitational, Velocity Invitational, mark your calendars.
So, as expected, the dominance of minis continues as Mini lead this race again. Clearly, the muscle car's not up to it. I jest. Mustangs. I'm going to get the Mustang fraternity on my back. Especially the man next to me, current Mustang driver.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The 969 has made their driver change. So that's going to be Randy Unsby given over to possibly David Cooper.
Yep, should be. Oh, look at that. What a great shot that is. Nice stuff, Matt.
Oh, yeah, we're looking for Ken Adams, but I don't think anyone got out of that Mustang. Did you see anyone get out of that, Jonathan? No. I believe that whoever started that race, if it was Mike or Ken, they are staying in it.
And there is the number 62. The back of that group. It's Andrew Waite, Martin Lauber. It's getting busy out there, but we're shuffling through the pit stops. Anything you can see out the window, what's going on in pit lane? Anything exciting?
No, I'm not seeing really anything other than the standard action. We're looking like we're checking maybe some fluids on that 66 car. The 19 out, so I believe the 19 car. I'll look at my notes here and see who we have in the 19.
So at the moment, it's Dennis Racine, who stayed out there in his Morris Mini Cooper S.
John Breslow in the 19 just left the pits. The white Mustang is back in. That was Matt Johnson. It seems to be come back in.
Yeah, we heard from him before the race started, and he was very excited.
They're taking a torque wrench to the right rear, so it might be he might have felt a vibration. Just wants to make sure.
Now, Marcus Hayes and Ed Lamentia in the 1971 British Leyland Mini in second place, and it's Chris Locke and Ed Lauber in the 65 Austin Mini Cooper S moving up to 3 as the pit stop shuttle the order.
Joe Huffaker just made their driver change, and then number 12 Mini Cooper, orange and silver.
That's a good story. Huffaker actually raced minis for a long time in SCCA and won, I think, seven titles.
Yeah, legendary name up here.
Yes,
so there's your leader right there, Dennis Racine. Has yet to make their pit stop, so I believe we should be seeing them dive down any second now, you would figure.
Do you think you could get away with not making the pit stop because it's dark?
You know,
unfortunately, data doesn't allow that.
Until you said something, yeah. I mean, they could have got away with it. So that was the only chance that your British Mark, I think, had to win, and I think you might have blown it for him, Jonathan.
I think
I've
ruined it. I've ruined it. I've let the plan out.
No, he stays out for Dennis does.
Dennis the Menace.
Yeah, but you got Mike Bakayoko or Ken Adams, one of the two, sitting here on pit road still. That was the dominant car until the pit stop.
Wonderful, wonderful way to finish the day. So cool. Chris Locke's just done his fastest lap at 155.8. That's hooning around in an Austin Mini.
Yeah, that's stout.
That's very good. Top speed about 92 past the start finish.
That's not a bad clip. I believe we got a little bit of a smoker here on pit lane. I believe it cleared out, you know. It's British, so you just had to start it, rev it, talk to it, you know, and then you're ready to go.
Yeah, put a safety pin in it.
Yeah. There goes Mike Bakayoko right there in the 111, heading back out.
He's going back out. Good. Well, he had been leading.
So the pit stop is done. He has completed his mandatory pit stop, so now it's up to seeing what Dennis Racine does. If he was able to really plant some laps down there while they had some clear racetrack in front of them, really maneuver the traffic, because it's really all going to come down to how they come back out in the pit stops and how that all blends.
Yep. And he must have to come in fairly soon, Dennis.
You would think. This is...
well, you keep an eye out.
I believe they would have like a rule, right? I mean, we're almost 10 minutes from the end of this race. This race has got... Oh, no, he's going to cycle another lap.
Well, he's going for glory.
Going for the glory.
Fake it till you make it. 66 heads out of the pits. And that's Michael Levine and Seth Huntley. So Seth should be at the wheel now. As back out on track now is the 111, who led the early part of the race and should shuttle back into the lead, but we'll see. It's never necessarily a truth, especially if the car that takes over the lead doesn't come in. can't be easy actually when the sun's going down like this with lights blaring everywhere and hard
Well,
to see.
you should be appeased. The Mustang I see, the lights are on, so
Yeah.
they got your call.
Yeah, they got my call. 2 more minis going back out on track.
Really beautiful shot there.
How about
the dark.
that? The Monterey Bay in the background. That is super.
Bay in the background, the lit up paddock. It's just breathtaking, every bit of it.
You booked the restaurant?
Did I?
I don't know. Did you?
Nah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It's
Well,
Sunday night. It'll be easy.
Well done at Pebble Beach, by the way. Just 2 shots you beat me by. Very good.
Oh man, I know, right? And I can't believe we could count that high.
No. And I've never seen anybody throw a frisbee that well.
I am quite the frisbee golfer.
Yeah. So the Mini Cooper continues to lead here, but for how long?
And continues to lap. Yeah, they lap, and so it's going to be quite interesting to see when they're going to come in and make work of this.
Or maybe he can plan on a last-minute dash and then hope that the
hope they don't notice.
yeah, or hope that the Mustang gets held up. So Ken Adams up to 4th place already in the 66 Ford Mustang. There he is.
So that's either Ken or Mike. They never did a driver change, so whoever started the car is still in it. We got less than 20 minutes left in the race.
Well, that's still plenty of time. I'm wondering where this light's coming from. I think Lake's got a torch on his head. Lake, our cameraman, at the Corkscrew, has been there all weekend.
And for our domestic listeners, a torch is a flashlight. Not,
there you go.
Not a torch.
Thank
not
you.
a blowtorch.
Oh, I see. Yeah, good point.
All of a sudden, we have a bunch of minis on track, and we're speaking the Queens.
Absolutely, quite right. Absolutely, as it should be. Bonnet, torch, boot.
Right, absolutely. I see it.
Spanner.
I'm just trying to keep us all up to speed here.
Yeah, what are these wrenches you speak of?
The spanner.
Yes, it's
the
a
wobbly.
spanner.
What's a wobbly?
It's exactly. Well, I'm about to have a wobbly if those minis don't win.
The 177 is still trucking along.
Yeah, he's refusing to pit.
Refusing to pit.
His team manager, Mr. Michael Kane, refusing to
say
bring
no
the
more.
mini in.
You have his team is calling into him. Heat on this field.
Yeah,
keep it up.
Yeah. Ooh, what are the minis?
Got one dead in the water there, right?
There?
Yeah, we got a local yellow.
Now this could be perfect for Dennis.
That's a really peculiar spot, especially in the dark. So hopefully there's plenty of attention.
Yeah,
being shown to that.
Joking aside, this does not want to be. You want to make sure that they know he's there.
Yeah, if you're following another car very close, you go to pop to pass him on the inside because you get a run and you don't know that there's a car parked there.
To be fair, you would never take that line. He's right underneath the marshal's post, who is waving fairly strongly.
Right under the light.
Yeah, so they should see him, but it is a precarious position for sure. So we've got a local yellow at the start finish, 16 minutes to go. Your leader in the 177 in the red and white.
This is what I would pit. Is there's a chance?
Exactly.
It's got a chance of a double yellow.
Yeah. I don't think they'll do that though. I think they'll push it. You could probably lift a mini up and pull it over the wall.
Yeah, of course you could. I didn't see you pull your monocle at all out today.
Well, no, that's true. I haven't actually.
And now what are you going to do with it?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to look out the window. I can get a closer look at that yellow flag now. Would you like to look at the pit lane and see what's happening?
Maybe.
That's my Ted Kravitz device. And still the man refuses to pit. No, he's in. In comes the leader, and the Mini is in at last. Our leader comes in that Morris Mini Cooper S after a very, very good run. Dennis, now we do have a full course yellow. Dennis is a maestro.
I don't know for full course. I think we're still local. I think
we're still local. What, with 2 trucks on the spot?
No, we're full course, I guess. But
I would be very surprised if we aren't, but there we go.
They don't seem to be driving like they are, like we're under full course.
No, they certainly don't. Well, we've got 2 trucks, recovery trucks, to pick out. Out comes Dennis. And through comes the 111. So, plenty of drama in this one, as there was in the first race on Friday. And if you're in the area or you're tuning in, book your tickets for next year. This is a great event and a great holiday to be on this part of the world, to be in this kind of temperature in November. You really can't beat it.
Going to be a little earlier in the year next year, a little October the 14th to the 16th.
Yeah, be even warmer, yeah. Nice.
We'll have more daylight. It'll be before the daylight savings time change, too.
That's true.
So it'll be more daylight. And so we'll miss out on some of this maybe action that falls under the lights. But we'll still have all the fantastic action that we've seen in 2021.
Now, if I'm right in saying, here should be your new leader. And as he crosses the strip.
No, he was a lap down.
Of course,
he's got one
to
more
catch
lap.
The lap up. Yeah. Okay, because of course it's a longer pit stop. But both the trucks have gone. That was quick. Good work by the marshals to clear that, because that was precarious. I don't like.
No, that night it was not a good spot.
Because it's at the kink, you know, and it's at a place where you wouldn't expect a car to stop.
It's not where, like, you're right, not your normal line, but it's not that. That's not the problem. The problem is if you're in
flat
a nip,
out there.
Well, if you're nip tuck,
yeah,
and you go to pop on the person that you're behind,
you would never see
have no idea who's there, and you're going to pop to the inside and wonder why they're leaving it open like they did, and you're going to be blasted into at 90 miles an hour into a parked car. Nobody wants to see that. So great move by the marshals. Great move by the
to keep things going,
great call by the Chief Star. Great job by the marshals to keep it all going.
Well, and of course there is the ever looming noise.
Then we have another car up here.
Another car parked up. It's all going on. 12 minutes to go.
That car was not in a bad spot, though. They could pull the green and they could hang out and watch the race from there.
There you go. Yeah,
that's not a horrible spot here. It's
Plus,
not a great
his
spot.
lights are still on, so that he can be seen clearly anyway.
It's not a great spot, but it's not a horrible spot.
I tell you what, that floodlight. Well, here we go. Here's the safety car. Now this makes things interesting. Behind the safety car is the 65. Now I don't know how this will work in terms of, but there's that looming 111. And he could well be in second place now. We'll see as they come down the hill. But the Porsche leads them through under safety. And we're going to have a great grandstand of, 10 minutes or so? Racing.
Yeah, because they're going to get this group bunched back up, and then they're going to send them, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
It will not take long. So because of the evening, we'll be done with our drone shots, but
great job. Fantastic.
By our pilots. I mean, you got the ultimate praise.
Yeah, it's not often when the Formula One team manager or team CEO gives you a compliment to your drone pilot. That's nice.
Well, that was the wave around. So you have now the Mustang of Mike Bakayoko and Ken Adams, the shared Mustang, sitting right up there in the front.
Yep. And they got a dive bomb him into Andretti, I think, when it goes for green again.
Well, that just got them on the lead lap. This was that right there just got them back onto the lead lap. So if they pass them next time around in the pit stop, that'll put them into the lead. But they are the first car single lap down. Well, now on the lead lap.
Moving up to third place, Shannon and Alex Penrith in a 1965 Austin Mini Cooper S.
I love the neon lights too. You can that team knows exactly when that car is coming down the hill from Wayne Rainey all the way down into, really, really sharp thinking there from those folks.
Now, heading out of three and getting them all line astern. Out of the pits comes the 177.
Oh, did they leave the pits here, Johnny? The 177.
Yes. So, I presume that's Dennis again, because he's not got a at least on the entry list. He's not got a.
Well, he's got Dylan. Dylan Whitnauer is on the timing and scoring, sharing with Dennis Racine.
Okay. Well, he's added that from Friday, which is great.
So safety vehicles are still on course, so they might be.
Yeah, the one at the top of the hill. Yeah. Good stuff. By the way, Laguna Seca has never had a night race. There's a real reason for that, because of obviously the noise pollution or noise control that they have here. They're very strict with it. So this is the first time we've had headlights at Laguna and racing effectively in near dark. Now that's why we've got a safety car. He's dragging it out of harm's way.
We want to make sure we have our lush greens from the Merrill Farms too, and
You're pushing for that sponsorship, aren't you?
Noisy nights don't really grow great fresh vegetables.
I'm going to see you in a broccoli-colored car next year, aren't I?
No, I love that. It was a great story. It was great to find that background in the family. I had no idea, and I've got a special affection for our farmers, and as we all should, they provide us all the good nutrients that we need to keep trugging along day after day.
Yep. So we now have, as we come to complete this lap, the leader back here behind the pace car.
This should show us on timing and scoring a lead change. As well, now you're going to call a black flag because it looks like the lights went out on the Mustang. But yeah, I think we should see a change on the leaderboard, and we don't actually.
He's just gone into cloak mode. That's all.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's got the 177 is actually still on this lap. So once they come around to the start-finish line, we should see that change.
I see. So we await the restart, or the restart for racing anyway, for the Minis against the Mustangs. David versus Goliath, a great way to end the weekend. They've had two fantastic races in dusk to dark, putting on a great show. I remember going down after the race on Friday night, and the chatter was like a bunch of school kids after playing football or whatever, just everybody chatting away and just really enjoying each other's company and talking about their stories from the race and so on and so forth. Great atmosphere.
It was. It truly was. And you could see there's so many people that extended their evening into tomorrow. I mean, the airport will be busy tomorrow morning, but tonight there's not going to be anyone leaving here.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I think the party's going to continue. No one that we've spoken to wants this weekend to end. And this paddock has stayed full, where usually it's like, people tend to bail out once their day is done, and that's not what we found in this. And I mean, we got to, we're under safety truck issue at this point, but I believe we should be going green hopefully pretty soon. Because we're less than 7 minutes left, so if we went green right away, we're looking at maybe about 3 laps left. Okay. 3-4 laps.
Here we go.
I don't want to hear it about the headlights of the Mustang, John. I really don't.
I like the LEDs. Look at that. Well, there's a nice smattering of Mustangs in between all the Minis. Now, the lights, I think, are we done, do you think?
I think the hazards are still on, and usually that's a sign that we're not going green, and we're not.
No, fair enough.
I think we're going at least one more lap around here.
Which would.
And at night, it's so hard to pick up on maybe where the issue might be. We don't know if there's fluids on track
that's
somewhere.
True.
There could be something else that these drivers are calling in that we have no idea about. Oh, we're going to get a wave around. So I believe this is to get timing and scoring sorted.
I see.
This whole thing this issue we've been missing with timing and scoring. So this is the wave around. And this is to get everyone on the right lap. This is to get Dennis probably right behind the pace car. And then you'll see Mike Bakayoko pull up right behind Dennis. So this is going to delay it a little bit, waiting for the group to catch. So we'll probably get maybe a couple of green flag laps. I could see us doing a green-white checkered would be something that I would see in the near future for our final race of this wonderful Velocity Invitational.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. Any highlights? What's your highlight for you?
So highlight for me is that the Porsche parade was certainly a highlight to see those fantastic Porsches out there. To watch Pat Award, a little glimpse into maybe this possible future there in the 1998 McLaren, the World Championship winning Formula One car. That was special to see, and to have him up here share that experience with us, and you can just see the raw excitement in that young man's face, and to know what's going ahead for him, it's just that's exciting.
And as a journalist, to hear Pato say that he is going for the Triple Crown officially and recorded.
I'm telling you, you heard it here first.
Yep.
And I think that's the first he's spoken into existence. And if Patricio Award goes down in history as being the first driver to complete, we knew it right away.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
That's going to be a special moment, not only for him, obviously, but it will be for us too.
Well, am I right in saying Graham Hill's the only one that's done it?
I don't know, because did Graham LeMond win Le Mans?
Wouldn't have done Le Mans, no. Okay, so
no one's done it.
No one's done it.
No one's done it.
It is still.
Alonso was supposed to be the first.
Yeah, Montoya's won Monaco and, of course, the 500.
But never got Le Mans.
Nope.
Mario's won Monaco. And he's won the Indy 500, but never won Le Mans.
Well, there's time, tell him.
Yeah. Well, Le Mans was the only one he never won.
Yeah.
That was the only marquee event that he never got. No, the only crown jewel event he never got to put in.
I think he can put up with that.
So I'm sure they really want, this 111 to pick up a little bit of pace so that they can catch that group and go green as soon as possible. So I'm sure they're rushing them right along. I don't see where else the issue might be on track that would be holding them up, because there are some pretty heavy headlights out there, as you can see.
Yeah, they're already about half a lap behind the pace car at this point.
So that's good too, and it's up to the pace car too to slow the front up, to slow up the cars that they have. And we experience this a lot in racing. We do the wave around quite often. It's a mainstay in motorsport, so this is not something that is new. And just so the folks at home understand, timing and scoring is operated in such a way that it can't be tampered with.
No,
so
exactly.
You can't just add and take laps away from a group. You have to, and they've gone green. Green flag is out.
Okay, here we go.
Green flag is waving. So pace car's off the track and green flag's out. Our leaders being shown, timing and scoring is the 177 of Dennis Racine. With 2 minutes left on the clock, Jonathan, this is hopefully going to turn out to be exciting right here at the end. It seems to be a little,
I hope so. I hope we
bit
get
convoluted here.
Exactly, yeah. I hope we do get a bit of at least a sprint finish.
It will be certainly a green-white checker, as that's what time's going to allow.
Yeah. And I tell you what, there's going to be an almighty battle between the minis behind the Mustang. Here's your leader.
Yeah, there is the 177, getting the hustle. Right-hand drive, Mini Cooper, like nature intended, right, Jonathan?
Exactly, as nature intended. You got it. You'll get there. There's an Englishman in you somewhere.
So you're going to be over the moon if this goes through. I mean, this is, I'm calling a little bit of bad politics here that they called the green on it so early, but, at the same time, I got to put some responsibility on my man in the 111 for not closing up that gap a little bit stronger.
Here we go, down into 11 we come. 1 minute left in our David and Goliath race, the second of the weekend and the final race of Velocity. He's going to get the white flag as he comes round, and I can see it waving outside our window, and he does. 1 lap to go, though, the final lap of the 2021 Velocity Invitational. And appropriately, it is the 177 of Dennis Racine and Dylan Whitnauer leading the way for Mini. Into Andretti for the last time. And it would be rather appropriate if Dennis could pull this off, because he pretty much put this whole field together. with a little help. I tell you what, I know that Laguna is not set up for night racing, but they do a pretty good job with the floodlights they've got. Yeah,
they did a really good job of placing the lights, as we heard from the people that did compete. And I also want to make sure that I clarify something I've been misspeaking as well, so that people that watch this aren't so confused. But they had 10 minutes left in the whole 45-minute session. You had to have your driver change and be back on track with 10 minutes left. So that was the rule.
Right.
So it's going to be important to see if the 177 made that rule and how that comes up. You know, because you were so adamant about the single headlight on the Mustang on Friday night. I'm going to really drive home the fact that I don't know if Dennis was out of there in the 177 in time.
Well, I just saw the Mustang come across the line.
Yeah, that's a minute 14 gap, so I don't see that closing out on this final lap.
Well, I think that is karma, as they say, because if Mini wins this one, it's 1-1, and then the race is on for 2022.
It is. We can start fresh, right? I say that I get in a Mustang and you get in a Mini next year.
Okay.
And we commentate from the car.
From the car. I like it.
We got to make that happen. You know what a pit maneuver is?
No, but you'll tell me. Here's the checkered flag. You'll tell me in a moment. Because Dennis Racine is going to take the mighty Mini to victory here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as it should be for King George, Queen Elizabeth et al. Well done. Well done, chap. Well,
you know, it's
done.
worth it just to see this excitement in you. It truly is, because, you know, that's one thing you do lack sometimes, Jonathan, is excitement.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
But no, I'm so happy for you guys. You know, the weekend started off with a big Americana win, and you guys get to end it with this. This is what a great day. It's special for Dennis and Dylan and that whole group over there, and I'm sure they're going to really enjoy and spray the Prosecco, as they say, and have a wonderful, wonderful celebration. This is P2 right here, the 111. Let's not forget Mike Bakayoko and Ken Adams in that 1966 Ford Mustang, giving a great showing, even though they were a bit robbed with the early restart, but that was a great showing nonetheless.
I think it was fantastic thinking by Dennis to hold off to do the pit stop so he got the full time while the safety car was on track. Excellent strategy there.
Now, that was Dennis's teammate that stopped on the front
that's
straightaway here, was it?
So here we go, second place coming across the line very soon.
Finding a little Nelson Piquet, Fernando Alonso.
A little bit of Singapore.
Yeah, a little Singapore thing.
Yeah, I was there at that race. Ken Adams then comes across the line to take second place for the 66 Ford Mustang, and it will be the Shelby GT350 from 1966 of Matt Johnson and Ryan Turry taking third place.
So this is like a complete flip of what we saw Friday. Now, if we're going to go with the dominance of a podium, then dominated on the podium is the Mustangs. You know, you got Matt Johnson and Ryan Turry in the 1966 Shelby GT350.
Do I have to
rounding out our podium?
The second and third, mate. I mean, no. Adam, do I have to remind you? You're howling at the moon when it comes to this.
Oh, I think I'm winning this.
And we'll give the final shot to Ron, and there he is. Nice work, Ron Bigford. And yes, what a night. The moon is up, and that concludes what has been an amazing.
A little bit of a flicker on the lights that are being on at the track out there.
I think it's time to go home.
Yeah, so it's, I think the bartender's trying to tell us last
lights
call.
Out, last call. Well, that would be baby shams all round for Mini, I say. You won't know what a baby sham is.
No, I can't even translate that, Queens.
That's all right. So well done to Dennis Racine and Dylan Wittenauer, Mike Bakayoko and Ken Adams, and Matt Johnson and Ryan Turry. We've had a lot of fun. My thanks to both Kiri and Kev, and to all our great cameramen and our drone pilots who've done a great job. We are going to howl to the moon, but my thanks to the organizers, to Jeff O'Neill and to Ryan Turry, and to Brittany Kinch for putting on what has been a splendid event. Well done to Greenlight TV. My thanks to Adam Andretti, who has always kept me solid, I hope, and kept us entertained. We'll leave that final shot looking at the moon. Anyway, we're just two fishes swimming in a fish bowl, as Pink Floyd would say. I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. From me, Jonathan Green, join us next time for Velocity Invitational 2022, which will be happening in October next year. Get your tickets, look on the website, and join us next time out. Goodbye until next year.